on a discussion from the work session on Thursday, May the 18th. We do have presenter Mr. Tico Charlie, Executive Director for Navajo Telecommunication Regulatory Commission. We do have legal counsel, Ms. Veronica Blackhead, Assistant Attorney General with DOJ Natural Resources Unit. And we do have LaTanya Johnson, Assistant Attorney General, Department of Justice, Human Resources and Government Division. So at this point, I'd like to go ahead and allow Mr. Charlie and his colleagues to go ahead and start the presentation, and we will allot 20 minutes for the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of Community Resources here, and all the staff here, and people who are on the call. And my name is Tico Charlie. I'm with the I'm the Executive Director for the NNTRC, and I'm here to give a quick report on the tower siting regulations. And first, let me point out the goals. The goals of the tower siting regulations are to update and consolidate existing regulations related to siting of telecommunication tower on the Navajo Nation. They are designed to create uniformity and consistency in the tower siting and leasing, eliminating widespread use of waivers, concessions, site agreements, special rights that has been administered, and tower leasing. It's a nightmare for regulatory agencies.
Mr. Charlie, if I may interject, I know that you had given us handouts last week, but would you happen to have that in PowerPoint presentation?
No, I don't.
Okay. Members of RDC, do you? Okay. So, Mr. Tahi's looking for the documents from last week.
Yes.
Okay, so you can go ahead and proceed.
Okay.
Eventually put it on screen, right? Or send it to us?
Yeah.
Okay. Back to you, Mr.
Okay.
Charlie.
Well, it's a leasing a nightmare for regulatory agency, and has allowed entities to build and operate telecommunication facilities on the Navajo Nation without leases, and sometimes without paying any leases or other fees. The new tower siting regulation or city regulations are designed to provide transparency and equal treatment of all through clear regulations and standard forms of the lease. Now, that's the goals. And what we started with is just a quick background. You guys have it on your laptops. On May 18, 2023, RDC met with representatives of the Navajo Division of Natural Resources, Land Department, the GLDD, and Navajo Department of Justice, and the Telecommunication Regulatory Commission. This work session addressed the proposed regulation in addition to presentations and comments from the above Navajo Nation Division and Department of Telecommunication providers were invited to provide comments. NNTRC provided an outline of the process undertaken to develop comprehensive and uniform regulations for the location of telecommunication tower antennas on non-tower structures on the Navajo Nation. A uniform approach to the tower siting is necessary based on the fact that the towers have been built and antennas attached on the Navajo Nation under a patchwork approach, which included the use of business site lease, general leases, revocable use permits, RUPs, temporary authorizations, and other mechanisms, or built without any lease or authorities at all. NNTRC provided an overview of the efforts of the Navajo Nation has made to establish a uniform set of regulations for the placement of towers and co-locations of antennas on towers, other structures on the Navajo Nation. The nation's effort to adopt regulation has dated back to at least 2013. NNTRC noted that Vertical Bridge was hired by Navajo Land Department as a consultant in November 2019 to restart the regulation efforts and provide database of existing towers on the Navajo Nation. NNTRC issued a notice of proposed rulemaking in February 2021 seeking comments on a proposed regulation, issued a revised draft in May 2021. and sought comments on the public workshop and open hearing in November 2021. NNTRC held further work sessions and adopted a resolution supporting the proposed regulations in March 2022. Following NNTRC approval, NNTR submitted the proposed regulation to Navajo Nation DOJ for review. In review of the proposed regulation, it was determined that the proposed regulation was to delegate approval authority of telecommunication lease to Navajo Land Department and allow the Navajo Land Department to review and administrate telecommunication lease. Because the proposed regulations were mainly applicable to the Navajo Nation Land Department, and the Navajo DOJ worked with Vertical Bridge and Navajo Land Department to make several edits to proposed regulation and provide a final version to Navajo Land Department in October 2022. At the May 18, 2023 meeting, a number of questions were raised concerning the proposed regulations, including but not limited to, number one, who would decide lease rates? Would a single person be in charge of negotiating rates? Number two, what would happen if a carrier and Navajo Land Department could not agree to proposed lease rates? Number three, is there an appeal process and where would it go? Number four, are there gaps in the proposed regulations that need to be addressed? Telecommunication providers raised several concerns and objections to the proposed regulation. Some argued that they did not have the opportunity to review the current draft. NNTRC pointed out that the current draft contains only minor edit suggestions by the Navajo Nation DOJ that did not impact the substance of the rules. Telecommunication providers also raised concerns about lease rates. Many argued that the Navajo Nation should only seek to recoup its administrative costs for approving towers and co-locations of antennas, not use a fair market value approach to the lease rate. At the end of the meeting, RDDC requested that NNTRC take a lead to review these questions and provide a report and revision to proposed regulations. Okay, the subsequent actions followed the May 18th, 2023 RDC meeting. NNTRC spearheaded the following activities. Number one, NNTRC held a work session on June 5th, 2023. During the meeting, Navajo Nation DOJ indicated that the following review of the proposed regulation and the Navajo DOJ concluded that the NNTRC should be removed from the proposed regulation, since the proposed regulation predominantly have to do with reviewing, enforcing, administrating telecommunication lease, and this falls within the Navajo Nation Land Department's authority. In addition, Navajo Department DOJ further noted that any powers referenced in the proposed regulations related to the NNTRC are already provided in the Navajo Telecommunication Regulatory Act, and that's in the 21 NNC 501, the NNTRA. In addition, Navajo Department of Justice further recommended that the NNTRC could adopt its own regulation relating to the technical aspects of towers and antenna, given its authority under Navajo Nation law, NTRA, to regulate matters relating to telecommunications. Number two, NNTRC and Navajo Land Department jointly held a work session on June 6, 2023. In consideration with Navajo Department of Justice, NNTRC presented that it would circulate a new draft of the proposed regulations with the NNTRC removed, except for providing technical assistance to the Navajo Land Department when necessary, which it did shortly after. The group further addressed questions stemming from the RDC meeting on May 18, 2023. The first addressing whether there are gaps in the regulations. For instance, if an antenna are placed on shopping centers, would the Navajo Land Department still set the lease rates and approve the lease, or would the Navajo Department of Economic Development do so for business site leases, given that DED has separate authority for business site lease? What about towers and antennas placed in and around Kayenta? Kayenta Township Commission, KTC, has authority independent from the Navajo Nation regarding business site lease. Can Kayenta Township Commission authorize a tower and establish its own rates? And the meeting was adjourned to study these questions and seek input from the DED and the KTC on these two separate gaps identified above. Number 3, NNTRC's monthly meeting on June 8, 2023, at its regular NNTRC meeting, NNTRC rescinded the resolution that had previously approved a proposed regulation based on the fact that it was clear that proposed regulation required modification based on the Navajo Department of Justice input, and NNTRC agreed to Navajo Department of Justice recommendation. Outside legal counsel James Dunson was tasked with drafting the NNTRC separate regulations. Number 4, NNTRC and Navajo Land Department held further work session on June 12, 2023. NNTRC and Navajo Land Department reconvened another work session to further review the proposed regulation. Several issues were highlighted as potential gaps in the proposed regulations. What happens when an entity receives authorization for a tower based on its claim that the use will be internal operations or for non-commercial purposes, but then allows a commercial entity to co-locate telecommunication antennas on tower and other structures? How should the underlying lease and lease rates be modified to recognize the fundamental change in the purpose of the organization authorization? B, what becomes of the old RUPs that were granted for one purpose, but that purpose has now changed? C, what is the extent of grandfathering under proposed regulation? Does a change in the proposed or addition of a new co-location antenna and antennas that mean that the existing authorization can no longer be grandfathered? D, does an existing business site lease provide the necessary authorization to allow for placement or co-locations of antenna on that structure, i.e. the shopping centers? E, a further discussion was the impact of the proposed regulations on towers in Kayenta Township. The group concluded they need further input from the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, DED, and Kayenta, and proposed a further meeting on June 20th. NNTRC and Navajo Land Department held a further work session on June 20th, 2023. Navajo Department of Justice suggested that since these regulations are geared towards the leasing authority with respect to Navajo Land Department approving, administrating, and enforcing lease terms, NNTRC should be pulled out. A new section was added to allow and encourage Navajo Land Department to conduct or to consult with NNTRC on technical issues. NNTRC will move on a separate track to adopt technical regulation consistent with the federal standards. Consensus is that Navajo Land Department should have authority over co-locations on non-telecom towers. The question still remains as to who has authority over co-locations on NTUA-owned facilities. It was that the NNTRC does not have regulatory authority over NTUA. The census was reached out that while DED has authority over sublease for storefronts, the authority over leases for towers and antenna should rest solely be with Navajo Land Department. It is presumed that the Navajo Land Department has the technical expertise to determine whether the co-location will impact structural issues. Consensus was also reached out that a fair market value-based system for lease amount can work so as long as Navajo Land Department develops a sliding scale to take into consideration the location, cost to build, and population density of the area to be served by the lease. Further discussion was held on several issues and determined that the RDC and the Navajo Land Department will need to resolve the following issues as they raise in towers and antenna lease requests. 1, should there be a specific language in the proposed regulations related to public safety, GLAD noted that it is working with Arizona Public Safety to upgrade 7 to 9 locations on the Navajo Nation. Number 2, it is unclear what powers Kayenta Township has to independently grant towers and antenna leases. Navajo Land Department will need to decide whether proposed regulation applies to Kayenta Township. It was decided to hold further meetings on June 12th to receive input from DED and Kayenta. It was further decided that the meeting with carriers after these issues are further studied. 6, a further work session was held between the NNTRC and Navajo Land Department on June 29th. Unfortunately, there was no representative from DED or Kayenta. It was still unclear whether either received an invitation to attend. So the meeting was adjourned and decided no further work will be performed. And Madam Chair, that's my report. I believe you guys all got a copy of that.
Did we get a copy, Rodney?
Madam Chairwoman of RDC, I've looked through my emails. I don't believe that it was email. I believe you gave me the hard copy, and the hard copy is with Mr. Mose.
Okay. Should we get copies? I don't know, if you guys all copies. Like, is Byron in the office or in here? Here, let me have one of this. One for you. Okay. So with that, I don't know, that completes your presentation, Mr. Charlie? Or did you want to have legal counsel with Department of Justice add anything?
We can just add a little bit, yeah. So, good morning, Veronica Blackhat with Navigation Department of Justice, Kabasha Edger, and Vaughn for, Toigini, and Shane, not Toigini, and, But, just to kind of reiterate what, Mr. Charlie went over, after the initial RDC work session, the thing that we took away was that RDC, recommended that the regulations clarify and delineate which divisions or departments, have the authority to carry out the overall intent of the regulations. And after that point, we went back and looked at the regulations and found that the bulk of the regulations as drafted was focused mainly on leasing and enforcing, the provisions of, enforcing leasing provisions. So recommendation was made at that point, after consulting with all the affected, parties, that, you know, the regulations would be split into two, and that, you know, one part of regulations would be focused primarily on the leasing aspect with that, and that would go with land department. And then any technical portion, the technical aspects would go with NNCRC. So we did have meetings, and we did, break up the regulations, at least taking out reference to NNCRC and any technical aspects of the regulations. And we did also recommend that language be included in, the regulations for land department that would allow them to consult with NNCRC in the event there are any technical issues. Now, my colleague Latanya wants to add on to that.
Thank you, Ms. Blackhat. Johnson?
Good morning. My name is Latanya Johnson. I'm Assistant Attorney General of the Human Services and Government Unit. I provide legal assistance to Navajo Nation Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, also known as NNTRC. It's a big, good acronym. So as noted by Tico and my colleague Veronica, when I reviewed these regulations, I noted that the purpose of the regulations was to delegate authority to Navajo Land Department to approve leases that, deal with telecommunication matters. As you all know, RDC generally has the authority to approve all leases unless RDC has delegated its approval authority to a respective division or a chapter, an LGA certified chapter, and other entities. As you all know, Division of Economic Development has that approval over its business site leases. So when I reviewed these regulations to ensure that they were legally sufficient, and please note that I reviewed it after NNTRC and DNR were reviewing this, and after NNTRC already went through its comment period, I noted the same thing as Veronica, that the purpose of these telecommunication regulations were all lease basis, which is within the authority of Navajo Land Department as opposed to NNTRC. NNTRC already has a standalone authority under the Navajo Nation Telecommunication Regulatory Act. So about maybe 5% of the regulations reference the Navajo Nation Telecommunication Regulatory Act. So even if you were to just take out NNTRC out of the regulations, NNTRC already has a statutory authority under the Telecommunication Regulatory Act. So given the fact that the purpose of these regulations were all leasing, reviewing the leases, administering the leases, and enforcing the leases, it made very practical sense and statutorily sense to have Navajo Land Department take over these regulations, as opposed to NNTRC establishing its own regulations that are more technical in nature, such as like the height of the tower. So that is what NNTRC has already started to draft their own technical regulations, separate from the telecommunication regulations at issue. So there will be two different regulations moving forward. One's the Navajo Land Department telecommunication regulation related to leases, and then NNTRC's regulations that are more technical in nature. So that's what we are recommending, and we provide that guidance to NNTRC and Navajo Land Department. Thank you.
Ms. Johnson, for that clarification. With that, members of RDC, do we have any questions for the presentation that was made here before us this morning? Honorable Ness?
Thank you, Chair Otto, Mr. Charlie, thank you, and our staff here from the Department of Justice, Ms. Johnson, as well as, Ms. Blackhat. These, telecommunications regulations, the Resource and Development Committee from the 24th Council, 4 years, meeting with, telecom folks as well as, the commissioners. They've been mentioning this is how we got to this point here. And now, I was reading here where it says, some argue they had not had an opportunity to review the current draft on it. And then, we invited people to Twin Arrows about 2 days. I was hearing from people, public hearings, and people expressed their recommendations, concerns, and all that. Mr. Halona, I guess the 24,000 lease, no, BHG. I don't have to, it's on cut earlier, 12,000. But and still yet, they complained about it. And I think that we probably need to go over this with Mr. Charlie and the commissioners, as well as Department of Justice. And since Mr. Halona was always there, he probably should be there to have a whole day of just sitting down and get it done. As Resource and Development Committee oversight in Cantida, and we would like to start checking things off. And this is one that is ready. We just need to review it and check it off by legislation once it's done. Just like the mission site leases that cemeteries by Lada has land. But each time, it's always good to have a check mark saying, boy, we completed this one here. So I know there was a company, and I don't want to put them on the spot. That's a consultant hire each on nature. My colleagues trying to sway them to almost give them nothing, you know. How wave it on not all special favors, and it just doesn't work that way, you know. Here, Vertical Bridge did an inventory, and a lot of people were getting away with it. The weekend illegal. I mean, there were like towers and satellites on top of water towers as well as businesses, and they did a good job of providing all the inventories that they possibly could. And so far, some of these companies have paid back the nation, which they haven't paid for a number of years, over $1 million. And we need to hold some of these people accountable, you know, and put them on track here, that they, whether it's a co-location, you know, they still need to pay the nation. This is one way that the nation could make money as well. So, thank you.
Thank you, Arnold Bonet. Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, RTC staff, I guess, Charlie, thank you for your presentation. Oh, and individuals that are listening. Charlie, Madam Chair, I believe that back in May, we had all the entities there giving the service providers. And we talked about this too, where we have all these individuals sit at the table and working out to get this regulation going, working to get it passed by RDC. And what was presented today from Mr. Charlie is moving forward to where it spells up for who will have authority in these proposed regulations. Basically, it was stated to us, it was the administration. So again, what Mr. Honorable Delegate has stated is to make sure that every individual service provider that have these towers pay for having their towers on navigation. And again, it's just the leasing of the land to have these towers on these naval trust lands. Things still have to be worked out, like with Clienta. business site leases under special community development. Those things can be worked out, I think the regulation, and be finalized as soon as possible. And if you move this around and around and around, we'll be in the same situation again after, we'll be coming back on, next term. Something I just think we can get in the form of legislation, work out those keys that we talked about, this site leases, yeah, and all that. So now we got certification, and this will be mostly under the land department. And technical service will be provided by NNTRC. I think the group can move forward to finalize the draft. And work out those keys. Getting back before, and one final round. We keep moving this around and around, we're not gonna get nowhere. And go back to, who has fine tree certain departments that we have it sorted as. RC, should get probably one more work session on finalized, regulation, probably within 3 months. Have a work session and gives a presentation, gives the draft, in form of a draft, legislation to approve this regulation. That's just my recommendation, Madam Chair. I think we've come a long ways in the last 2 months, and the group has come a long way in what you've done. And it's time to get in draft legislation, and form the draft, form of the legislation. Get for RC, like the prior to that, have a work session, finalize. Again, my recommendation, Madam Chair, members of the RC staff.
So back in May, when we had that work session at the DED conference room, one of the main concerns was the segregation of responsibilities on my part, which I had questioned as Chair of Resources and Development Committee. And now that the Department of Justice had made that clarification as to what, responsibilities lie within NTRC under the Act from when the office was established, and then also with Navajo Nation Land Department. To me, it has a clarity on the issues regarding segregation of authorities. The second part, with some of these outstanding questions right now, I'd like to, really consider my colleagues' advisement and one last final session to have a final review on this. Again, there is the leasing aspect of it, which lies within Land Department, and then the other is the technical regulation aspect of it that lies within NNTRC. So with that, again, just as my colleagues had mentioned, I don't want to be that roadblock to hold us off, and we really do need to have a lot of the companies that currently have towers on the Navajo Nation start coming into compliance. So again, with some of the outstanding questions that were highlighted on page 3 of the report that was given by Mr. Charlie, section 4, I guess those are some of the areas that still needs to be addressed in terms of who gets the authority. One of them is being Kayenta Township and Division of Economic Development. Just for your records, Kayenta Township had come before a Resources and Development Committee, and they had requested to take over the home site leasing and telecommunication regulatory and have them be the oversight since they have that township. They do have the business site lease right now, where they can monitor and issue business site leases, but they wanted the same for the telecommunications and also home site lease, which we really did not agree anything to or nor give them that authority just yet until such time that they've gone through the proper, protocols and departments to get that authority given to them. So at this point, I know Kayenta Township still doesn't have that authority of issuing leases for telecommunications, nor the monitoring as of yet. So I just wanted to put that out there. So going forward, again, I'd like to go ahead and schedule with Rodney going later on to have a final work session and the final review of the telecommunication regulations. Because I know that it has been mentioned multiple times that there has been a number of work sessions work sessions that have happened. And again, we just want to be able to get a regulation that is, pretty much, acceptable, and also that knowing that Navajo Nation Land Department can carry that capacity now, that capacity of the pre-leasing and the post-leasing activities within Navajo Nation Land Department, and that there is staff that can do this monitoring, for compliance, and how the collection of payments going to happen. And that would be another question for Office of the Controller to come in. So with that, we just want to be able to expedite this in the more, rational way, to where we do have that fiduciary, component built into it too. So with that, I just want to put that out there. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and cease this discussion and call the meeting to order now. So we will call the meeting, Resources Development Committee meeting to order at 10:29 a.m. And Mr. Tahi, if you can please take a roll call vote.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call for Resource and Development Committee of the 25th Navajo Nation Council special meeting for Friday, August 4th, 2023. Roll call, Honorable Brenda Jesus.
Present.
Honorable Brenda Jesus is present. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Here.
Honorable Danny Simpson is present. Honorable Otto
Present.
Honorable Otto is present. Madam Chair, you have 4 members available, which establishes a quorum for this special meeting.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tahi. So at this point, I'd like to go ahead and go on to item 2 on the agenda, recognizing guests and visiting. Oh, shoot, okay, I do apologize. Taking it back up to item 1 for an invocation. So, Kodoshanat Ani Honorable Nez to the Zinbingha Adilik officially for this meeting here today, Wes.
Okay, let us bow our heads and pray. Yadadin, itawa tsadati. Nehitwa nehdigan God. Put inna ben hikachesleto nahatina put da inna lato inna beneka. Et inna beden da ilting creature. On Sagoshin benan hin kenigibet hadet kon. Nehchen da hin nase. And the Niketna Hochonse. Aro Ishi Belhadet Egi Korobe Nankin can give up on it. And the Dungeon Sodil Zanga Hotza Olgay Nini K go Tishi Be Beshin and can give a Hotza a Bafonit in the need of hot on Hatsudan case or hot Nehemaron Hijab out of the Hasit Leo Honzat and Hiot Cartons. Although you won't aid and hit again Laney. Archwajent Ehoson a con Nikan not has king of Hodin at all cachet, then Sakushne Nichapanan Snito Lehiat Eho con that Seki Benard had all his own canal close to Haloni Conda at Church or let or a hand Nido Archwajent. Yat Eho con Yato is all Cosendal Dodo Conal close at Arta Hatan La Twin Tail Bensons at all short or be Holoni art hadan lagi korobe nafanits and lido koro and that art for considered Jonago dan nisledo conchil ezeda Jonago the halchindo but ado con is be at the other Williams head nido on hatin aniki and that the yonit eran harahaski anil. Da yel zito before the headenit la creature the old gala no cart and actually go a cochit lanchi sitla and siko aro siko e pahanetla 11 hushed ido 11 hotin needs and so than chisakes la aro dana chok castle sitting in lane nearby a coron hits arja hun let on Carland Around the tan ketchun lock hot and not any codo and ka jolly go codo nan holge nan nishkorobe nkitol zito hat ashin hajon kit napa hastel ego yat e korobet nas chana hinetling go yi katoles e niro al schocha aroshin hun so enje hajoba de niro let ni get the Jesus Christ. Amen.
Shaha. Only making in the best alpha don't take that the Nakodo Big Kahinsi not on Shaha. Next, I'd like to go to announcements. Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, next week we will start our committee oversight special budget meeting. Special budget meeting will use standing committee rules for that entire week. The agenda for the budget meeting has been posted on the NC website for public review also, with all the calendar invites has been sent out in addition to that. We are scheduled to start at 9 a.m. and conclude each day at 5 p.m. All staff will be present along with all RDC members in order for us to make quorum. The following week we will start the following week after that we will start the BFC budget hearing, and they will start on Wednesday, August 16th, and they will conclude on August 25th. Thereafter, NABI will have a special budget session regarding the oversights, and they will be on August 31st and September 1st. Right after that, from September 5th through August 8th, will be the Nomination Council budget session during that time. So, Madam Chair, members of RDC, there is no scheduled work session during this time unless there's a day free, and I will schedule something during that time. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is my announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi, for that overview of RDC's schedule. Shaha. So, members of RDC, just remember it's 9 o'clock, not 10. Okay. So, any other members of Resources and Development Committee with any announcements at this time? Then, Hagwashi? Just on to item 2, recognizing guests and visiting official. I'd like to go ahead and allow colleagues of Resources and Development Committee for introduction at this time. So I'd like to go ahead and go with Honorable Rick Ness.
Ja, there's an anastanic Rickness and she has one snow or Zerkachin, but she's changed an arbitness at Chado. On here, the Chanel has 12 chapters, but not she gets at a con San Juan and Hansa, Dole, Great, Sosacado, Tis and the Skish.
Honorable Ness, Otto Adan, Honorable Simpson.
Yes, James Simpson, Lehana Dinashka. The Chachmanashka, Herpnona, Yeezy, Lake Valley, White Rock, Sinte, Crown Point on skis, out in Instance, Twitch Instance, Simushina system, that is J.
Yeah, Otto English, not Honorable Otto So.
Good morning, she Otto So, she do not cutting it to his lineage, little, and she's a couple of hours. She look at that, she do, Tina Jenny, the Shamana, I don't find this to the fish one.
Yeah, I don't share not on it, not Finigi, Ado, Kuna, Age, Dad, Extension, Brenda, Jesus, Yanshiedo, not Jenny Slot, what it's easy, but she's chain, for now, he does Chado, Honey, does another, a cut eye, son and the Ado, Sodo, Haitian, Hazo, ECRA, Archbishop, undergo, non nation Linigi, Dish Edo, a hair, Kedini, to done for your patience here this morning. We do officially have our RDC meeting going, so again, I'd just like to thank everyone on the call and also all the visitors here that are present in person. Next, I'd like to go ahead and take it to my legislative services team, so starting off with Ms. Nota.
Good morning, everyone. For Law and Order Committee, but I'm assisting on behalf of Leonard.
Mr. Tahi?
Good morning, RDC members, staff, those present, and those online. My name is Rodney Tahi. I'm the Legislative Advisor for Resource and Development Committee. I'm Kiani Asenjikin, and I'm originally from Steamboat, Arizona. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Goshi Shaha, and Ms. Sophie.
Ja, even, laat ik dat die understand. As the management, hopefully the university, but not busy, that's the shape of the language personally. I'm the Office of Legislative Services and Legislative Advisor. Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Sophie, just to let you know that, being a council, you have so many people and you know their name, and I do apologize, but, I just need to take more of my B12 is what I just noticed. Ms. Quinn?
Good morning, Madam Chair, honorable delegates, and everybody else. My name is April Quinn. I'm with the Office of Legislative Counsel.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Quinn. And next, I'd like to go ahead and take it to, Mr. Begay.
Good morning, Madam Chair, honorable members of the Resources and Development Committee, staff and Legislative Council, and the various departments that are here this morning. Shea Carlisle Begay, Nishia Twatwati, Shinaki Ani, A Bashushchin, Ado A Tasandashiche Dodashina. Thanks for having me here this morning.
Sure, Ms. Johnson?
Good morning, my name is Latonya Johnson, and I'm the Assistant Attorney General of the Department of Justice. My accusing is Lake County, Massachusetts, for the Division of.
Sure, thank you, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Blackhat?
Good morning, Veronica Blackhat. I'm the Assistant Attorney General with the Natural Resources Unit. I'm Kabash Arjun Toy-Gleany, my kids are not creeping me, and Mr. Chibi are my own. And I'm originally from Newcomb.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Charlie?
Good morning, Tiku Charlie. I'm with the Assisquani Patapi, Tobaha Tedutini Clan, and, I'm the NNTRC Executive Director.
Yeah, well, Mr. Batsui, introduction, since you're one of the presenters today.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and rest of RDC. Byron Bitsui, Toy Cheating initially. Hafna Hafni, Bashichin, Bashin, Bashino, and Bilgana Dashiche. Greeting.
Great, thank you. Ms. Owen?
Honorable, Shay Engine Owen, Trashijin. I don't initially need a Kabahan. Sana Bashichin, Hanami Shichedo, Bilgana Dashinoin. I'm the Program Manager for Homesite Section under Naval Land Department. I'm originally from Fort Spine.
Yeah. Do we have anyone with EPA? Stuart City, are you on the call? Mr. Halona, introduction,
I'm Chair of the Resource Development Committee, guest colleagues, Mike Halona, but I'm in Sloan, but this team, all my names are another, to your honor, this is, without mentioning, Division of Natural Resource, Executive Director, Ishanani Santi. Yeah.
Agushi? So with that, I'd like to go ahead and just allow introductions for, those individuals. Going on to item 3 on the agenda, reviewing and approving the agenda. So at this time, Mr. Tahi, if you can read the proposed agenda into the record.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, the proposed agenda reads as follows. Resource and Development Committee, as the 25th Nomination Council Special Meeting, Friday, August 4th, 2023, 9 a.m. Presiding, Honorable Brenda Jesus, Chairperson. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, Vice Chairperson. Location, Navajo Nation Land Department and via telecommunication. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation, announcement. 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. 4, reviewing and approving the journals. July 12th, 2023, regular meeting. 5, receiving reports. A, update report by the Navajo Telecommunication Regulatory Commission on the draft telecommunication regulations based on discussion from the work session on Thursday, April 18th, 2023. B, report from the Division of Natural Resource, Navajo Nation Land Department and Home Site Lease Program on addressing home site lease disputes, which includes the home site lease boundaries. C, report from Navajo Nation Land Department and Home Site Lease Program on the proposed amendments to expedite the lease process and barriers that require committee attention. D, update report from the U.S. Department of the Interior's decision on the withdrawal of public lands surrounding Chaco Culture National Historic Park and the 118th Congress, H.R. 4374, Energy Opportunities for All Act. E, report from Navajo Environmental Protection Agency and the Department of Natural Resources Unit on the Navajo Nation's Executive Order 04-203, addressing the impacts of the abandoned uranium mines and advocating for immediate action to remedy such said impacts. F, report from Eastern Navajo Diné against uranium on the Fifth Leach mining project near Crown Point, Church Rock, New Mexico. G, report from the Office of Legislative Counsel on the Oversight Committee Special Budget Meeting Procedures for FY 2024 Program Budget. 6, old business, none. 7, new business. A, legislation number 0057-23, an action relating to the Budget Finance, Resource and Development, and Navigate Committees, and the Navajo Nation Council approving $9,845,000 from the Systems Fund to the Easton RBDO for the Crown Point Hotel and Conference Center project. Approving the related expenditure plan, and sponsor Honorable Danny Simpson. B, legislation number 0160-23, an action relating to resource and development, rescinding RCJN-86-01, EDCAU-60-03, and EDCJY-35-08, and approving the Oversight Committee Budget Meeting Procedure, sponsor Honorable Brenda Jesus. C, legislation number 0161-23, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee, confirming the Navajo Nation's President's appointee of Mr. Lorenzo C. Bates to the Navajo Nation Water Rights Commission as the Northern Agency Commissioner, sponsor Honorable Ricky Nez, co-sponsor Honorable Brenda Jesus. D, approving to cancel the Resource and Development Committee regular meeting for Wednesday, August 16th, 2023 at 10 a.m. and scheduling a special meeting for Tuesday, August 15th, 2023 at 10 a.m. due to the Navajo Nation's fiscal year 2024 budget calendar, the Oversight Committee's budget legislation and or recommendations for action. 8, to close the meeting announcements and adjournment. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is the proposed agenda read into the record. Back to you, Madam Chair.
I do have a motion by Honorable Nez. May I get a second? Honorable Simpson. Members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions on the agenda here before us today? Honorable Nez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable members of the Resource and Development Committee, I'd like to make a motion to propose Amendment 1. Amendment 1 will be to create a consent agenda under new business. Items A, B, and C, which will be legislation 0057-23, sponsored by Honorable Danny Simpson. The Navajo Nation Council has final authority over that. Item B, legislation 0160-23, sponsored by Honorable Chair Jesus. And that, I believe, is a very simple matter that will go before and final approval by Resource and Development Committee. And C, legislation 0161-23, Resource and Development Committee has final authority over the Water Rights Commission, the appointment of Honorable Speaker Bates, sponsor, which is myself. And also, after that consent agenda, go ahead and complete new business item D right afterwards. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Honorable Nez. So with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, we have a motion for amendment number 1 to do consent agenda, legislation 0057-23, legislation 0160-23, 0161-23, as consent, and then going and taking care of item number 7, new business, letter D, and going back up to the report section. So with that, do I have a second? Okay, second by Honorable Otto. So, members of Resources and Development Committee, we'd like to go ahead and take a roll call vote. Mr. Tahi for amendment number 1.
Honorable Shauna Resources and Development Committee, this is amendment number 1 for consent agenda for legislation number 0057-23, legislation number 0160-23, and legislation number 0161-23. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. With that, motion carries for amendment number 1. Now, going back to, the made motion on approving the agenda, is there any other, comments or recommendations, members of Resources and Development Committee? Going once, going twice. Mr. Tahi, can you take a roll call vote on made motion?
And Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for reviewing and approving the agenda. Honorable Shauna Engel, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Thank you. With that, motion carries. On to item number 4 on the agenda, reviewing and approving the journals, July 12, 2023, regular RDC meeting. Journal was sent out via email from Mr. Leonard Moe. So with that, members of Resources Development Committee, may I get a motion for the journal for July 12th RDC meeting?
All motion.
Honorable Otto So motions and second by Honorable Simpson. And members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions or comments on the journal for July 12th RDC meeting? Going once, going twice. Mr. Tahi, please take roll call vote.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for reviewing and approving the journal for July 12, 2023. Honorable Shauna Engel, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Motion carries. So going on to item 7, new business on the agenda. This was requested as consent. So, Mr. Tahi, can you please read the legislations into the record?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, you have term received for legislation number 0057-23, date April 5th, 2023, an action relating to the Budget and Finance Committee, Resource and Development Committee, and the Navigate Committees, and the Navajo Nation Council approving $9,845,000 from the CISA Fund to the Eastern RBDO for the Crown Point Hotel and Conference Center project, approving the related expenditure plan. The purpose of this legislation is to approve $9,845,000 from the CISA Fund for the Eastern RBDO for the Crown Point Hotel and Conference Room project, approving the related expenditure plan. Nation Council has final authority over this legislation, which will be read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor for this legislation is Honorable Danny Simpson for tracking number 0057-23, an action relating to the Budget, Finance, Resource and Development, and Navigate Committees, and the Navajo Nation Council, approving $9,845,000 from the CISA Fund to the Eastern RBDO for the Crown Point Hotel and Conference project, approving the related expenditure plan. In Section 1 outlines the authority, and Section 2 the findings, which references in Exhibit A, Exhibit B, Exhibit C, Exhibit D, and Exhibit E. And Section 3 is approving the $9,845,000 from the CISA Fund for the Crown Point Hotel and Conference project, approving the related expenditure plan in reference to Exhibit B, Exhibit C. And Section 4 is the directive. And Section 5 is the effective date, and Section 6 is the savings clause. Attached to Exhibit A, which is the 5-year plan, which equals $150 million over 5 years. Attached to Exhibit B, which is a letter dated March 7, 2023, to Tony Sorglanis, the Division Director for the Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development, titled Crown Point Hotel CISA Fund Package. Attached to Exhibit C, which is the plan. Attached to Exhibit D, which is a letter dated, a letter from L. Stephen Hayes, Managing Director for YNS Development Services. Attached is Exhibit E, which is the resolution for the Navigation Crown Point Chapter Resolution Number CPC-19-11-001, a resolution approving a business site lease between the Navigation and John Duggan, Chief of Operations for CBS Enterprise LLC for the Crown Point Commercial Development Project, and also supporting the approval of the business site lease for CBS Enterprise LLC to the business site lease reviewing committee to the Navigation Division of Economic Development, and further directing the Navigation President to sign the lease on behalf of the Navigation. Then you have the first report of the Navigation Legislative Branch Internet Public Review Summary for legislation number 0057-23, sponsors Honorable Danny Simpson. This legislation was posted on April 5th, 2023 at 10:15 a.m. The 5-day comment period ended April 10th of 2023. There was 4 comments supporting this legislation, 0 comments opposing, and 0 recommendations and comments on this legislation. Then you have the Budget and Finance Committee's committee report. They indicated they recommend that the legislation be tabled without an amendment. It was tabled for 45 days. But however, this legislation keeps moving forward. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is legislation number 0057-23 read into the record. Then you have legislation number 0160-23. Date July 27, 2023, titled the resolution, proposed standing committee resolution, an action relating to the resource development, rescinding RCJN-86-01, EDCAU-60-03, and EDCJY-35-08, and approving the oversight committee budget meeting procedures. The purpose of this resolution is to rescind resolutions RCJN-86-01, EDCAU-60-03, and EDCJY-35-09. This legislation would approve the oversight committee budget meeting procedures for fiscal year 2024. Resource and Development Committee has final authority over this legislation, which we read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Brenda Jesus for tracking number 0160-23, an action relating to Resource and Development rescinding RCJN-86-01, EDCAU-60-03, and EDCJY-35-09, and approving the oversight budget meeting procedures being enacted. Section 1, Authority. The Resource and Development Committee is a standing committee of the Navigation Council. 2 NMC Section 500A. B. References to the Navigation Code and other official documents to the Resource, Transportation, and Community Development and Economic Development Committees that shall mean that the Resource and Development Committee, unless the amendments enacted herein for the context of previous laws indicates otherwise. C0-45-12, Section 5 is CJA-03-13, overriding the Navajo Nation President's veto of C0-45-12. C. Each oversight committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committees concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instruction. The oversight committee may hold public hearings at each agencies with programs under their oversight and take testimonies on the budget. The oversight committee shall make recommendations concerning the budget and pass resolution recommending appropriations and conditions of appropriations. 4. Activities with their respective areas of oversight to the Budget and Finance Committees pursuant to the timelines established by the Budget Instruction Manual. 12. NMC Section 840A, Section 2, finding the former Resource Committee approved resolution RCJN-86-01 attaches Exhibit 1 of the former Economic Development Committee approved resolution EDCAU-60-03 attaches Exhibit 2 and EDCJY-35-09 attaches Exhibit 3. The resolution approves rules of conducting budget hearings. B. The Resource and Development Committee used resolution RCJN-86-01 during the fiscal year 2023 budget session. The Resource and Development Committee was unaware of resolution EDCAU-60-03 and EDCJY-35-09, which was not rescinded. C. The interest of treating each of the 3 resolutions with equal weight and with equal goal of having uniform standing committee budget procedures for conducting standing committee budget meetings. Resolution RCJN-86-01, EDCAU-60-03, and EDCJY-35-09 shall be rescinded. D. In the interest of adopting uniform standing committee procedures for conducting the fiscal year 2024 budget meeting, procedures for oversight committee meetings, programs for budget FY 2024 are proposed for approval. The document for procedures for oversight committee meetings, programs, budgets for FY 2024 is attached as Exhibit 4. Section 3, rescinding resource committee and economic development committee resolutions. A, the resource and Development Committee of the Nomination Council hereby rescinds RCJN-86-01, EDCAU-60-03, and EDCJY-3509. B, the Resource Development Committee of the Nominating Council hereby rescinds any other resolution, Resources Committee, Economic Development Committee, and Transportation and Community Development Committee resolutions, which approve budget hearings and budget meeting rules, procedures, and guidelines. Section 4, approving the procedures for the Oversight Committee meeting for approving budgets for the fiscal year 2024. The Resource and Development Committee and the Nomination Council hereby approves the procedures for Oversight Committee meetings for approving budgets for the fiscal year 2024, attaches Exhibit 4. Attached to Exhibit 1, which is a resolution of the Resources Committee of the Nomination Council, RCJN-86-01, attached to Exhibit 2, which is the resolution of the Economic Development Committee of the Nomination Council, adopting rules of the procedures for budget, resolution number EDCAU-60-03, attaches Exhibit 3, which is the resolution of Economic Development Committee of the Nomination Council, the 21st Nomination Council, third year, resolution number EDCJY-35-09, and attaches Exhibit 4, which is the Oversight Committee Special Budget Meetings Procedures FY 2024 Budget Program. Then you have the first report, the nomination legislative management and public review summary for legislation number 0160-23, sponsors Honorable Brendan Jesus. This legislation was posted on July 27, 2023 at 7:05 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended August 1st, 2023. There was no comments supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comments recommendation on this legislation. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is legislation number 0160-23 run into the record in its entirety. Then you have legislation number 0161-23, titled the Resolution and Action Relating to Resource and Development Committee confirming the nomination's president's appointee of Mr. Lorenzo C. Bates, the nomination Water Rights Commission as the Northern Agency Commissioner. Purpose: this resolution approved will confirm the appointment of Lorenzo C. Bates to the Nomination Water Rights Commission as its Northern Agency. The Resource Development Committee has final authority over this legislation, which we read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Ricky Nez, co-sponsor Honorable Brenda Jesus. For tracking number 0161-23, an action relating to the Resource and Development Committee confirming the nomination's president appointment of Mr. Lorenzo C. Bates to the Nomination Water Rights Commission as the Northern Agency Commissioner. Be enacted. Section 1, Authority. A, the Resource Development Committee is established as a standing committee of the Nomination Council. 2, NC Section 500A. B, the Resource Development Committee has legislative authority to grant final confirmation of appointment to the Nomination Water Rights Commission. 2, NC Section 501B9. GSCAP-07-04, taxes Exhibit 1. Section 2 findings. The President of the Nomination is authorized to appoint one member of the Northern Shiprock Agency to the Nomination Water Rights Commission in NWRC Exhibit 1. GSCAP-07-04, Exhibit A, Article 5C. B, the President of the Nomination has appointed Mr. Lorenzo Bates as the Northern Agency Commissioner of the NWRC Exhibit 2. C, Mr. Bates is an enrolled member of the Nomination serving on the 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd Nomination Council. Mr. Bates is also elected Speaker of the Nomination Council from 2014 to 2019, Exhibit C. 3. D, Mr. Bates fulfills the requirement of the appointment as the Northern Agency Commissioner of the NWRC Exhibit 1, GSCAP-07-04, Exhibit A, Article 4A, and Articles 5C. E, the NWRC Plan of Operation attached as Exhibit 1 states, Commissioner members representing the Navajo public shall serve a term of 4 years and may be reappointed. The first appointment having been confirmed on November 19, 2022, term thereafter will expire on August 19th of the appropriate year. It is in the F, it is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation that Mr. Lorenzo Bates be appointed and confirmed as the Northern Agency Commissioner of the Navajo Nation Water Rights Commission. Section 3, appointment. The Resource Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby confirms that the Navajo Nation's present appointment of Mr. Lorenzo C. Bates to the Navajo Nation Water Rights Commission. B, Mr. Bates' appointment will begin upon confirmation by the Resource and Development Committee and end on November 19th, 2026, fulfilling the remainder of the 3-year term as provided in for the WRC Plan of Operations. Section 4, effective date. This action by the Resource and Development Committee shall take effect pursuant to 2 NNC Section 189A. Attaches Exhibit 1, which is the resolution, the Government Services Committee, the 20th Navajo Nation Council, second year, 2004, GSCAP-07-04. Attached is Exhibit 2, which is a letter regarding the appointment to the Navajo Nation Water Rights Commission dated May 3rd, 2023 of Mr. Lorenzo Bates, signed by Dr. Ruth Niger, President of the Navajo Nation. Attached is Exhibit 3, which is the resume of Lorenzo C. Bates. Then you have the first report, the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Public Review Summary for Legislation Number 0161-23, sponsors Honorable Ricky Nez. This legislation was posted on July 27th, 2023 at 7 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended August 1st, 2023. There were 2 comments supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comments recommendation of this legislation. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is legislation number 0161-23 read into the record. Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tahi. So with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, may I get a motion on the consent agenda for the 3 legislations? Honorable Simpson? And motion? Okay, Honorable Ottoso, motion by Honorable Ottoso and second by Honorable Simpson. Members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions on any of the legislations at this time? Oh, no, okay. So, Mr. Tahi, I'd like to go ahead and take a roll call vote, please.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for consent agenda item A. Honorable Shauna N. Claw, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez, votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez, votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Agree.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Ottoso, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Ottoso votes green. Madam Chair, that is 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, thank you. With that, motion carries. Members of Resources and Development Committee. Going on to item number 7, letter D, approving to cancel the Resources and Development Committee regular meeting for Wednesday, August the 16th, 2023 at 10 a.m. and scheduling a special meeting for Tuesday, August the 15th, 2023 at 10 a.m. due to the Navajo Nation fiscal year 2024 budget calendar, the Oversight Committee's budget legislations, and/or recommendations for action. With that, members of RDC, may I get a motion?
Motion.
Honorable Simpson, may I get a second?
Second. Delegate Nez.
By Honorable Nez. Any questions on this, cancellation, members of RDC? Going once, going twice. Mr. Tahi's roll call vote, please.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for item 7D. Honorable Shauna N. Claw, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez, votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Ottoso, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Ottoso votes green. Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. With that, motion carries. And going back up the agenda to item 5, receiving report, letter A. How do we do? Okay. So members of Resources and Development Committee, we already have the report that was presented by Mr. Tico Charlie, and we did have legal counsel, Ms. Blackhat, and legal counsel, Ms. Johnson, that gave a report. So at this time, I'd like to request for a motion to accept the report.
Motion.
Motion, Honorable Ottoso. May I get a second?
Second.
Second by Honorable Simpson. So with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions on the report that was given to, presented here to Resources and Development Committee? just real quick, before we go into vote, there was a recommendation for a final session on the final overview of the telecommunication regulations, which will be forthcoming. Apparently it will be, later in September right now. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and take
Madam Chair,
Mr. Honorable Nez?
perhaps, Mr. Charlie could, have some of the commissioners be present as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
With that, members of Resource and Development Committee, upon request by Honorable Nez to have some of the NNTRC commissioners present at that final review of the regulations, that will, I guess, work session that will be slated for later part of September, or even probably into early October. Okay? Hagoshi, thank you. With that, Mr. Tahi, could you please,
Real quick.
Honorable Otto.
The other thing too, Mr. Charlie, this is a recommendation. We know that certain approval process has certain, final approval at certain levels. And such as RDC has certain, approval at our level, at the committee level. So what I'm getting to is as you develop this, these regulations, to try to take out a lot of the, politicalness and allowing a lot of these permits approved by the managers. So lead other committees that they jail. It's not in the way, we're not waiting on the committee to approve it. Getting that delegation to approve by the land department, the leasing office, the manager, just to get things moving, because the bottleneck is that when things get through to the process, council, whether it's at RDC, whether it's at NABI, whether it's at the Navajo Nation Council, but the way, just as an example, economic development, a lot of these leases that come through, should we stand in the way because you have issues pertaining to businesses trying to get approval. I spoke with a business yesterday in Tuba City, and just to get an emergency operation agreement, they've been jumping through hoops. And the communication at the local level, RDBO, and the communication with economic development, and I told the leasee, I said, I shouldn't be getting involved. We fund them directly. They come to the committee asking for funding, direct services in the name of the Navajo people. We fund them. They are supposed to figure out what to do. But I said, I shouldn't be over here. You shouldn't be over here, council delegate. Cuba City RBDO is saying this, and Winter Rock RBDO is saying this. They're singing two different tunes. Coco Epe, Coco Ben Nashon. Yesterday, I sort of had to nudge Cuba City RBDO and nudge Mr. Tony Sorrelli. Hashwat Evedition. I shouldn't be getting involved. This is your responsibility. You come to the committee, to the council for budget every year in the name of direct services. This is the type of direct services that's your responsibility. Someone's dropping the ball here. Hey, Sean, who do we hold responsible? I said, you're not going to hold the local programs responsible. The president is not going to hold you responsible because you're his political appointee. You made the best fibroid, very nice and golden and brown, and he selected you. You have a responsibility. But what I'm getting to is that we shouldn't be really getting involved in this one. If we could craft the approval process where at the local level, the managers, they audit, because the managers at the office, there's more of the technical aspect, you know, itaho. As you develop this regulation, I think that's what should be done. That way we can get economic development or any type of leasing moving, and we're not in the way. And look, we could ask leadership, when leadership approves this regs, maybe the telecommunication office there, you guys would have the final say, as long as as long as they follow what the CFR requires. And Ecuador Resources Development Committee, as it's the final authority, maybe we can invest that authority into that office to say yay or nay. Because whether it's any type of leasing, you know, it's at this committee level, it's over here. It's just like this legislation that we had consent agenda. This legislation was tabled by Budget and Finance Committee for 45 days. 4 months over $. What do you do? Who do you wait on lane? In that same scenario of those people applying for telecommunication business lease site. Person nesa de sa hota. These telecommunication sites are very, very important. And how can we try to streamline it? And try to streamline these things and lead it at the local level. They ask these things, and times I'm like, I wish the division director worked for me, because I would make them work, but they don't work for us. Separation of powers, the last president, they don't work for you, should get that name. But since we're still developing it, let's put it in there. If you want that final authority to say that you're going to approve it, let's craft that regulation that way and do it that way, because we can grant it to you.
Honorable Otto. So I'd like to go ahead and take it back to the presenters for a response. Ms. Johnson?
Yes, thank you, Chair, members of the RDC. So I just wanted to note that DOJ's recommendations with respect to telecommunication regulations, we had recommended that NAV Land Department take the lead on these telecommunication regulations, given that the regulations are lease-based. So NAV Land Department would have the authority to determine rent, issue the lease, process the lease, enforce the lease. So that's the purpose of these telecommunication regulations. Rather, NNTRC would be developing its own regulations, technical in nature. So we do still recommend that NAV Land Department take the lead on that, and NNTRC develop its own regulations that are more technical in nature. So in moving forward, we do recommend that NAV Land Department take a lead as opposed to NNTRC, given that NNTRC does not have the authority to do leasing, and that would fall within NAV Land Department's purpose and authority moving forward.
Ms. Johnson, for that clarification. So with that, again, there was recommendations here that were made in the final review to have the commissioners be present there. And then also, again, the segregation of authorities have been identified here, and going forward, that Navajo Nation Land Department would have the staffing to exercise an internal segregation of authorities and monitoring the pre- and post-leasing of these telecommunication leases going forward. So, and any other members of RDC with questions? Honorable Simpson?
Just quick record of answer, members of RDC, going back to DOJ's recommendation, I think that needs to be part of our motion. that, land department take the lead role on this, regulation, this, criminal regulation officer. So, that'll be part of our motion that, land department take the lead role in this venture.
Hakushi. With that, recommendation made by Honorable Danny Simpson is, Navajo Nation Land Department taking the lead with the telecommunication rec. So, and then the technical side would lie within the Navajo Nation, TRC, office. So again, going forward, we will have a work session that will be scheduled at a later time, possibly sometime in September. Mr. Tahi will work on the logistics of that meeting and the venue, so we'll definitely be receiving an email from our advisor here. With that, any other members of Resources Development Committee with any questions? Additional questions going once, going twice? So with that, we do have the next steps going forward on this particular issue regarding telecommunication regs and the technical regulations that will be executed by NNTRC. So, Mr. Tahi, could you please take a roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for accepting 5A. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez, vote screen.
Honorable Rick Nez, vote screen. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson, vote screen. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So, vote screen. Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
I'd like to go ahead and thank Mr. Charlie and Ms. Black Hat and Ms. Johnson for your presentation. Well, thank you so much, and we look forward to working with you and getting that regulation finalized. Going on to number 5, letter B.
Oh. Madam Chair, I'm going to extend my sincere appreciation for your vote of confidence, obviously members of the Department of Justice. I didn't hear Department of Justice having a problem, so that's good. And I thank you for that vote of confidence.
Thank you, Mr. Banks. And we look forward to working with you as well on the Water Rights Commission. Thank you. Going on to 5B, a report from the Division of Natural Resources, Navajo Nation Land Department, and Home Site Lease Program, and addressing home site lease disputes, which include the home site lease boundaries. We do have presenters, Mr. Halona, Division Director for the Division of Natural Resources. We have Mr. Byron Bitsui, Senior Acting Department Manager for Navajo Nation Land Department, and we have Ms. Owens, Program Manager for Navajo Nation Land Department Home Site Lease Section, all under the Division of Natural Resources. So if you'd like to go ahead and come to the table, closer to the mic, please, take a seat, and we will allot you 20 minutes. Nadine Dahajan. So starting now at 11:21.
Madam Chair, and I'll just start off by just setting the stage, and then I'll let the Land Department and the Home Site Lease continue with what they want to present. We appreciate the time to be able to come and report some challenges. When we're talking about disputes, it's getting to the point where that's all we're dealing with, and it's taking service away from direct services, getting people new home site leases. And there's no regulations in place to be able to address that. When I say disputes, it's somebody a relative moves in, and for whatever reason, the other relatives start picking on them, start bullying them, start blocking the roads to them, start building fences, locking gates, start killing livestock, start shooting dogs. And there's really nothing happening from the enforcement side. All they're being told is that's a civil action. You know, you guys have to take care of it civilly. And so until it becomes a criminal act, then they'll come back next. So something we need to have, some new regulations that prohibit that. When I was with land department, I used to have people come and ask if I could write a letter to their aunt who's saying this and doing this to them. And I'm sorry, I can't do a letter like that. You know, you stay within your home site lease area, and they gotta stay in their home site lease area. So it's starting to get to the point where, it's getting serious, and it's really increasing. My land, I could get no of them. So, and there's really no mediation process in there until it gets to the court when it's a criminal matter, audubon, but it doesn't stop. It continues. There's really nothing in place to be able to address those type of disputes. And then the others are people trying to get leases for homes and they can't get the consents. And I know we're going to have probably a work session on that. We have some ideas and recommendations, solutions on addressing that, but that's another issue. Now with the projects that are starting to go into place for water lines, utility lines, all of those, now they're having challenges getting those cleared from consents. We have a power line running to the new hospital in Delcon, and consent meaning not the hospital. It's been like that for a couple of years. So, you know, I think we just need to provide some guidance and just, there is a solution that's called intimate domain to move forward. You know, at some point, I think after all, we've exhausted all remedies, is that because it's beneficial for the community and the Navajo Nation that we need to exercise that portion at some points, and not let that be the first alternative. Probates is a big issue as well, not only for grazing permits, for home site leases, and it's kind of probably because of costs. They're not the capacity to be able to handle their case themselves, so they need to hire an attorney, and it costs too much to be able to do that. Not the stages, and so then it becomes a dispute. Siblings fighting over the home, the estate, all of that. So it's all embroiled in that. And then the last about boundaries and stuff, there's a couple of things. One is that Fish and Wildlife has established their resource management maps, and they've divided it up into zones, zone 1, 2, 3, and 4. Zone 1 is the red zone where there are potential threatened endangered species and plants and stuff there. And they don't want no development in there. So people try to get the process through there, will just go in there and fill anyway, because they know what's going to happen. Nobody has any enforcement action. The land department don't have no compliance officers. So then that's where the disputes start as well. But now with all the ARPA projects, there are people that are already residing in these zones. Not only do we have those type of zones, but we also have zones that were established in 1985 by RDC for Canyon de Chelly. There's two of them. There's a half a mile from the rim of the canyon, and then the highways that on both sides of the canyon, 1,000-foot buffer going out, supposed to be no development. And of course, we know we have a lot of family that live in there and don't have any utilities or water now. Now the opportunity, and that's where they're hitting that brick wall. Moratorium in the forest areas. They're being told, you're in a moratorium area, we can't clear it. But for ARPA, they're already been there, they're existing. You know, I think the best way to address it, and RDC has done it on individual case-by-case basis, is to do a waiver for them and allow them to get those utilities brought in. So those are just some disputes. I just wanted to set that stage and it known. And then the newest one is septic tanks. Is that existing home site lease, the homes here, now they're getting their septic tank, they've got their bathroom addition, land department wrote a letter to community development, get all the chapters, a home site lease is not required to have a bathroom addition. So they're out there putting bathroom additions. So later on, they'll get the water line. But when they get there, NTUA is saying how it's situated, There's too many rocks on this side. The best place is Cudjoe is the best place, but it's outside the lease area. And so they don't want the bill, and EPA will not process it because it's outside of the lease area. And so, what we've done, we met on it yesterday, and I think the solution is that we do a sanitation permit just for that leak fill. And so, that part of it should be in the amendment aspects to be able to allow us to do that on existing, and not so close. So I just wanted to provide that and then turn the rest of the time over to, Land Department and Home Site Lease. Thank you.
Mr. Bushy? Mr. Sweet?
Thank you, Chair. What we're gonna, just like Mr. Alona said, we've been, meeting, almost like every week about all these issues that are coming up. And we're coming up with, solutions for the council, for these amendments that are gonna be set in place. Over the past 5 months that I've been acting, and really thinking about all these issues that are coming up, especially with the funding for ARPA. I've been in talks with delegates, voicing my concerns, hearing their concerns as well, getting some of these concerns fixed, at a moment's notice as well, with some of these issues that we're having, encroachments with utilities, just holding back some of these lessees. We did talk about it. We made an agreement with NTUA about encroachment agreement between the entity and the client, and that really helped expedite some of these home site leases that were at a stall based on some of these regulations that we're coming across with the CFRs and with BIA. And a lot of it just took communication from, all the entities, Land Department, NTUA, BIA, Division of Natural Resource, and DOJ. So, in my insight, I believe, we can make these things work, because if you look out in the private sector, they're doing everything, that we're regulating. And from here forth, we need to continue to help the people, especially with all this funding that's coming out right now, that we have this influx of home site leases that are being applied for throughout all the agencies. And we do have right now we have a really low staff at certain agency offices, and we're trying to keep up with that. As Mr. Alona said, I mean, we're dealing with nothing but disputes the majority of the time now, and trying to complete the new applicants, these situations. And in my eyes, I see over half of these home site lease issues, they're more of a grazing or a consent issue. And I think that needs to be cleared up, some type of regulation or something for these issues that are coming up. And I know, we're limited on time, but I'm hoping we can have a multi-day work session to where we can hash out a lot of these issues that we're dealing with, especially with the disputes, just like Mr. Alona said. We got, within the week, I got a family member wanting to change the name to her grandmother, but the son is on it. But then the son don't want to get involved. So that kind of, puts a barrier on a transfer. Or we have issues with the Eastern Land Board. We have, disputes with that come to us as home site lease disputes. They're actually like a ceremonial issue, you know, people, like Mr. Alona said, blocking the roads and taunting and, you know, the family members because they're blocking their egress. Get me calls about that. But yeah, I mean, we just wanna try to help the public as much as possible, you know, and we're thankful that RDC was able to come up with a special meeting to voice our concerns. We do have a file here that Ms. Owens can go over that she created for the overview of our home site section, and I can turn that over to her. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Batsui. I'd like to go ahead and allow time to Ms. Owens. I think you have like about 7-8 minutes left.
Good morning, Chair and everyone on the committee. So we do have a bunch of disputes, as Mr. Halbona and Mr. Batsui indicated. Since I started a year ago, we've been trying to deal with a lot of these investigations that have been coming through our office. And as the two individuals elaborated, we do get concerns about family feuds, family issues, grazing permittees, who are all valid grazing permittees in the area, how to resolve those issues, going through probate, quiet title, coming to our office to just write letters to state that, you know, you're in the wrong, according to our 2016 regulations, that's what we abide by. And a lot of times we just been collecting these investigations. In the last year, I've been sitting down with the individuals, doing interviews with them, getting both sides of their stories, because even though we have just the investigation for one person, the other opposing party can have a different opinion as well. But the one thing that we look at with the investigation is that they have to have an approved home site lease, 2-year tally counts, and they have to have consent from the grazing official, because they can't just come in, give us a letter and say that there's a dispute because my family won't sign my grazing permit. So we have to go back to look at the grazing official to see if they are aware of the situation, so that we're all on the same page. Another thing is that they have to pay for the $65 money order. That's just on our investigation form. So these things are steps that we go through within Land Department Home Site Section. However, we do get a bunch of letters from family members that just submit their letters saying, I want you guys to investigate this. And as Mr. Colonna stated, it's because my mom, my grandma, or so-and-so is looking at me funny, you know, I don't want them here. Or they're blocking my road off with a bunch of old trees and debris and stuff like that. You know, there's a lot of ingress, egress. This is my land, stay off of it. But according to their approved home site lease, a lot of them don't have that. So we need some sort of regulations that also puts, these are the standards, this is what you need to go by in order to file the investigation. So that's one thing that we've been getting in our office, is just people just getting their letters, sending it to us, calling us and saying this and that. So what Mr. Batsui was saying is we're trying to find solutions for how we can eliminate so much investigations coming through our office, and how can we resolve all those issues at the same time. We do have an Excel that we've been getting from various individuals of the investigations. We've been filing them, scanning them, and once they are completed, I do my research. I then send it to Mr. Batsui for an overview with a letter stating this is the regulation. He reviews it, and everything is good. He signs off, and we send it out to the individual. So that's kind of how the process works with investigations. Other than that, what Mr. Halona brought up with power lines, Mr. Batsui, about right away, we have been working with Intuit. They created a disclaimer that we can use for individuals if there's right-of-way encroachment. Another dispute is having the RCP. We do have a lot of families that fall within the Fish and Wildlife Endangered Species. Recommendation for that is to get an updated map. The last one that we've been all using and referencing is back in 2008. So something to look into so we can get updated endangered species in the area. We do have discussions about how families live up in the summit. They're in Area 2. They've been living there their entire life. but families that want to move next to them are denied. So that's another issue that we're having with Fish and Wildlife, getting just updated data. And lastly is just the grazing officials, getting them up to date on presenting them with the home site lease process, who are all the grazing officials, and having some sort of data from BIA to show where the grazing boundaries are for all the families, because that's always coming up, that I go up to that tree, but then the other family on the other side says, no, I go to this other rock, and so who's actually a valid permittee in the area? So those are some of the issues that we run across, the major issues that we run across. And just to sum it all up, we're hoping that when we streamline everything onto our new Navajo Nation system, the investigation is going to be part of that uploader, so everything will be scanned, put into the system, and that's where we can track everything, what came in, what was scanned, who's going to be the next person to approve it or review. So that's something that we're also looking forward to with our Navajo Nation system. Thank you, Chair. That is all I have to say.
Appreciate Ms. Owens. And with that, members of Resources Development Committee. Motion by Honorable Nez for a report, to accept the report, and second by Honorable Simpson. So with that, members of RDC, do we have any questions at this time with the presentation that was presented here by Division of Natural Resources, Navajo Nation Land Department? Honorable Nez.
Yeah, Chair, honorable members of the Resource Development Committee and staff, Ado Mahano Yagi. I forwarded a letter to the committee from District 16 Land Board, and on this letter, Chair, I don't know if it's okay to read 2 pages of this letter. It should only take 3-5 minutes maybe.
Go ahead.
For the record?
Yes.
Okay. Members of the committee, district land boards of the Eastern Agency are tasked with a variety of duties and responsibilities as prescribed by the Navajo Nation codes, municipality, county, and state regulations, cooperative agreements, Code of Federal Regulations utilized by the Bureau of Land Management and Bureau of Indian Affairs. We have encountered a multitude of discrepancies related to land grazing and proper management of tribal resources. District land boards have been addressing and rectifying these issues as allowed by established regulations, even with limited resources, technical assistance, and funding. The Navajo Nation home site leasing process has the district land boards assisting in providing guidance to applicants on availability of home sites on a variety of land statuses across the Eastern Agency, maneuvering among them to balance or limit the impact that home sites may present on grazing land, proposed projects, existing rights-of-way, and range management, all in our best effort to garner a suitable home site location for our people. As district land boards, we are an important part of the beginning of the home site lease process, as we each have a thorough knowledge of our diverse communities that we represent. Most importantly, we are administering our obligation for land conservation and range management alongside our grazing permittees. Geographical information access and grazing permittee information, both tribal and federal, by the district land board will be a valuable resource that would greatly enhance the effectiveness and expedite the completion of home site applications and disputes involving home site leases. Having the ability for district land boards access to the correct geographical information and providing that information to the home site applicant would lessen the workload of tribal and federal staff involved in researching land statuses, grazing permit holders, existing rights-of-way, or land withdrawn for other purposes. Please keep in mind that federal and tribal staff working hours are from Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. until 5 p.m., which most applicants have the same schedule, meaning most appointments between district land boards and applicants for potential home sites are scheduled in the late evenings, weekends, and holidays. Therefore, district land boards cannot provide the proper information to the applicant after working hours, weekends, holidays, and would have to wait till the proper department is open. Most times, district land boards would have to schedule another meeting to disclose the information needed to complete our part as elected officials. Eastern Navajo Agency Bureau of Indian Affairs issued a letter to the district land board stating that for the BIA to provide grazing permittee information, such as current permittee's name, contact number, contact information, and verification of land status. Requests are to be submitted in writing and will take 10 days for them to respond to the district land board. This vital information is required to be completed by the district land board on the home site lease application along with consent of the land user. The Bureau of Indian Affairs and Navajo Nation Land Department currently does not share geographical information related to land and grazing with each other. Detailed cartography needs to be provided by the district land boards, depicting an aerial view displaying land features, existing improvements, and boundary lines for range units. Most importantly, areas of allotted lands that are also under an authority to grant, which is a grazing permit for Indian allotted lands, as well as tribal lands that border other lands in the Eastern Agency, BGPL 2198, military base, executive order, government line, BLM, municipalities, counties, state, public, and private. A better understanding of the terrain from above would benefit the home site applicant from selecting an area near existing infrastructure and unsustainable areas that might be prone to natural disasters. Regarding land fee lands in Eastern Agency, a clarification needs to be brought forward as to yearly property taxes being paid by whom and for what duration of time. McKinley County has been gracious as not to appraise taxes based on improvements of structures and land. 80% of McKinley County consists of allotted lands and lands under tribal jurisdiction. Bernalillo, Socorro, Valencia, Cibola, and San Juan counties in New Mexico also consist of tribal and or allotted lands. Some of these counties do not impose yearly taxes on fee simple lands. Other issues are the understanding on the ingress and egress from home sites that the lessee and the land user must be educated on, dependent on land status. Again, amendments to the 2016 home site lease regulations on mandatory fencing of an approved home site needs to be made. Fencing of home site would prevent expansion of structures, a tangible boundary for home sites and livestock roaming into home sites. Introduction of livestock and construction of corrals within the home site needs to be addressed by the Navajo Nation Land Department compliance section. Clarification of which existing roads are in question as to home sites being located 750 feet away from the center line. District land boards often are called upon to resolve home site disputes regarding various issues. This includes multiple family homes within the home site other than the original lessee tends to cause friction among the residents and prohibits any assistance for services for the multiple residents. Surveyors plot home sites in irregular shapes and placing home sites adjacent to one another, thus locking a home site among other home sites. This leads to disputes of placement of driveways, privacy issues, noise complaints, trespass, livestock, and household pets. Some home sites have been issued and not been utilized within the time allotted, 2 years, for habitation, and these need to be canceled or reissued to those in need of a home site. The prevention of chapter sprawl has been a major concern for district land boards as the demand for suitable home sites is increasing. Better control, planning, management, and application of regulations to protect our limited tribal resources will assist in balancing the needs of homes, infrastructure, development, and our traditional use of the land. District 16 Chairperson, Mr. Anthony Begay, could Ocean Aro now Ocean Hichi La Chair Ocean and Ocean Hiredos Kato Obey Kato Leso. Thank you for your time.
Honorable Nez, for that overview of the District 16, practices that they've been addressing there within their district regarding home site lease disputes and whatnot. With that, any other members of Resources Development Committee that have questions? Honorable Otto.
I think a lot of, thank you for the report. And definitely we continue to need to try to, 2016 home site lease policy was approved, and we do need to continue to improve it. And I think that a lot of the changes and the program working with existing policy from 16 to now, you know where the flaws are at, what roadblocks you're running into. And I think that, you have the regs there, and I think that that information that could better the policy, because you guys are the ones that are directly working with them. Some of them, there's this direct that they talk direct, and they'll say "Yoshka," but when you sit down with them and they open up and they're not harsh or anything. But definitely there's room to improve and modernize. And I think that if an amendment the program could start working on an amendment to where you can change the overstrike. I don't know, 2015. If you think that there's an issue, there's a bottleneck with a certain issue and a certain wording could be amended, drop it. Policies could be changed. They deal with that. Yeah, we as delegates, we get direct communication from our constituents. And I usually say that. Ben, go to land department, community, there's a process to that. It's an application process. Even this with the grazing officer signing off, they say, you approved it, and they don't understand that it's an application process. It's just one of the checkoffs that they went through. And I think just bringing forth an amendment where the changes need to happen, just bring it forth. The other is, I used to work for Indian Health Services, and this will take care of a lot of the issue of infrastructure. You have a person has a proposed home site lease about 4 to 5 miles away from the nearest infrastructure. You have him or her apply, and at one point I did recommend that. Have Indian Health Services and NTUA indicate on the application what the distance is to infrastructure. Because what happens is that when they get that home site lease, they'll come back and chatter yaki, get me water. They'll come to the delegate, get me water, things like that. And I think that that feasibility study will determine whether it is feasible or not, or they're in the floodplain. Because with that, you can see those group of homes along the Little Colorado River every year. And every year, the Navajo Nation is taking their resources over there to try to help those people. But, you know, somewhere we have to create those eyes and ears to indicate that, you know, or if they're too far away from the infrastructure, indicating that they are aware that they are this far from infrastructure and they may never get water within so many years. The onus is on them, not the government. Indian Health Service has a and NTUA has a feasibility sheet. When a person applies for water through the 121 program, they write the name, things like that, the size of the house. They even get preliminary soil condition to see what type of soil it is, and they have a preliminary drain field sizing based off of how many people are in there, and that speaks to the size of the drain field. And if there's a rock outcrop in the area, you know, there's a chance that, you know, when that application, when that feasibility happens, you have the technical team to say that right there is really not a good choice due to the rock outcrop, you know, things like that. They make those wise decisions to move it. Some of them will just say, I want to move on top of that biggest hill up there. There's one homeowner that wanted to live on top of Preston Mesa, and I remember telling her, you will never get water in your whole lifetime. No, the chapter is going to bring it to me, she thought. I said, no. I said, you see those homes way down there? You see that storage tank down there? I said, water don't flow upwards. But you know, that would you know, iron out a lot of things, clear a lot of things up, and allow people to move into the area. The other is, you know, we know that grazing officials are our elected officials, and I don't want to be in the midst to tell them what to do. But somewhere, we really need to provide some sort of technical training for them on how this process is. Some of them will take the application and keep it in their source, and you know, they delay the client's application process, and they to me, what I understand is that if an application is going to be formed, the grazing officer signs off. You know, is it the grazing officer's responsibility to get the consent? I don't think so. The applicant, he or she just recommends so therefore just go to these two or go to this one. He or she will make that determination. But I understand they're out there taking the application from the client. I'm not too sure if that's the process now, but the way I understood it when the development was happening, the client would go there and ask them, you know, so usually it's their relatives. Even not so for my age, this is a different thing. But so there's a lot of things that really needs to just some amendments that could happen. One area too is the 121 program pertaining to Indian Health Services. There's homes out there that are pre-1988. If we could come up to but the Bureau of Indian Affairs, had at that time a statement indicating that anything with, archaeological and things like that prior to 1988 is an existing home, the waiver. And I think that came from the Bureau of Indian Affairs at that time because the leasing authority was on them. And I think if we could come up with some sort of policy like that, or grab that same language that the Historic Preservation Department created, and the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and mold that. And there's a lot of homes out there like that prior to 1980, but not stay. And the Acorn, home site leases could continue to move forth on it. So, it all was up there, the other is to automate a lot of these things. We need to try to move forth on trying to get these things automated so that, they even pay their bills on the phone. So I don't. That's about it. Just find a way to use the current policies, and if you need additional policies to be put in place, put it in there, amend it. The final authority is RDC. You don't have to go to council. Put it in DOCA. I did not come. And I'm sure that Mr. Ron Malik, your attorney, DNR attorney, Robert Allen could help you guys craft those and put those, amend it and bring it back to RDC. The final authorities here, it's not at council. So I think that change can happen a lot sooner, and you guys will want to streamline it because you guys are the ones that are getting bombarded by these by the Navajo individuals that are applying out there. Not so and we know that. And then the other is that really have to let them know that we're following what the CFR requires. We're just that entity to took on the Bureau of Indian Affairs responsibility on the leasing process. And we still have to follow the CFR. And that's the part that I think a lot of people don't understand still, is that they think that since it was taken from the Bureau of Indian Affairs, we don't need to follow the policy. But the law that allowed Navajo to issue their own leases requires us to comply with the CFRs. So somewhere we have to get that information out there. I know people choose not to listen to that. Navajo Nation, you still have to have your art clearances. You still have your Fish and Wildlife clearances. You still have to have your EPA clearances. You still have to have your land survey. And I always said this at council, even at the last council, when they were talking about streamlining home site leases pertaining to the CARES Act and ARPA, Congress did not waive any portion of the CFRs. Anything pertaining to the ARPA money, in my view, you still have to have a home site lease because it's federal dollars. Washington was basal. And then they may say, oh, it's given to the Navajo Nation. But if you backtrack it, Washington was basal. I don't know that. So and people, some colleagues would say, no, to streamline things like that. But we still have, Congress did not waive any federal policies at that. And then the other is that maybe if we could sit down with the Secretary of Interior to see if we could even get the Secretary of Interior to authorize that portion to, waive certain aspects of the CFRs. So, been so, I really commend you guys, Land Department, amount of, people you deal with and I've been there, done that. And things like that. I understand it. So I commend you guys working for Land Department and getting this program moving. So
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Arcel. I'd like to go ahead and take it next to Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members, RDC, those staff, so Mr. Malone, thank you for the presentation with all of your staff. Going back to what Mr. Malone stated, issues, some of the things that we're going through to get some type of infrastructure in place for Navajo people, for our third entities, Navajo Nation. And we're talking about trust land here. We're not talking about lot land, we're not talking about state land, we're not talking about BL land, we're talking about how to, what's presented to us, how to address these home site lease disputes. But it still goes back to certain things, and what Mr. Halone brought up, eminent domain, that was done right on the council floor, in reference to development of the proposed in the Burnham area. This was done by the late Irving Keithwood on the council floor. We're trying to get consent, Mr. Halone probably knows about it, trying to get consent for the Grace Communities in that area for the Desert Rock Power Plant. Now we can try to work with the Grace Community on that area for the lease for the Desert Rock. Council for the late Irving Keithwood, sit right there, eminent domain. Even though the agreement were being offered compensation. Yeah, eminent domain has been used. And what he stated, always remember what he stated during that time before he did the eminent domain. Navajo trust land belongs to the Navajo Nation. Individuals that have grazing land are just utilizing surface for forage of their livestock graze on there. Land itself, trust land itself, belongs to the Navajo Nation. So with that, there he did the eminent domain. Get that. So going back to what Mr. Alona stating, being a human service coordinator at a local level, I inquire a lot of these issues. And I'm not going to go on because I think that comes on the item C process of getting home site lease. Right now, we're talking about how do we address this disputes on home site leases. And Mr. Alona heads the land department, which we had some of those problems in the evening. The problem is that the grazing committees had an assumption where they're the owners of the whole area that they're paying, they have for grazing permit. And I always thought that's public land. That's public. You have your livestock on there to graze. I can come on a grazing permit as long as I follow the Navajo Nation laws. If there's wood there, I can gather wood. If there's piñons there, I can gather. You can't stop me. But that's Navajo Nation land. But the Navajo Nation is using that to you. There's livestock on there. But as generation to generation, Shishikeya. My grandfather owned it, my dad owned it, now it's down to me. And down to me is grazing permit. And that's where the assumption comes in. I own the land. The office, I agree with that. When you come along, on the Big Navajo, on East Agency, you know, I know where trust lands are at. The gates be locked, and now they're saying no trespassing on these Navajo trust lands. You're not supposed to, you can put a gate there, but you're not supposed to lock it. But Mr. Oso, Davidson can go on that. That's public, now public land for Navajo people. You see that when I go across here. Gates are locked up. That's my land. That's Mr. Sosa. That's Mr. Ned's land. That's Mr. Gay. And Gay's land. All these Navajo trust lands. So the assumption now is I control it. The gate's not control. Then I see some land in a Hertel area. People that got home site lease recently. 1 acre. Yes, they fenced it off. Now they fenced off the road, the driveway to their land, say no trespassing. So now their 1 acre going beyond that. You can't go on this driveway. I can't go in there. They simply, you can't pick up, you can't get wood there. But they just have that little 1 acre home site lease. Then that's where we come in again. I think off the letters where we read, home site needs to be adjacent to each other. It must be the brother and sister, hey, let's work this out, it'll be cheaper. And when one passes on, that's where the dispute comes from the kids, the family. So the bottom line is that all these trust lands at Graventon, it belongs to the Navajo people. It does not belong to the grading committee. That's why it's called lease. Home site lease is good for 65 years of leasing. So off of that, I was just going to tell Mr. Alona, we're not talking about the process of home site. We're talking about how, Mr. Alona said, how can we address the home site. And I go back one step before I make my recommendation. Now, easy. There's a mission site lease right here, then there's a home site lease right here, right next to each other. And off of US 550. And it says Navajo Trust Land. And once it reaches that trust land where the person resides, his home site lease is not, the road is not within the home site lease. Now, people can't get to that mission site lease where it's for organization for neighboring church. So they can't get to mission site because this individual says my land, it's my father's land. Gates up the road to the mission site lease. But those are things that Mr. Alona and Sam are tied up. If you nothing to enforce it, that Danny Simpson can drive on this road to get that mission site lease. But no, you got this individual to know you can't cross my land. So that's what I'm talking about. I understand. I've been in Community Service Court. I dealt with it every month. So the thing is, that was my recommendation. The Department of Ag, the Land Department, certain entities, again, we'll have to count it, we'll just start drafting legislation to address this, how to address these home site lease disputes. That needs to be done. And I think it's just out of courtesy for Mr. Lowe to come here, and this is what we will be doing. So my recommendation is draft it up, start working with the appropriate entities, and go back to the grading officials. I'm not going to work with certain grading officials, certain land board, or Department of Ag, because they deal with the grading areas. And start drafting the legislation how to address the home site disputes. But at the same time, you got to probably establish an office to enforce these. The Navajo Commission has to fund that. So enforce what's in their home site regulation, grazing, and all that. So I think grazing has a big part of it too. But again, the process, I'll bring that up in your next presentation. I dealt with that too. So since Madam Chair, members of the RDC, I would just recommend Mr. Lona and his group and other entities that be involved, especially will be on all the national division of resources, come up with this regulation. So nomination, so the RDC can review it through the work session and proceed. I think all of these reports or work sessions, we had to come up with something out of it, not to share these reports. So RDC, let's authorize, not authorize, let's tell or direct Ms. Alona to start drafting up or enhance, Novelty will please drafting up the regulations to just this, home site use dispute. That's just my recommendation. If the RDC says no, that's fine with me. Madam Chair, members of RDC, thank you, Ms. Holmes.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Simpson, for that recommendation. So again, there were several recommendations that were made. We did have the report that was read out by Honorable Naz that had been submitted by District 16. And also Honorable Otto So did recommend, you know, the changes that are going to be made, which is the next item on the agenda, and taken into consideration. And also with Honorable Simpson with the enforcement aspects of it, and also pretty much giving that head start as a directive to Nomination Land Department to start exercising, you know, updated regulations to the existing one. And one of the things, the reason why I called this particular item to RDC agenda is, you know, there's some, you know, maybe best practices, and then there's some unbest practices. Where it lies is we have 110 chapters, which I call municipalities. They're supposed to be local government. Now, back in the early 2000s, every chapter was granted some money through NAHASA from NHA to develop a comprehensive land use plan. Now, this particular plan is a big, essential component as to how the community is going to outline their zoning for their community. Where is going to be the best place for commercial development, if any, if the community has viable, you know, commercial development, and where is it going to be essential for residential development? And here, the club committee member are supposed to determine in close proximity, most like a service line drop, you know, for these home site leases to be staggered out in the communities. And that's supposed to have been played a factor, and you're supposed to have a process, process of a workflow diagram, starting with Club C, when a person is asking for a home site, and they say, okay, well, these areas we have, and from there the grazing permittee or the grazing official would be notified, and then still getting the consent of the grazing permit. You know, with this protocol process that starts at the local level, I really think that we wouldn't be here talking about a lot of disputes had it been done correctly. Last week I was at Department of Agriculture's reservation-wide budget meeting, and I happened to show up, and I did mention this to them. Had we been doing our job correctly and going to our nearby grazing permit holders, we wouldn't be sitting here. People wouldn't have to be filing petitions against each other's or sitting in court. I said, we need to be doing our job right, and that's pretty much what I voiced to them. So I said, you know, just do your job right according to the way it's stipulated in home site leasing regulations. I said, if you've done your job right, I said, we wouldn't be sitting here. So I'm really glad, you know, thankful for the team with Navajo Nation Land Department. And Mr. Holona, when you were in this very position, I know that it was mentioned several times, just, you know, all the disputes that you've endured. And again, this has to go parallel with Department of Agriculture. And again, going forward with that recommendation, I really think that, you know, looking at making these changes, that Department of Agriculture is partially, you know, the responsible party here to our department. And how do we, you know, engage them in this dialogue in hopes that going forward that we could be able to address a lot of these issues. And then the other big part of it is that was mentioned was the enforcement. You know, I know that you have lack of staff now, but budgeting has been a big issue as well. And but looking, you know, at your new budget, maybe we can, you know, make that happen depending on additional funds. So with that, again, I just want to put that in there as a, you know, recommendation, and I'm thankful that we got this report from the department, from Navajo Nation Land Department, It gives us, you know, some of the areas where we know now Land Department is going to be making these recommendations for changes. And then for the individuals that still have a valid, grazing permit with the past 2 years of meeting their physical tally counts, I think those people really need to be, taken into consideration, because right now, we know that sheep are not going to graze half a mile out. There's going to be grazing a little bit further out, so maybe bumping that, half a mile, permit holder buffer, extending it out to a mile and a half, just to be courteous. So, maybe that would be an area where we could alleviate this dispute, I don't know. But what are your best practices, we'd like to hear as a Resources and Development Committee, and as, members of RDC mentioned here, I'm grateful for the staff there at Navajo Nation Land Department. I know you take a lot of heat from a lot of our constituents across the Navajo Nation, and I commend you for even staying in your positions to, try to address and rectify these issues. And I just like to thank you on behalf of Resources and Development Committee for, your commitment and your dedication to the job that you do for our people across the Navajo Nation. And it's just a matter of education, and possibly even policy revision. So so with that, it sounds like we have the next steps to this, which will be discussed very small, I hope, in item C, okay? So, Honorable Simpson?
That's very quick, so, what time frame are we looking at right now to get a draft in reference to home site lease?
Mr. Alona?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate Simpson, for your understanding as well of the issues that they deal with. And I would say that probably we should have a draft of proposed amendments to the 2016 home site lease regulations by the end of September. Is that too long now?
So with us, Madam Chair?
You'll be drafting the
the
regulations, how much time you need? End of September, we should have a draft. We should have a draft
Okay,
back to the committee no later than the end of September, or sooner.
okay.
If we get it done sooner, we will notify Rodney to put us back on to report on the proposed amendments. We could do that.
Okay. Mr. Honorable Nance.
Thank you, Chair, honorable members of RDC, staff. Back when Chief Justice Herb Yazzie was the Chief Justice, he recommended to all chapters, 110 chapters, that there is a clause in Title 26 to create a peacemaking system at the local level. And I think at times somewhere, Chair, we need to sit down and perhaps help 110 chapters create that, because it's in Title 26 under Chapter Authority of Akagi. And if we could do that, they could take care of they could appoint members to their local peacemaking system to resolve some of these disputes at the local level, so they don't come to the land department and blame them and beat them up and all that over here. So I think that would resolve some peacemaking. Just have the 110 chapters create that. It would be very helpful, I think. Because, Joe, we're always going to have disputes. We're humans. When you bully people, and that's what happens, even though I may not be the only permittee holder in this vast piece of real estate, there could be others that have that same permittee, and I'm the one who's bullying people, saying, no, yes, I don't want this water line going to that family over there. the Schnoda. I don't want electricity going over there. I mean, they do possess a lot of authority. Honorable Simpson, it's just a lease. It gives them permission to graze, and yet some of them don't have grazing.
Yes.
They don't have livestock. And there is a lot of disputes. And one area that I want to bring up is along San Juan River over there, people have farm plots. And on farm plots, there is a law that prohibits people from getting home site leases. Of course, the Noe Kai Dag Kai Abavana, there's nothing. Farms out there are idle. And there's people that are wanting to farm. And it could, I mean, some of these farms have been sitting there and people just live on it for 20, 30 years. Not so big, and something like that we need to also address, since it says farm plots here, and home site can get to plant and grow food. That's what the intent is for. And then on one home site lease, children would buy a trailer and they put it on there. Naso 3 to Nazinta on one home site lease. So things like that, something needs to be done. We do need to correct this, and if we need to come together with the land boards and the grazing officials and hear some of how they might bring to the table to some sort of resolution, how to solve this. Maybe they have some answers that would help us as a committee, but we recognize that this is an issue. Even report so it but it's only NAPI south along 371 moratorium, but that no been in the net of a home site then been in the net total electricity then. So something like that, we just really need to look at it and say, how do we help people get water and electricity? Thank you very much.
Honorable Ness, Honorable Aruso.
The other is that I think the 2016 policy talks to the compliance officers. I think we still don't have that in place. And we know that at one point, Land Department tried to get that in place, but whether it was the administration from the upper president's office not acknowledging in it, not giving you guys money for it, but it's law. And I think that how do we hold who to be responsible for that? Maybe by sanctioning office of the president, or not funding that portion of what 2016 law says. Because when the comprehensive budget comes out, the president gets their budget, the legislative branch gets their budget, and the judicial branch gets their budget. And with that, they work in their means. And some programs don't get their monies, yes, or they say, no, we don't have enough money for you. They had other programs, budgets, but there's things by law that's in place that's not funded. How do we hold them responsible for it? And I think that's what we need to maybe have a discussion with the Law and Order Committee, because that's going to require an amendment to the code. And we can make all these laws and say we have to have a compliance officer. The compliance officer to issue a citation. then someone's gonna say, you don't have you're not commissioned to issue citation, and things like that, and that's what I mean. How is the dialogue at the internal mechanism? And this was approved during the Shelley Gay administration, then went on to Nez administration, then right now the Nygren administration. That's what I mean when people say, oh, we want change. The code is already set here that already sets the dialogue for the path of the president to work. But it's up to the administration to see how they critique these policies. I think somewhere we have to really force them. We have the law in place, but they're not abiding by it. How do we hold them accountable for not implementing those? So I think that's something that, as a committee, we should look at. There's maybe we can issue a COA, additional appropriation during the budget. We have NABI committee has the oversight of the OPVP's budget. It's a good discussion to have with him there, because if the administration is not even talking about funding the compliance officers, that's going to be another Nez administration, another brigade administration. They're not going to address it. And the compliance officer was put in place for a reason. But, or if that's not the solution, the recommendation should be in the amendment of the Homes Act to take out the compliance officers and that way they're not compelled by the law. That's the reason why I tell people, yes, there's a permitting process that's going on in coal mine for the Hopi tribe, and they already assumed that the Navajo Nation approved it, and they were all going on and bashing the Navajo Nation and so forth, but we finally told them it's still in the application process. And that's what I mean. The law that is in place, how do we make it known to the administration that you have to follow these? As an example, Navajo Open Land Commission, which I chair, we have the Net Relocating Trust Fund. The enabling legislation is in place, and the fund management plan is in place, and and the executive branch is supposed to move forth to create the plan of operation how the funds are they're going to distribute the funds. We approved that last year to May. The administration, the Nez administration and the current administration has not approved that yet. But develop those policies. And we have constituents asking me, where's this money? Where's this money? I should ask Obakidan, and I told Navajo Open Land Commission. I said, we did our job. Council did our job. We legislated the enabling legislation. We legislated the plan of operation. Once it is put into law, the execution is on the executive branch. Navajo Open Land Commission Executive Director, Nabatoskid. He go to his boss again, to the president or to the chief of staff. Oh, okay. So that's what I'm getting to. We created these laws, and they're not, fulfilling, really going, putting these laws into play. How do we hold them responsible? And then, as oversight, as DNR, this is just with land department. But look at, economic development, look at EPA, look at other programs that we oversee. Haisha, there has ani adaliako, aso kote, yidadisnisha. Like I tell you guys, when we're out there, we're asked Haishban Nadidi, and that's the reason why I went in and have a discussion with LOC and have a that's his harit hator maybe allow, if they don't provide direct services in what is legislated by law, we pull back 25% of their budget. We sanction them like that. But right now, they come to us at the budget season and say, we want this much money for direct services. We have this much people come in, this is our numbers, and in general, they paint this pretty picture. And when we appropriate it, after we legislate it, and the October 1st comes into play, and that's what I mean, that direct services that we fund for the people out there is I'm not too sure what this communication is. And like I said, I had a conversation with economic development, and they were on two different silos. And I said, they should have been on one, and they should have took care of things. And we shouldn't be getting involved as delegates, because that's the executive branch's function to provide direct service. They deal with that, yeah.
Well, Honorable Otto. So with that, since this item is on the next agenda, or the next item on the agenda, I'm going to go ahead and just take the motion that was made by Honorable Nez and the motion that was made by Honorable Danny Simpson, and I'd like to go ahead and request Mr. Tai to take a roll call vote.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for receiving a report.
So, the two combined, right, B and C?
No, we're going to be going on to item C because they're separate items.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for receiving reports 5B. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Thank you, Mr. Tai. With that, motion carries for the item B report. Going on to item C, our report from Navajo Nation Land Department and Home Site Lease Program on proposed amendments to expedite the lease process and barriers that require the committee's attention. We do have presenters, Mr. Bitsui and Ms. Owens, here in the room, and again, we already went into this discussion with the prior item on the agenda with recommendations that were made in regards to timeline of when the proposed draft to the existing 2016 home site leasing regs will be in draft status, and the timeline that was given and shared was the end of September of 2023. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and allow Mr. Bitsui and Ms. Owens some time just to expound on this so that RDC could look into, okay, what dates are we going to be looking at? We'd like to go ahead and set some hard deadlines and allow them the time, but there's been a lot of recommendations that were made from the prior item discussion. So I'd like to go ahead and just allot you time right now. Mr. Honorable Danny Simpson?
I don't want to get into discussion, I'm just looking at, what the presentation is going to be about. I was assuming that this presentation will be about, I know this is what we're talking about, expect the lease process and barriers that require, community attention reference to homicide lease program. But I thought the intent is to address what we're facing today with these ARPA funds deadline, and what can we do today. I thought that was a separate issue, because right now, ARPA funds, we're in deadline, there's a deadline September 30, 24. What can we do to get get people that reside on these, trust land without a home lease that have been there for like 30 years, they reside there for 30 years. I thought it was supposed to address those people, how do you get power line or water line? I thought that was the purpose. Let's throw it out there.
Okay. Siya adoptionat ani Honorable Simpson for mentioning the issues in regards to ARPA projects built out. I know that right now there's issues regarding right-of-ways and consents to be granted for individuals that currently are living on the land that don't have a home site lease. Again, that particular discussion was not pretty much to be a part of the item session on Honorable Ness?
Madam Chair, it does say barriers that require committee action. And I believe part of the barriers to having water line and electrical line is the home site lease itself. Incomplete home site leases, which also is related to consents as well as grazing consents that landlords and grazing officials work with. Maybe if we could justify that the barriers for utilizing the ARPA fund for this purpose could be part of the discussion as to how we could make this resolve, because this does require our attention as a committee.
Honorable Ness for that recommendation. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and give time right now to Land Department in regards to the recommendation here that was given. I know that Land Department is currently faced with how do we overcome the current barriers for ARPA. And as you know, with ARPA projects to be built out within the 110 communities, there are some issues. So if, the presenters here can share that information with us and see if there has been some internal discussion on how to come to a solution to address these issues with people that have been recommended for these various infrastructures that are identified, deemed eligible under ARPA projects. So I would like to go ahead and allot you time for that, Mr. Bitsui and also Ms. Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Let me give the floor to Mr. Alona. I think he needs to go to a meeting before. I think he wanted to give a little headway on this issue. But what we're going to use is this spreadsheet that we supplied for you, and that'll kind of explain what you're asking. Here's Mr. Alona.
Proceed, Mr. Halona.
Madam Chair, committee guests and colleagues, if you go to this form here, this is something we developed internally a couple of weeks ago, addressing where we could visually see what are some of the challenges. So if you look at this top part here, this is the current process for brand new, undisturbed land process, and a lot of times, even in the spring session, there was a lot of questions about home sites from the delegates. And I think they're really unaware of the process, some of those questions, because they think that somebody brings a document to the land department and we're in control of all of it. If you'll notice, the only thing we give them is an application. The rest of the work is other departments and other entities, from grazing officials to historic preservation to fish and wildlife to general land development to a land surveyor. all those people have to do their job. And that's kind of where we get into, people start saying, it took me 10 years. And I always ask them, what took you so long? Because really, it's their responsibility to do this. But we know there are issues. There's people that can't afford it. We're looking at ways to address that. But I think for the ARPA one, we want to move down to the green area.
Okay.
The green area is saying that they're already existing, the homes are there, and what is it that we need to do? We just need to get them a lease. And the fastest way is they're already there, they know, they've already disturbed the land, and so all we need is a verification. We haven't nailed down, is it going to be the landlord grading official that does the verifications, or will there be no verification? That home, because we could look at Google Maps when they come in, and they can show us where they live. And that there should be no consent. A person has lived there for 40 years, the grandparents probably gave the consent for them to live there. Now there's a new permittee, what if he says no? It just doesn't work. So we're just saying that we should waive the consent for existing residents. And then Fish and Wildlife should just provide a letter that says all the disturbance is done. There's no impact because animals and the vegetation is what it is now. They've come to work together. Historic preservation is the same way. And they used to actually have a letter. I can't remember, was it Delegate Simpson mentioned that 1988 they used to use a verification letter from the chapter. And then after that, the letter was written by BIA archaeologists and the Navajo Nation archaeologists, and they both concurred that letter that said any home built before 2014 didn't need to get an art clearance done because they've already disturbed the whole area. We want to reintroduce that letter, and I think that's something that BIA is going to have to come chime in because they're the ones that said that letter is no good. They don't recognize it, and it's not valid. So, we've had many discussions with them. Now, the legal survey is where we need them to come in and show us. Here's where I live. You can see my house, the shed, my whole guns right here. And they can sit down and just say, okay, how does that look? Do you want it? Which way do you want it to set? And you could just use the GPS points and still write in the township, rings, and section. You have a definite location with the GPS point, and then you have the actual photo of the improvements there. And the only challenge with that is that most of Google Earth is only up to 2016 right now. They haven't updated them. That's a different proposal. Just to plant a seed here, is that we want to fly the whole Navajo Nation up to date right now. It's going to take money. But from that, there's so much we could do with that data. Everybody from public safety, every division would benefit from that data that we get, and it'd be really precise now and clear, and be able to do a lot of things with that map. But we're saying 2016, and then that way just do a GPS survey, and then the general land development environmentalist and reviewer just has a CADEX on it, which is called a compliance determination. We're done. It's pretty much administrative all the way through. But that process is not in the regulations. And so that's why we need a legislation to say this is going to be the process for brand new ones. And it's a whole administrative process. We should get them out the same day. And we just need to get these other departments to agree. We've been meeting with them, they agree at the meeting, but they won't give us the document, the letter. Here it is. So we're going to have to push them a little bit to get that letter out. But if it's legislated, then we are done. It's there. We just move through that process for existing residents. I told community development as well is that I don't know where it came from, but any renovations, you have to have a home site lease of it. I can't find that anywhere. It's not part of home site lease regulations. If they need a new roof, they need a porch fix, they should be able to get that instead of asking them for a home site lease.
Right.
It's not federal funds, they're using tribal funds. So, you know, those are some of the, things that we want to get through, so I just want to mention that real quick, and they've got the rest of it, and I gotta go run to it. You going?
No.
Okay,
Here.
okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Sakoshi, thank you, Mr. Valona, for that, really quick, overview. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and turn the floor over to Mr. Bitsui or Mr. Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Valona. Thank you, Chair. Some of these amendments that we're working on, to these, 2016, homesite regulations, as, Mr. Valona stated, using that spreadsheet, just as you were noting too, about, you know, like a radius of a mile, mile and a half. Right now it's at half a mile. And I believe, the regulations beforehand was a mile at the beginning, and it went down to half a mile. But in all, what we want to do is, streamline the process, using the, uploader. And as of late, I know I've had staff working on it with, the home site, department, the program manager, along with, General Land Development Department. We have an administrator who, tends to the system, as well as myself, and just, granted another, staff from, GLAD to be, another administrator to help out with the processes. But with the uploader, what we wanted to do was kind of show you, that in one of our meetings at, I believe you were talking about Twin Arrows, and, it would be a lengthy process, anywhere from, an hour, 2 hours, and, but we'll have that ready. Another one is the time frame, you know, for the files. Everything's gonna be online. We have a historical uploader, which, is completed, so the only issue we're having with is with the coding and educating all the staff. And we have that set up for, Tuesday of next week for the whole land department. Once we get that all on board, we're gonna start uploading all our historical files, so they're online on the cloud, within the Navajo Nation system. And that'll give access to all agency officers to look up any other agency and have files, at the moment's notice, even if you have internet access on your cell phone or laptops or iPads. It's all together. Another one too is, online payment that we're looking towards for, paying fees, penalties, and fines. I know we get a lot of, clients that come in with their debit card, credit card, but we have to turn them away because all we have right now is just, acquiring, money orders. And, that's something we're working on with, cashiers, with, controller's office. We did get away from, delivering, money orders, having our staff come in and delivering them to, controller's office. Now we set them up to submit them at the branches within, Tuba City, Chinle, so they go directly to the bank. And that helps out with our, mileage, and staff being able to be at the offices more often. Then we have the, existing homes. I do have my, GIS staff plotting all, existing structures on the whole Navajo Nation. Right now we are, I think about 7 chapters in, or 8 chapters, and they're using, the aerial imagery and laying out all livable, structures, even in the forested areas. Before we started, this project became, known once we were asked from, emergency responses during that snowstorm. They asked for data and stuff like that, which we worked on, and so we're continuing with that, and we're working on, a lot of the bigger chapters with, economic. development right now, like Shiprock, Chinle finished, Kansas done, and, we'll be going, to Shiprock and to the city. So a lot of this information will be available, to other departments, as well as, hopefully the public to view. And then, moratoriums we have set in place, working on with, a few delegates for, possibly waiving, those, moratoriums until the ARPA funds have been spent. So that's one of our issues that we come up on with, funding, is that they're within a moratorium, as Mr. Olona said, along like Kenny Duche, have those, buffers. We're working towards, adding that to the, legislation as well. We have that 750-foot right-of-way. We're also working on that with, a few delegates as well to, work on the language. So, we can include, additional areas for, infrastructure, electric, water along the right-of-way, set it aside, maybe like 100-foot buffer, and then after that, you can do your, economic development or housing development. And setting that to that 750-foot corridor. That would be working on that with, DOJ and council members. Bathroom additions, I've worked on that 3 months ago with, OPVP and, DOJ. And we wrote a letter stating that, they wouldn't need any, homestead lease to provide, any kind of, additions to, housing for all community members. And last I heard, OPVP is still working on getting, contractors for all these bathroom additions. And then the, 1/8 mile matrix, that's working with, general land development. I can let, Mr. Owens talk about some of the other issues as well right now.
Okay, so we could go back to this table that Mr. Holona, elaborated on, but just to encapsulate everything, we have been working with General Land Development on creating a matrix that oversees 1/8 of a mile that was proposed by Fish and Wildlife. So if we were to incorporate this matrix, we can go through with the ARPA funding, those, existing homes that fall within the 1/8 of a mile of this matrix, and more importantly is to have this updated imagery that Mr. Holona has been talking about. We've been working with an entity with UNM that has provided us a quote on different types of aerial imagery, the resolution, high definition, 4-inch, different types of imagery, so that we can use that, so we can verify these home sites within the Navajo Nation. So if we were to go with ARPA and to expedite all the home site leases, we can use these two proxies so that we can move forward with getting our Navajo people with home site leases and move forward with helping them. So just kind of referring back to what Mr. Holona stated is that if we have this legislation, we can have this 1/8 of a mile matrix that we've been working with General Land Development, and also moving forward with the updated imagery that we can have a flyover. Quotes have been already sent to our office, myself and Mr. Stephen Chischili with General Land Development. So moving forward with even the amendments with the home site lease, I've already been working on this one booklet here that is the 2016 regulations. I've been adding things that have been coming up at all the presentations that I've been presenting at since I've started, been highlighting a lot of different things. So once we get this draft together, there are going to be a bunch of different questions pertaining to some of the regulations that are already inside this booklet here. So it's been an ongoing process since I started. All we need to do is just sit down and draft up what needs to be changed, some of the recommendations, and hopefully we can come up with solutions. But overall, what Mr. Bitsui had read from the report is basically the the amendments that we are recommending, some of the things that have been brought up to our office, and hopefully we can proceed with, our streamlining with the Navajo Nation system. And that's one thing that we've been, working on since I started with General Land Development, the administrators. The one last thing that we've been wanting to do is getting the entire Navajo Land Department, Fish and Wildlife, Historic Preservation all together on the same page so that when we start this uploader, everyone will be, up to date on what we need to do with, speeding up the process with new home sites. And eventually with amendments, terminations, investigations, and even ARPA, related projects. These will all be different uploaders. And on top of everything with the Navajo Nation system is when the archive, historical archive also goes live, we will be able to see other agencies, their folders, their files. We don't have to say, we don't see Shiprock Land Office, information. We will do away with that. So if we're here in St. Michael's, we can see other agencies. We can assist in that matter, and everything will be on the cloud. Lastly is that a lot of the files were, stated that they were lost. So with having this new Navajo Nation system, everything will be online. So just kind of, like I said, encapsulating everything, going forward with the new amendments and drafting that up. Our deadline would be September 2023. And making further, deadlines from here till now, we can propose that to our Resources and Development Committee. I'll run that by Mr. Bitsui and Mr. Halona and move forward with that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Navajo Nation Land Department, Home Site Lease Department for the presentation, and also to Mr. Halona. So at this point, may I get a motion to accept the report? Honorable Ottoso.
Oh, second.
Honorable Nance. Members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions in regards to the ARPA project streamline process that was overviewed to us by Mr. Halona, or the foregoing home site leasing regulation amendments that Navajo Nation Land Department and Home Site Lease Department are going to be making revisions to? Honorable Ottoso.
Thank you very much, for this report, Ms. Owens and, Mr. Bitsui. Earlier, Mr. Halona alluded to, the pre-1988 type of document. And if we could legislate it, you know that, he indicated that, we need to get the Bureau of Indian Affairs, to the table. And just would like to just request that maybe, you guys, reach out to Mr. Mahoja and, bring him to the table and have him, have that dialogue with him. And I think that Mr. Mahoja will be able to provide some clarity to this. I believe that was what, Mr. Halona alluded to, was that was a different area director's, perspective. And I think that with Mr. Mahoja and, also, even involving, Mr. Bart Stevens, Mr. Mahoja's, his boss, yes. I think we can get those two together. We could, get that portion in place so that, once they agree to it, we could legislate by law and allow us to utilize that, because, when you look at those old topo maps, those topo maps, they're dated 1966, and you could tell, and I think that, as long as a verification, whatever that year, at that time was, 1988. And, I think that if an agreement is made, I think an archaeological clearance is only good for, it's placed for 10 years. I think that was the number, whatever it was. And then somewhere at some point, you have to go back and get that report. But what I'm getting to is that there's that timeline, and have the person living there at that site, that Hawanege, is not stay in. And looking at that timeline, you know, some people may only live there seasonal also. So, I think that, we could get that information from, Mr. Mahoja's office, and, their agreement, and, or to work with them, see if we could, get that, because it really helped families out. Like, for instance, they caught, they caught the artist, nata, neto, ne atapokan, and the little person that lives up on top of their, Smith up in, the Smith up in, Oak Spring. He goes up there, he lives up there. I don't know if he has a home site, but if he doesn't have a home site, but if he lives there 24/7, you know, like he works with the tribe, and that's not I visited them a couple of times out there, and I know they live there. So why can't we? Why can't we go ahead and grant that? And that would allow them to get a home site in place, and that will allow him or her, them, the family, to apply for services. So that's just an example. There's many homes like that throughout the Navajo Nation. If I understand it, I'm not sure. Kodo is on what they did. Take a they right away fence over years, but not just when we see things. We don't see things way out there. And and that would really help those people that live off the grid. This is a recommendation. Thank you.
Appreciate you, Honorable Otto. So with that, you know, the recommendation was made, and there were several recommendations made with the prior item, topic, and again, our Resources Development Committee will be looking for, number one, the legislation in regards to the ARPA project. Now, if, may request, if, Navajo Nation Land Department, with what just Mr. Mike Colonna had shared with us, can get the legislation, you know, drafted, or, information that is needed, so one of the members of Resources Development Committee can drop that legislation for the ARPA projects, especially with, you know, the existing homes on these, sites right now that have no home site leases. And again, pretty much outlining it in a workflow diagram. And if we can get that, here possibly within the next month, because it appears like you've all been talking about this. And again, there are a lot of names on the projects if you work, with NTUA. And again, I know that they've been coming to you all's desk there with Navajo Nation Land Department as well. And then the other, parallel to that, which was a, deadline of the end of September of 2023, was the, home site leasing regulations. But also to be very, mindful to keep, BIA in dialogue with this as well, if they need to be at the table for any, discussion. So the members of Resources Development Committee, I do believe that we have the next steps going forward with, the two initiatives under item C, which is the ARPA project itself, with existing structures, that have, are in need of, infrastructure to their homes. And I believe that there is a process that's already been talked about, and then the amendments to the 2016 home site leasing regulations. So with that, if no other questions or recommendations.
Chair, this is Richard Begay with Historic Preservation. I'd like to take a few moments to respond to Delegate Atoso's recommendation, if you can allow me that.
Okay, so Mr. Begay, I will allot you some time, so you do have the floor right now.
Okay, one of the things that Mr. Halona failed to tell you is that the home site leases no longer go to the BIA on Navajo Nation trust lands. Therefore, the archaeology itself does no longer need BIA concurrence at all. So those archaeological reports for home site leases just come to my office, the Navajo Nation Historic Preservation Office. I review them for compliance purposes and I sign off on them. And they go over back to the home site leasee applicant, and that's it. They no longer require BIA review and compliance. So those archaeology reports, again, I want to stress, no longer go to the BIA. The BIA itself has nothing to do right now with the archaeology compliance for home site leases on tribal trust lands. Now, they do have some authority still over the residential leases on Indian allotments. And when we get those reports, we send them on to the BIA for review and compliance. But as of now, the BIA is no longer involved in the archaeological compliance process for home site leases on Navajo tribal trust lands. That all resides within the Navajo Nation under the General Leasing Act that Mr. Halona himself helped draft and get passed. So that needs to be clarified. I just want to make sure that the committee understands that. Thank you.
Mr. Begay, for that clarification. So again, I think it's noted that the home site leasing regulations was granted to the Navajo Nation. So with that, if there are no other questions or comments from the Resources Development Committee members at this time, I'd like to go ahead and request for a roll call vote on the report that was given by Navajo Nation Land Department.
Madam Chair,
Honorable Simpson?
I think I just wanted to just make some comments here, right, before you take the vote. Go back from item B, item C we're talking about. A lot of things that we're talking about and that needs to be addressed, even the disputes and how to process these, expect these, home site leases, and also, to address this part of how do we get these infrastructure, these existing homes. And I think, Rita here is very knowledgeable, and we're addressing what are not in place to address issues that are coming before us, like these home site disputes. You know, there's certain things were in place. Our land part will not be overwhelmed with these disputes trying to resolve them. So they're coming before us to say that there has to be something in place for these disputes and to address them. So I think that's why we're here for, and just these ARPA funds, how we can start utilizing to get these infrastructures. So if you put all this in the call, and that's why we're bringing it before the committee here to address these issues. So we know what needs to be out there. We hear from people. Now we just don't hear from one person. We hear from a different entity, and some of us have been in these positions, and we have encountered it before. I've been a CSC. And I know what I encountered with adjacent chapter and a chapter itself, in Yeezy and Herfner. Okay, but listen. And Madam Chair, you were, I believe, a chapter manager, and you know what you faced there, what needs to be we talked about. Since we came legislators, we know we want to help our colleagues address these issues. So, so I just want to commend the committee here that it's coming before us, and we're addressing these issues to resolve them. So, everybody, Madam Chair, thank you.
Kushi? Yeah, thank you for that, Honorable Simpson, for that. I'm going to call this. For that recognition, and it is very important that we do have to get these ARPA projects out, and that's the reason why we're wanting those legislation that needs to be dropped for the ARPA projects from Land Department and Home Site Lease to be given to one of the delegates as soon as possible. So, Ashona, on the Honorable Auditor.
This, it will be a question of yes or no. Or an answer of yes or no.
Okay.
We all know that the budget process is coming. You were probably given a number. How much you're going to work with. Is the compliance officer's budgeted?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Habushi?
Sure.
Thank you for that response, Mr. Bitsui. Honorable Nance.
Thank you, Chair, honorable colleagues. Honorable So, I do have a solution as to where we can get the money for a compliance officer. We can do away with the LDA program and use that money for that.
That's what I always
You can
say.
write a letter requesting that too, so.
You have 2 votes here. You have 2 votes here, but we're only 2 out of 24, so.
And thank you for the discussion. We really have immersed ourselves in all that they put up with. And we're here to help resolve some of these by legislation now. And we just need the help of land boards and grazing officials as well. And we can all work together and fix something here and just check mark it off.
Yeah.
So thank you. I'm ready to vote.
Thank you for that.
Sure.
So, Mr. Tahi.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, just to reiterate, the discussion and what I have pretty much kind of planned out for the rest of our fiscal year. We have a work session scheduled for Tuesday, August 29th regarding the right-of-ways and the consent as it relates to, in-person consent. And Ms. Khan did raise these concerns, so, all the departments that deal with consent will be invited to this. Shortly after, nomination council budget week, which is September 5th through the 8th, I have pretty much blocked off September 11th through the 15th for all the work sessions that will require large in-person meetings, which includes the grazing official, land board and farm board, so we can start addressing some of these issues that require their input. That includes Title 26, the Local Governments Act, and the amendments that are going to be proposed to that. If you recall, we kind of pre-scheduled it this month, but because of the budget session, as I indicated, I had to make all the necessary adjustments for us to comply with the budget calendar so that way we stay on track. So with that, that's where things are at. So just for your information, that's how far ahead I have planned. I'm looking at scheduling everything out in October, so pretty much September has pretty much booked right now. Madam Chair, members of RDC.
For that overview, Mr. Tahi. I always, thank you for the work that you do for RDC, Mr. Honorable Otto So.
So, we know that when it comes to the comprehensive budget, if it's in a perfect world, we will meet the budget, timeline. That's not the case. What would happen if it's a delay of another week of council's deliberation on the budget? So meaning that just to be on the safe side, you might have to plan to, have like 2 or 3 weeks, another week just to have set aside, just to be on the safe side for if the budget discussion goes on further. Because there is, as there has been times where we have deliberated on the budget well into the last week of September. Oh, that's the time the budget does that. There's disagreements and things like that. But if it's in a perfect world, we're going to meet those deadlines and amendments are going to happen from the floor, I guarantee you, and that timeline's going to be ticking. And even, of course, just be mindful of that week of the work session. We might run into that. So, we might. I'm not saying we're going to. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Honorable Otto So. And, again, Mr. Tahi is usually on top of everything, but we're going to make a special request to Office of the Speaker to keep this open for RDC this week.
Mm-hmm.
So there's always that option. But for looking out, in terms of how we've got our schedule staggered out for the rest of the month of September. So that will be highly noted, Honorable So. So at this point, I'd like to go ahead and go to roll call vote. So Ms. Sophie, can you go ahead and do roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is the roll call vote for 5C. Honorable Claus is excused. Honorable Casey Johnson. Honorable, Nance.
Delegate Ricknez votes green.
Honorable Simpson.
Green.
And Honorable Stokes.
Green.
This is a, roll call vote for, 5C, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we have 3 in favor, 0 opposing, chair not voting. Again, motion carries. Thank you, Navajo Nation Land Department, to Mr. Tui and Ms. Owens for your report. And we do look forward to, getting the legislation and the amended, changes to the 2016 home site lease regulations. Thank you so much. Otto, going on next to, 5D on the agenda, update report on the U.S. Department of the Interior, the decision on the withdrawals of public land surrounding Chaco, Cultural National Historical Park, and the 118th Congress, H.R. 4374, Energy Opportunities for All, Act. We do have presenter Mr. Carlisle Begay, who is the Federal State Government Affairs Advisor to the 25th Navajo Nation Council. So, Mr. Begay, thank you for being so patient. I know you were here at last week's meeting as well. And you do have the floor for 20 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and honorable members of the Resources and Development Committee and staff who are here this afternoon. I want to take a minute to also mention, recognize on the conference line is Mr. Troy Ide, who will be co-presenting with me on some of the legal aspects of where we're at with Chaco Canyon. He is the co-chair of their American Indian Law Practice Group, representing the allottees. He was Colorado's 40th United States Attorney, and also more recently served as the president of the Navajo Nation Bar Association. With that said, let me talk about the policy updates with regard to the legislation 4374, but let me kind of take a minute just to summarize the collective efforts by the committee, by our Navajo leadership, and our allottees. It's certainly been a long road for the Navajo Nation and all the work that's been done, and advocating on behalf of our Navajo people and allottees, much of this starting with the 23rd Navajo Nation Council, and since and has followed by many legislations, resolutions, letters to our federal government leaders affirming the position of the Navajo Nation through its governing body, and more importantly, establishing a collective voice that expounded upon the efforts of not only protecting the Chaco Canyon landscape, but also to respect the work and the impact that this has had and will have on the Navajo allottees. And so much of our effort really has been advocating on their behalf. As a bit of history, in the last, I would say, 6 years, but there's been a lot of effort by this council, but also by members of Congress. In the 116th Congress, if you recall, there was an introduction of the Chaco Canyon Cultural Heritage Protection Act that was introduced, that was passed out of the U.S. House of Representatives at the time. In the Senate, there was a companion bill, Senate Bill 1079, that was introduced by former Senator Tom Udall, that was co-sponsored by Martin Heinrich. So in that Congress, again, just reiterating that there was passage of this particular bill that proposed a buffer zone around Chaco Canyon. Much of the nation's leadership in that time opposed and alternatively offered a 5-mile buffer alternative. Because of the lack of movement in the Senate, it was then Tom Udall that was able to champion an allocation of $1 million to fund a cultural resources investigation, which I'll talk about later in my report. Subsequent to that, on November 15th, is what really kicked off an announcement by Secretary Haaland and President Biden during the Biden-Harris administration's first White House Tribal Nation Summit on November 15th that announced that the Department of Interior, through the Bureau of Land Management, initiated the consideration of a 20-year withdrawal of federal lands within a 10-mile radius around Chaco Canyon. This kicked off the initiation of public comment periods and some meetings. Much of you were part of some of that on the tail end of the public comment periods, particularly with the town hall meeting we had in Naizi in January of this year. It's also important to note, in 2022, in the 117th Congress, there was a reintroduction of the Chaco Canyon Cultural Heritage Protection Act again. And there was some movement, but none of those proposals were passed or had any formal action in the 117th Congress. Then again, this Congress, on May 3rd of 2023, Senators Maria Lujan, followed by Martin Heinrich, introduced a Senate version, Senate Bill 1404, which is the reintroduction of the Chaco Canyon Cultural Heritage Protection Act of 2023. There's a companion bill that was introduced in the House by Representative Ledger Fernandez, co-sponsored by Representative Stansbury and Gay Vasquez. Same proposal in this Congress. None of these bills, or these two bills, have not received any formal action and likely will not, particularly in the House. This led to our recognized announcement of the Public Land Order number 7923 that was announced on June 2nd of this year, that formally withdrew 336,000 acres of federal land, 10-mile radius around Chaco Canyon. It is important to note that, as we've heard over and over from our federal leaders, that this claim that any application of this withdrawal to tribal or Alaki minerals, it is in all practical effect an equal attack on their mineral rights, most importantly because those adjoining federal lands cannot be developed without federal minerals. So as a result of all of this effort that this 25th Navajo Nation Council and the RDC Committee have led much of the advocacy on this effort, leading into a June 5th week in Washington, D.C., where you did meet with a number of congressional leaders in the Senate and the House. As a result of your visit to D.C. in June, it resulted in Congressman Eli Crane introducing House Resolution 4374. House Resolution 4374 was co-sponsored by Representative Gosar in Arizona, Representative Rosendale from Montana, Representative Zinke from Montana, and Representative Bobart from Colorado. It must be noted that despite the bill being introduced on June 27th, it was formally dropped on June 27th, a couple weeks after your visit to D.C. It received a pretty well-recognizable fast-track action of support. It's not usual for legislative bills that were just introduced to be fast-tracked by congressional leaders or congressional action. To that point, so even though the bill was introduced at the end of June, it received its first hearing in the House Committee on Natural Resources a couple weeks later. And I also put the Historic Preservation Director Richard Begay, in touch with House Natural Resources staff as well to debrief on the contents of the Chaco Canyon Cultural Resources Investigation, which we, in our meetings in D.C., argued that the Interior Department did not include any elements of this report in their decision, and that's very clear in the outcome of the report, which Troy, I'm sure, could talk about as well. On July 11th, last month, it was referred, H.R. 4374, the Subcommittee on Energy and Mineral Resources. This was then followed up a week later by on July 13th is when they had the formal hearing. The following week is when the full House Committee on Natural Resources, during a markup, did consider passage of H.R. 4374. The chairman, Bruce Westerman, who you met as well cited the testimony by President Nigrin and Chaco Canyon Alati Dolores Jesus. You can review the comments of the markup hearing starting at 31 minutes into the hearing. During the hearing, Representative Ledger Fernandez did offer 2 amendments, but both failed, one by unanimous consent, the other failed by a roll call vote, 15 to 21. The First Amendment language stated that notwithstanding any other provision of this act, it attempted to, it states, shall not go into effect until the Secretary of the Interior certifies that Section 2 of this act shall not harm or impede the safe and free exercise of religion. And there was some debate and discussion on this amendment that ultimately failed. As I mentioned, on July 19th, the committee favorably reported the bill to the full House of Representatives by a roll call vote of 22 votes in favor and 16 against. It's important that there was one Democrat that voted in favor of the bill, Mary Peltola from Alaska, who you met with outside of the Canyon House Office building. If you recall, she actually noted that discussion briefly that we had with her as part of her reason for supporting H.R. 4374. So with that said, it just summarizes the effort, particularly in the last 2 months. Now, where are we going to go now? It is not yet known when House Resolution 4374 will be taken up by the full House of Representatives, but it is likely to be considered here this coming fall. There are 2 options. In talking to Representative Crane's office, there's an option they'll pursue in pushing for a full vote from the House of Representatives in the fall as a standalone measure. Secondly, if there's no time in the congressional calendar to move the bill as a standalone bill, they'll move it as an amendment to a larger package. Secondly, and in parallel to this particular bill, there is going to be an attempt by Representative Crane, Representative Gosar, and a few others, including Chairman Westerman, to add a budget amendment to the Interior Appropriations Fiscal Year 2024 package that would limit BLM in spending any resources on the BLM land control. It doesn't have the teeth that H.R. 4374 does attempt to achieve in rolling back or nullifying the administrative action, but it is a temporary solution. I will also like to note that the Coalition of Large Tribes did also pass their own resolution in support of the Navajo Nation's position on Chaco Canyon, which you've seen a copy of that. And lastly, I want to also note the congressional letter by Arizona Senators Kirsten Sinema and Mark Kelly that they sent to Secretary Holland as well. They have not formally received any response to the letter. I've shared that letter with Rodney, who he has passed out, so you see what the content of that letter include in letters and the questions that they ask in that letter. So, for the committee's recommendation here today, with much of the effort remaining focused on the fall session when Congress comes back from their August recess, September of October is when they're going to seek to move something. It was recommended that if the committee is available to go back to D.C. in the fall, they anticipate they will pass H.R. 4374 out of the House, get the support or to start the support effort in the Senate, particularly with Senate E&R members who we've met with already, who do support this effort, in addition to Senate Appropriations members as well. And lastly, one of the other recommendations that we pose with Delegate Simpson's interest is the congressional field hearing. As I have told a few of you on the committee, it is by tradition or rule that any field hearing be supported by the member's home district. So in this case, if our request has been to have a congressional field hearing in Niazi, which would be Representative Ledger Fernandez's home congressional district. They are anticipating that she would not support a request for a field hearing. Representative Crane alternatively has offered to host the hearing here in Arizona. But more immediately, there is a Congressional Western Caucus meeting in Arizona in November that they would like to offer to add to the agenda a discussion on this particular bill or just all of the collective efforts surrounding Chaco Canyon. The Congressional Western Caucus is a membership of over, I'm guessing, 80 members of the U.S. House of Representatives. There are members of the caucus that are Democrat as well. There is a perception that it's a Republican-predominated-led caucus or committee, but I would recommend that we move forward with that as well. So with that, let me pause and turn it over to Troy to offer some legal updates as well. Troy?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members of the RDC, Yate, Troy Ide, back in Debensa, but it was good to see some of you last Friday when I was there. Just a couple things. I know that Senator Begay has done a wonderful job in summarizing what's going on at the federal level with legislation. And my office and my firm, Bloomberg Traurig, has been supporting that. For the last 5 years, we've represented 190 individual Navajo Nation citizens who own allotments in the Nahizi area. And we will continue to support the federal efforts that Senator Begay has outlined. What I'd like to respectfully talk to you about very quickly is what's happening on the litigation side. You know, we have had litigation over this issue now in the federal courts for the last roughly 5 years. And we're about to enter a new phase, which is why I wanted to report back to you and get your direction. And I hope your assistance. You've been so tremendously helpful to everyone on this. Just to put it in perspective right now, we have among the allotments that are at issue in the land withdrawal that Senator Begay talked about, there are essentially 53 allotments that are currently leased and 5,462 total allottees. There are also within the land withdrawal area, the order that Carlisle talked about, there's another 418 unleased allotments with resources to be developed. That's another 22,000 allottees. So we're talking about a lot of people. The main oil and gas producer out there, Enduring Resources, paid 9,000 allottees just about $70 million in oil and gas royalties between December 2017 and October of 2021. So it gives you an idea of the scale of what's going on. And as the senator talked about, the Secretary of the Interior's order will destroy any chance of anyone ever being able to develop these resources because they're landlocked. There's no way to do horizontal drilling and they're stranded assets in effect. And so with that background in mind, looking at the order and conferring with our clients, number one, we are going to sue. As I've said publicly, and I will continue to say, we're getting ready to bring a lawsuit on behalf of these allottees and others who want to join. And we've had many, many others try to join us with this, and we're looking forward to talking with them as well. We're not looking for money. We just want to undo the order. The order is an illegal order. And I will tell you that there are at least 4 legal bases for why it's illegal. And I'm glad to answer questions about it. But one of the main reasons is the gross undervaluation of the interests, the financial interests of the allottees in the federal NEPA process, National Environmental Policy Act process. Their assets were completely undervalued because the Secretary of the Interior just assumed that these resources could still be developed, even though, as I've explained, they are landlocked and they cannot be developed anymore, as is, I think, undisputed in the record, apart from Interior statements. There also was, as you know, not adequate tribal consultation with the Navajo Nation. And there are 2 other bases as well. And I'm glad to talk about the legal bases, but I'm here to just tell you, number one, that the allottees deserve, and I think demand, respect. This is an illegal order. We intend to challenge it in federal court. That's number one. Number 2, respectfully, would very much appreciate your consideration. The Navajo Nation needs to be urged to file suit here. We've had discussions with the Navajo Nation Department of Justice. I know the issue is under consideration. I know they've hired an outside law firm, the Brownstein firm, which is a very good firm in DC. The communications that we've had, as I told the chair last week, the communications we've had is that they are not currently planning to file a lawsuit on behalf of the Navajo Nation. I would just tell you respectfully that it looks a little bit weaker legally, and I think we can all agree on this. If the Allottees, the Navajo citizens, bring suit and their own nation doesn't support them in this litigation. These are illegal decisions that have been made, and I would respectfully urge you to confer with the Department of Justice and have the conversation about whether they might consider filing suit in the manner I'm describing, and then the rest of us can intervene and support and assist in that lawsuit, as many will do, me and my firm and others undoubtedly from other law firms representing other Navajo families. It's very important that the nation, as a nation, look at this issue and then take that next step and file a lawsuit just on the basis of illegal, inadequate government-to-government consultation on the part of the Interior Secretary. But as I mentioned, there are other bases as well, including NEPA, including the Federal Land Management Policy Act. There are all sorts of bases that we can talk about that I know this committee knows in many instances better than I do. But the bottom line is that we're running out of time. We need a decision. I'm hoping the RDC will please look into this matter. We'll talk to the Attorney General and others and have this conversation. And let's get on with this process. Try to change the federal statutory law, of course, but at the same time, this is a sovereignty interest. And finally, I'm wearing a hat as outside legal counsel to COLT, the Council of Large Tribes, which Senator Begay mentioned. You know, we are supporting this process. We did support, and I was the counsel of record in the U.S. Supreme Court in the Navajo Nation water case, Navajo Nation versus Arizona. COLT is very much supportive and behind this effort, and COLT is anxious to be able to support the Navajo Nation in litigation as well, and our member tribal leadership, which includes the 50 leaders of the largest land-based tribes in the United States. So we've got a good coalition to take this on, but we need the Navajo Nation respectfully as a government to authorize and to proceed with a federal court lawsuit. So I appreciate it, and I'll be glad to take any questions at an appropriate time. Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Committee members.
So the 20 minutes has exhausted. So thank you again, Mr. Begay, and also, how do you say his last name? Ide, for your presentation to Resources Development Committee. May I get a motion to accept the report?
Motion.
Honorable Otto, second by Honorable Simpson. Members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions on this Chaco Canyon HR 4374? Mr. Tahi.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, I reached out to Madam AG regarding the legal strategy that Navajo Nation will be taking regarding the Chaco Canyon. We tentatively scheduled August 15th, the special meeting date that was moved from the 16th to the 15th for this update. So she'll be providing that update to RDC, and that will be done in an executive session.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tahi. So with that, we will be having an executive session with August 15th RDC meeting in regards to the legal strategy going forward in regards to Chaco. Any other members of Resources Development Committee that have any questions right now with the update that was given to us? Honorable Simpson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of RDC, those staff, those Senator Begay. Thank you. First, I'd like to say thank you so much to members of RDC. I say and thank you for your leadership, guiding Nagizi and myself how to pursue to address this issue with land withdrawal buffer zone. I learned a lot from my colleagues here how to pursue, actually at congressional level too. Then speaking on behalf of the Allottees area. Thank you so much, and to our lobbyist here, Carl Begay or Troy. But I just want to say thanks so much, and I think right now the next step that Troy just mentioned is that where does the Navajo Nation stand on filing a lawsuit? And it's something I think that even though we're gonna get a report from our Attorney General, Alfred Branch, I think something can just be, they're gonna happen from the Navajo Nation. Again, we're on a time crunch here, and right now, the federal government knows that the Navajo Nation position, where we stand in the land withdrawal and buffer zone and all these, and the other deals that will be forthcoming. So I think with our position that was approved during the EFTS, it's a strong position for Navajo Nation, but at the same time, we have to be on top of these things, and what will be our next step. So, Madam Chair, members of RDC, and Mr. Begay, maybe just through your email, what is Attorney General doing? Yeah, she gives a report. What's the next step from Office of Attorney General? And I think we need to know that immediately, what she's doing. That can be done through email to the RDC. So without indicating, so we gotta keep moving quickly on these certain things, just like water rights, we gotta keep on top of these things. So just with the land withdrawals, that needs that. So it is on each kitchen, and I'd like to request that to the committee here, that be allowable to get a written report from AG to email, both on each case to the members of the RDC. So again, Senator Kathy, for your help and update what's going on. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of RDC.
Honorable Simpson, and again, with the recommendation that was made, and since, I chair Resources and Development Committee, maybe I can just do a follow-up email to Madam AG in regards to this, so that, so at this point, I'd like to go ahead and give, some time over, Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, Ms. Blackhat is on the call, as well as Mr. Tim, is here with Department of Justice. They can also make that request up to with the, DOJ as well, so that way she knows that this request is coming from RDC verbally. Myself and Ms. Quinn, while we're here, we can draft a letter for your signature to have that request in writing to RDC as well. Madam Chair.
And thank you for, that recommendation, Mr. Tahi, and your assistance as well, and also to legal counsel, Ms. Quinn. And again, just as Honorable Simpson had mentioned, the nation shouldn't be sitting back and still, determining what to do. I believe that the consensus was already given when we had met an OPVP office weeks ago after this initiation was done by DOI. So again, we just like to get an update sooner than later from AG. So again, your assistance would be great in getting the letter out, going as maybe even as early as next week. And then I'd like to go ahead and allow time here to Honorable So.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and members of the Resources Development Committee, and then Senator Begay, thank you for your presentation, and Mr. Ike, thank you for your report. And I believe that getting to Chaco, whether it is a, I guess the nation has been done wrong without full-fledged consultation and federal government exercising their authority to halt things or to stop things or not to allow things to happen without inquiring and really working with the Navajo Nation. And I do support that we do move forth with some sort of legal action, legal and against the federal government. One is that the consultation is something that should have been done, because the federal government whether it's Department of Interior or the Bureau of Indian Affairs, they are our trustees. And with this action, you know, a lot of our citizens who are allottees are directly impacted, whether it's social, economically. And, with that, there's no other solution that has been brought forth by the federal government. You know, other solutions such as, yes, let's put this in place and let's have a plan B. Maybe the federal government can subsidize these families at the ongoing rate of what the mineral rates are. You know, pay them not to allow extraction. You know, the federal government already does that to farmers. They pay farmers to idle their farms out there, and they're already practicing that. And if they really want to come forth to try to impose that, you know, why can't the federal government say, hey, we'll reach into our pockets and this is what you've been getting, and we're going to compensate you for not allowing abstraction of minerals. You know, a solution. But in this case, the federal government is just saying no. Saying no. And it's going to directly impact those families. And that's, I think, one area that I think that could be a request in terms of the Navajo Nation. Maybe Mr. I can allow that you know, this proposal to the federal government through the individual allottees that they represent. That way, you know, maybe the federal government will come to the table then. But again, you know, it impacts the Navajo Nation, jurisdictional. You know, we need to look at the jurisdiction. And where is Navajo jurisdiction within the allotments? Oh, also that we need to look at. I know that Navajo Nation will allow their jurisdiction to be to exercise their rights on tribal trust land. Then that's the other area that we need to look at. And, but again, you know, our Navajo families out there that live on these Indian allotment lands that are going to be directly impacted, we have to find a way to try to get them what's best for them. And then the other thing too is that the nation wasn't really fully engaged in consultation, and the federal government just acted on this decision relating to Chaco, putting in the buffer zone. So it's good to see the letter from Senator Sinema and Mark Kelly's joint letter. Then also, I know the resolution from COLT was emailed out to us, and our large land coalition, large land-based tribe, supporting each other and supporting the nation in this very important issue that's impacting our Navajo Nation. Then with the field hearing, I do support that. And somewhere we have to shed light to that area here at the local level and allow this information to be, you know, the communication to be brought out. And what's the true story there? And thank you.
Honorable Otto Self. And so any other members of Resources and Development Committee with any recommendations or comments? Again,
Madam Chair, Jesus, This is Loris Manuelito with Congresswoman Lydia Fernandez's office. I had a quick question, if it's okay.
Congresswoman Fernandez.
This is Loris Manuelito with the Congresswoman Lydia Fernandez's office. I just had a clarification question.
Okay, so with that, I'm gonna go ahead and allot you, yield the floor over to you.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. I do appreciate it. I was just a question to the congressional field hearing that was requested. I just wanted to clarify if that had been sent out to our office or the delegation's office. Yes, that was it. Thank you.
So, Senator Begay, I don't know if you have, a response to, the advisor for Fernandez regarding the field hearing.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for the question. We sent the resolution and all the previous letters from leadership to our congressional delegation question for the field hearing. It also included a letter to the House Natural Resources Committee members as well, which I'm happy to provide a copy to you as well. And I have been talking to Chris Garcia in your office pretty frequently, so I'll make sure to maybe have Chris send that to you as well.
So,
Okay,
with that.
wonderful. Oh, yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry.
So with that, again, I'd like to thank Mr. Begay for really being there alongside Resources and Development Committee and the 25th Navajo Nation Council and trying to, undo what was done by Department of Interior. And again, you've also been there at a lot of these public hearings that have been held there in Niazi and listening to the constituents, not only the allottees, but also just the constituents in general. And again, when it comes to, federal trust responsibility, it all comes back down to proper consultation. And again, I think that's our, biggest argument here is that just when did this, tribal consultation really did take place. It's not just with Historic Preservation Department, but, on a broader scale, we've got the legislative body of the Navajo Nation Council as well as the president of the Navajo Nation that should have been really at the forefront of these discussions, and that has never really happened. And again, talking about land base, the Navajo Nation being, one of the biggest tribes here of the 570 plus tribes in the United States and Indian country, I just believe that, our voice needs to be heard because, again, these lands were opted to the Navajo Nation through executive orders, through the Dawes Act of 1887. So, all of a sudden it's being, pulled back from the Navajo Nation when we're in the 21st century. There should be some better practices or best practices. And again, one of the other things is that, the big issue that was brought up here, and I believe Honorable Simpson and I had talked about it, was, the biggest issue here is they're using this as a sacred ground. I said if they, it's being viewed as so sacred, why is National Park Service there set up and having so many people come and go, knowing that they might be, taking, items I don't know. So why can't, the doors just be closed to the National Park Service as well? So those were some of the options that we were looking at. But again, Mr. Begay, we'd like to go ahead and consider to see if we, would have the funds next fiscal year to travel back out to DC, because I think that really did make an impact. Once the signing happened, the next week, Resources Development Committee members were out there advocating, really listening to us, meaning from the congressional leaders, and making that statement and making it known that we're here, please listen to us. And just knowing how fast, H.R. 4374 has been moving is very interesting to hear. And again, the Navajo Nation is here, and as legislators, we're actually here, you know, as voices for our people, so we advocate for them at the national level. And then even more so, if we can have, you know, that congressional field hearing here at Chaco, that'd be great. But if not, then in November, we definitely, you know, would like to also be made aware of that meeting. So I just want to put that out. And again, I'd just like to thank, you know, you and also, you know, Troy for being there for the lotties in terms of legal advisement and legal representation. And again, we will be hearing back from Madam AG as to what is the strategy going forward, and hoping that we really do have a position in terms of filing a lawsuit. So again, thank you for your report. If no other recommendations or comments, members of Resources Development Committee, I would like to go ahead and call for a roll call vote. Honorable Ness?
Thank you, Madam Chair, honorable members of the Resource and Development Committee, and Senator Begay. Certainly appreciate the presentation. And Sago, as leaders of the Navajo Nation, we voice the concerns of the voices of our dear Navajo people. In this case, it is our Navajo people that live near and surrounding Chaco Canyon. They feel that they've been ignored by the Biden administration. The Biden administration sent a memorandum on the tribal consultation and strengthening nation-to-nation relationships. Now, our congressional and Senate leaders from New Mexico really have not been transparent. They really have not been. They have not gone to Nayuzi chapter or Herpino. They have not gone there. My question to them would be, what are they hiding from? What are they afraid of? We're a peaceful people. My people are peaceful. We're willing to sit down and talk and say, this is where we stand. And as leaders, we also listen to our people. This is why the Navajo people also vote in our congressional and Senate leaders to represent them, not misrepresent them, which is happening now. And I really feel the pain that our Alatis are going through. I hear their cries. I see their tears. When is this proper consultation going to take place? Proper consultation involves proper communication. If our elderly out there are trying to speak without a certified Navajo interpreter, how are they going to convey their concerns to the federal level? The Nebazad ye and Nico Koro certified Eliagi Koro Bahado Ziti Koro the Nakoneko E Yastke. It is Ado consultation. This consultation never really truly happened. Akoyata Benna, their concern, which to me boils down to a lack of consultation between two nations, a lack of communication. And this is what we need to address as well for our people. They support their families. They support their children, their education. And the federal government, or what has taken place here with the land withdrawal is really gonna hurt our people, Hans. So Goshin, I ship that ich keeping in yaha data has let's diligently sit down and have this discussion. Let's open this dialogue and not just be a one-sided thing for the Pueblos. Secretary in Lenigi, Department of Interior, when I listen to my people, I sit there and I feel helpless, but I still think that as leaders, we have the power. We have that voice that we can convey to our Senate and congressional leaders in Washington. If our New Mexico delegation is not going to listen to us, then we should turn to those that are willing to listen to us in Washington. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that strong statement, Honorable Madison. You know, a lot does come from the heart, and I just want, listeners on the call and individuals present here that, as leaders, it really is, it really does take a mind-boggling effect as to how do we, address, just like as it was mentioned, the cry of our people. How do we echo that, not just here in Window Rock, but also at the county level, at the state level, at the national level? Really taking a step back through a reflection image as putting ourselves in the shoes of these individuals. Some damage has been done, to the point where it's emotional, it's psychological, mental, and physical effects that, our folks are actually experiencing in the 21st century. I would understand if we were still in the 18th century back in the 1800s, but no, this is 21st century. So, but as leaders, we're very concerned as Resources and Development Committee, and we just want to continue to struggle forward and see, how we can reverse this decision. And I'm really glad that we do have a lot of support at the congressional level, but we need more support. So again, just thank you to the members of Resources and Development for your position and wanting to continue to move forward and, see what is best for our people, because we don't want a repeat of the Navajo relocation issue that had happened, decades ago. And even to this day, our people there still haven't healed. So we don't want a repeat of that. And that's the reason why we're strongly, positioned on this, and we want to reverse the decision that was made. So continue to keep, folks in our prayers that have been impacted by this, and that, going forward, that the 4374 bill would, pass and, and all of this can be reversed. So again, thank you for this awesome dialogue. And again, thank you, Mr. Begay. And I don't know if you have any final comments.
No, Madam Chair, just to say thank you to the many members of the committee, and with your recommendation, we'll move forward with meeting potentially in November here in Arizona, and then after the budget for fiscal year 24 is considered and passed, we'll consider going back to DC sometime in November. Okay.
So going to go ahead now, Mr. Begay, and with that, Mr. Tahi, I'd like to go ahead and take a roll call vote on accepting a report on Chaco.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for accepting Report 5D, the updated report on the U.S. Department of the Interior's decision of the withdrawals of the public land. Honorable Shauna Ancala, how do you vote? Excused. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez, votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green, sir.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I will agree.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tahi. So with that, motion carries for the report on Chaco, U.S. Department of Interior issue. So, so going on to item number 5, letter E, report for Navajo Environmental Protection Agency, Department of Justice Natural Resources Unit on Navajo Nation Executive Order 04-2023, addressing the impacts of abandoned uranium mines and advocating for immediate action to remedy state impacts. So presenter, we do have Stephen S. City. Okay, so we'll go ahead and allow Mr. Daniel, how do you say your name? Moquin, thank you. Principal Attorney, Department of Justice Natural Resources Unit. So at this time, you do have 20 minutes on the report of Executive Order 04-2023.
Okay, I thought Mr. Estedy would be here, but I will keep the presentation. This executive order, the President wanted to express his solidarity with the local communities, and it actually has, one of the primary things on the executive order is creating a, which used in here, creating a voluntary advisor position to advise President Nygren on matters concerning the legacy of uranium mining and milling on the Navajo Nation. And it appoints Jonathan Perry, the President of Eastern Navajo Dene against uranium mining, to the post until December 31st, 2026. Very much reflects the will of the communities in those areas. It also directs the Navajo Nation, including the Department of Justice, to look for ways we can improve this existing law, including the Dene Natural Resources Protection Act of 2005. And I'll go a little bit in the weeds in that. Recently, in what we call Section 17, which is where the old Church Rock mine was located, a Canadian company that the parent company is called Laramide, but the company that was out there drilling boreholes was called, it's under New Fuels, which is a subsidiary of that company. Now, obviously, in the 2005 legislation, there wasn't supposed to be any uranium mining on the Navajo Nation. No new uranium mining, at least to all areas, have been cleaned up. When we looked at the definition of mining, whether that there were, in looking at the situation, one of the situations that arose out there is on Section 17. The company actually owns the mineral estate, the split estate out there. The surface estate is actually owned by the Navajo Nation. We looked at existing case law, and there was case law that suggests that if we immediately tried to shut that down, particularly if we didn't have the regulatory authority in place, that Navajo Nation could be subject to what's called a takings action. And under that, Navajo Nation might have to pay damages. The last thing we want to do is to actually pay this company money to actually help it with its project, because what it really wants to develop is Section 8, which is actually off the Navajo Nation. The only reason that they did their borehole drilling was because we, as Navajo Nation, has forbid them to cross Section 17 for purposes of Section 8, to access Section 8. That's where they have a Nuclear Regulatory Commission. They're going through a Nuclear Regulatory Commission licensing process, and one of the things they have to do, two things. They have to do a demonstration project on Section 8, and this is what's called in situ leaching or in situ recovery project. I guess I'll back up just a little to explain that. What that involves is injecting a solution into the uranium ore bed, and basically that dissolves the uranium into the water. which is in some ways even worse than conventional uranium mining, because no one has ever successfully fully recovered the water and get it back to its natural state after that injection of that chemical. We definitely do not want that to occur anywhere near the Navajo Nation, anywhere it can impact an aquifer. So we of course could prevent them from reaching Section 8, and their license requires them to do a test there, so they still would not be in the compliance. So what Navajo Nation Department of Justice has done is we contacted the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and one of the things we made sure is that in talks with them that what they're trying to do, if they try to do something on Section 17, that would not satisfy their licensing requirements. They would have to come back and amend their plan, open it up to public comments and everything else. So we feel pretty good about that. But what we did to avoid them coming back onto that property is we drafted potential changes to the legislation where we redefine mining. And we redefine mining to include things like taking bore samples, or samples out of the ground, building buildings, creating roads. We took a very expansive view of what mining is. So if we pass that legislation, and that will be coming for the council, the amendments, we can prevent the type of activities they engaged in out there. And the way you look at the present one has processing, and what it fell through is between processing uranium ore and then mining uranium ore. Historically, it was quite easy to tell the difference because basically uranium, you mine uranium ore, but then you bring it over to a mill site and it would be processed at the mill site. Unfortunately, and this is how NRC has jurisdiction, is the actual injection of the solution into the ground is actually considered processing. So what we're trying to do, and it's using a military analogy as opposed to a direct, now, because the NRC controls this, and this would even be true in the state, they have jurisdiction, and we're worried that they would be able to preempt Navajo Nation legislation if we go directly at them. But what we're trying to do is kind of a flanking move where we say, okay, maybe the solution, just putting the solution in the ground is processing, but everything that comes before, we consider that mining. So that way we prohibit them from doing, and they have a less strong, nuclears have less strong claim that that we preempted the NRC's jurisdiction. So that's how we're proceeding on that. I don't want to get too far away from the executive order, but I just wanted to, because you probably have heard of some of these things. So part of what President Nygren said is that the various Navajo Nation agencies that are identified in paragraph 1 are to all work together to prohibit mining and address the previous pollution that was caused by remediation. The other thing is there's a 10-year plan that was put in place by the federal government, federal agencies, and part of that was they're supposed to be working with the communities, getting community input, and we're saying we need all the federal entities like NNPA and the other entities on the Navajo Nation should remind the federal government of their responsibilities and actually work with the community. Now, and the president created 2 contact points. One is Executive Director Stephen Edsity, and then Mr. Jonathan Perry is the voluntary advisor. And those are 2 contact points for people to go to address remediate, past, contamination due to uranium. Of major import. No, I know I'm limited to 20 minutes. I do want to allow the delegates to ask any questions that you might have about how we're proceeding with this.
Okay. So, that completes your report, Mr. McQueen?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes, it does.
Worship, thank you for that. So, members of Resources and Development Committee, may I get a motion to accept the report on Executive Order 04-23? Honorable Otto, so motion.
Second.
Second by Honorable Simpson. So, members of Resources Development Committee, we have any questions on the executive order that was, signed by President, Dr. Nygren, 04-2023? Do you all have a copy? It was emailed out by Stephen at City back on the 17th or the 19th of July. Honorable, Danny Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the RGC, staff, I'm not sure, Mr. Stokes, thank you, Mr. Gay. And thank you, sir, for your presentation, we appreciate that, thank you. Madam Chair, last week, we heard a presentation from Office of the Uranium Commission, heard from the Executive Director at our Eastern Land Commission meeting in Alamo last week.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things what came out of that meeting was that we all had to be on the same page, from RDC, from EPA, from the Commission on Uranium, even people are very vocal on uranium issues in Eastern AC. I know it's an nation, and down to DOJ, Office of President. So we want to make sure we're all on the same page when we can read where our position is on abandoning uranium mining and the cleanup.
Okay.
So we did have a meeting this past, I believe Monday, Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday, and where DOJ was present, certain members of the Eastern Land Commission. Rodney was on the call too.
Okay.
We had the Executive Director for the Uranium Commission, we had Stephen at City. But most what we want to do is make sure that we all on the same page, we have one voice to the federal government, what we want.
Right.
So that's the intent of the meeting, and we'd like to continue with that. Being a member of the RDC, because we're oversight to uranium cleanup.
Mm-hmm.
So now going back to the commission, being the Eastern Land Commission, they're bringing these issues up that we're not getting all the information. But I think RDC has done a lot of work with the council. This is issue to make sure that we want to make sure that we address these in a proper way. So, but going back to Eastern Land Commission, all my colleagues there, the commissioners, are impacted by banning uranium mines, and they want to be informed what's happening and voice their concerns. So that's why we're trying to make this as one voice from the Navajo Nation. And I'd like to request RDC that we make sure that we like to have that position, that we're going to speak one voice to the federal government, not just on the eastern side, but as a nation. And so, as you know, that Eastern is really raising an issue on the cleanup on uranium abandoned mines, but how it will be transported and where it's going to be taken to. Right now, there's one landfill that I think called Red Rock Landfill, which is near Saru. So there's opposition to that. There's going to be a meeting on Sunday at the Saru chapter at 10 in reference to this. So my brother, Jonathan Perry, is on call right now. I guess it's going to be a presentation next, but I agree with what he said during our meeting on Tuesday. Now, with this, what's happening, how the transportation is going to happen, where they're going to put the contaminated soil. The put community, I guess they're dividing communities. One community said, yeah, get it out of our community. That will put in your community. You got other communities say, no, we don't want your community. So they're kind of putting, the EPA Region 9 proposal is starting to put our communities to fight each other. Get it out of our community, but put it on this community. So I think we need to stop that. So I think to me it's very important to speak one voice from Navajo Nation, what we want US EPA to do. And I know Steven has a lot of information. And one of the things that they, correct me if I'm wrong, sir, but what he stated was that when they went to hearing in reference to these cleanup back in 2007, it was stated that this contaminated soil will be taken off the reservation. And you kind of say we should stay with that. What was stated during the hearing back in 2007. We should stick with that position to where take it off our reservation. But then again, it goes back to the cost. And I'm sure when the US EPA Region 9 was here, things that Red Rock was brought up, the landfill, and Kathy was brought up.
Right.
Because it was just cost too much to transport this contaminated waste to Colorado. And now, I'm glad Mr. Sosi is here too. He's very, very knowledgeable what's happening. The landfill owner, that used to be allotment, and we didn't know that. And I'm glad Mr. Sosi really got Mr. Jerry DeGroat, who wrote to RPIA, to research that. Now, that landfill that the owner has used to be allotment land. So the surface, yeah, is owned by private owner, but subsurface still owned by allottees. So where does I think there's one section they're talking about. So half of the section is where the owner wants to put the repository site. So again, the subsurface owned by allottees, but one side, because of the buyback program, 99% is interest. It's the interest holder. Navajo Nation is the interest holder 99% of that subsurface or lot. On the other side, 25%. So that thing, I'm not sure how that's going to work out. Navajo Nation can say no, but the subsurface still belongs to allottees. It's Navajo Nation allottee. They're part of the interest holders. So my whole point is that we all have to speak one voice, and that's why a letter was written by the state one position from Navajo Nation before we go out there to the roof. Because I think RDC needs to be out there. I know Eastern Land Commission needs to be out there, and the entity that EOJ, Navajo Nation EPA, and all that stuff. So I just summarized everything, Madam Chair. That's what we need to do. But it's a big issue because right now we're going to just dump this contaminated soil to the next community. So what happens is we get in compromise where the site's going to go, where this contaminated soil is going to go. You know, something to say the city there. There's a lot of things that I think we have to talk about, and one of the things that I brought up to was the BLM. BLM was brought up at our last meeting during the consultation we met. Madam Chair, Region 9, that BLM might be one of the areas that can be considered for repository site.
Yeah.
But in when we had our Eastern Land Commission in Elmo last Friday, Farmington Field office didn't know nothing about it. We had Maureen, the field manager from Farmington Field, BLM, knew nothing about it. That if BLM land, public domain land, we considered for possibly site. She knew nothing about it. So I don't know what's going on, but just this information, that's what I give. And I'd like to ask DOJ here, the legislation the legislation to be considered right now to be drafted
It is drafted. I don't believe it's been, I'm not sure whether it's been formally submitted or not, but it's been drafted.
Well, I think that needs to be done right away.
Yeah, it's already
And
drafted,
I think,
yes.
I know the REC is willing to be all co-sponsors, because it's an issue that we need to address and make our law stronger to address these issues. So I would like to, but, we're willing to that, because we changed most of it, pertain to, our issues addressing the uranium abandoned mine cleanup. I'll be sponsors for it, sir. Let's get in the system. Do that, and I know my colleague will probably want to, co-sponsor, but that's just a recommendation, Madam Chair. Thank you, Kat.
Well, thank you, Honorable Simpson. So again, Mr. Moquin, right?
Yeah, you can say Mokeen, in this area, you can say Mokeen. I thought French Canadian, and so I've angled, my family angled sides at the Moquin, and then we thought the French Canadian is more like Mocan. DNA comes back and it's probably Basque. You know, Mokeen is probably more correct than what the way we were pronouncing it. So
Well,
you can call me any of three of those, and I'll be perfectly fine with it.
Okay. First, I'd like to, thank you for the report that you've made on executive order. I just want to give you, this is probably really not shared, but I'm really glad that, this was something that was exercised here by RDC as to, we've been to the Redwater Pond Coalition meeting, and Mr. Perry is aware of it. And I know that in that first meeting that I've attended as Chair of Resources and Development Committee, Mr. Perry, Jonathan Perry did question, what is the Navajo Nation's position? So taking that idea, I sent out an email to Mr. Stephen at City a couple of weeks ago, like maybe even a month and a half ago. I said, as the new, executive director for Navajo Nation EPA, I said, what is the Navajo Nation's position on uranium? I said, you've already heard RDC, no more uranium mining on the interior boundaries of the Navajo Nation. And when we say interior boundaries, we mean private lands as well. So with that, he apparently took that back to President Nygren. And he did inform me, Mr. City did inform me 2 days prior to the signing of the executive order that they have it drafted, told me to take a look at it, and so, I reviewed it, and it looked good to really address, because again, we have these same issues on the western side of the Navajo Nation. We've got it staggered into the state of Utah, Arizona border, and just to hear, what a lot of our constituents are experiencing and what they've been through, families through generations, something needed to happen. And then not only that, there's the other part of this. It's not just the mining, there's some of what we call the norm, the natural reoccurring, that our constituents also need to understand and educate themselves about. So there's the natural reoccurring component of this to the mining part of this. So again, we do appreciate, Department of Justice and Navajo Nation EPA looking out and wanting to revise the current act. And when it's ready, just as Honorable Simpson had mentioned, bring it back to resources members, and so they can drop the legislation and get those amendments made to the existing act for uranium mining, and even there's another language you used, another wording you used, besides the mining activity, there's another one you.
Processing.
The processing part of it.
Yeah, and that's been, the whole act, and
Yeah.
and Erica, who drafted it, put in a appeals process and a way to actually take immediate action. So it has been strengthened. And I do want to say that Director Ed City and a number of people from Navajo Nation EPA they were at a U.S. Environmental Protection Agency listening session. I was there too. It was in Albuquerque last night. It went from like 5:30 to 8:30, which is about an hour over. And we raised a lot of these issues. And Delegate Simpson raised a good issue about the BLM lands, and I'd heard that previously. And okay, you're back. So I actually kind of after, because I just thought it was appropriate for the local community members to tell their stories as opposed to me trying to monopolize time. But I talked to Cliff via the federal government, and I said that, you know, we have a situation just outside of Bears Ears. They're doing boreholes and trying to do a uranium mine, get a uranium mining going. Based on the 1872 mining law, BLM was kind of restricted on what they could prohibit them from doing. And my point to Mr. Villa was, well, you know, the BLM is taking a position, well, BLM lands are for multiple recreation uses, and but, you know, BLM lands are still being developed for uranium mines, including just outside of Bears Ears, that there's only a limited number of places to put this, and we don't want to be pitting tribal communities against tribal communities. It just makes more sense to utilize some of the BLM land, you know, the remote, and it's not going to impact human beings, and, you know, animals would actually like less human beings around anyway. You know, some of those sites would be better. It'd be better for the animals. And he was very supportive of that. So I think we have people in that administration that are very supportive of making changes, and they'll take some regulatory changes and perhaps some statutory changes to BLM, but to make it a priority to remove waste from tribal, tribal government. You know, part of that hearing, that listening session, there were people saying, well, we don't want it brought to West Mesa, which is, I mean, not West Mesa, we don't want to brought it to Utah. Essentially, there's a facility in Utah, and they didn't want it brought there either. You know, and it was a different tribal, not Navajo Nation. But we don't want tribal communities, even outside, internally or externally, that there just is, you know, BLM land solution. In a lot of cases, just makes more sense. Because obviously, waste exists on the Navajo Nation because it was an important national interest to remove these materials from first nuclear weapons, then develop, you know, the commercial use of nuclear power. But if the nation benefited greatly from it, the nation should be willing to take some of the responsibility to undo the damage that was done. I mean, the BLM lands are federal lands, and with the federal government, you know, that's what my argument was. The federal government benefit greatly from what occurred on the Navajo Nation, then the federal government should take more responsibility in removing the tribal areas. And he was very receptive to that, so report that.
Great. I do appreciate that report. So again, thank you for, you know, working with Navajo Nation EPA on getting the amendments made to the current Uranium Act that was established back in the 2000s. So thank you again in the early 2000s, I believe you had mentioned. Any other members of Resources Development Committee with any questions right now? Going once, going twice. Okay, well, thank you for the report. And Mr. Tahi, could you please take a roll call vote?
Madam Chairperson of RDC, this is a roll call vote for 5B. Honorable Shauna Ankla, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Elder Rick Nez, vote screen.
Honorable Rick Nez, vote screen. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Agree, sir.
Honorable Danny Simpson, vote screen. Honorable Otto Sir, how do you vote?
Agree.
Honorable Otto Sir, vote screen. Madam Chair, that is 3 in favor, 0 opposed, Madam Chair not voting.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tahi. With that, motion carries. On to item number 5, letter F, report from Eastern Navajo Dene against uranium mining on the Situ Leach mining project near Crown Point, Church Rock, New Mexico. We do have presenter Mr. Jonathan Perry, who is the Executive Director for Eastern Navajo Dene against uranium mining. Mr. Perry, are you on the call? If so,
good afternoon, Shannon.
Oh, so I'm going to go ahead and allot you 20 minutes for your report, Mr. Perry, and you do have the floor.
Yeah, Shannon, I do thank you for this time, Honorable Chair and members of the Resource and Development Committee. I'm Jonathan Perry from Vicente, New Mexico. We met back in the end of May when you approved our chapter's land use plan, but I work with the Eastern Navajo Dene Against Uranium Mining as a volunteer executive director. We work on issues related to new proposed uranium mining within the Eastern Navajo Agency. I did email a written report to Mr. Tahi, if he can distribute that to the members. I'll go ahead and condense and do the highlights of the document because it's a 7-page document that shares a lot of information pertaining to some of the information I will be sharing. The NDOM is what we call ourselves for short. We were established in 1994 by means of not only community members that were concerned with uranium mining, but also former uranium workers, mining workers, those that were participants in conventional mining, which is where you have individuals going underground and taking out the ore, but also workers who worked in ISL mining, which is in-situ mining, and some folks refer to it as in-situ recovery. These are both the same method with using injection wells to insert solution into the groundwater, the use of aquifers. So within within the Eastern Navajo Agency, there's 2 aquifers that are in the area. There's a higher aquifer and a lower aquifer, and the aquifers are the Dakota Sandstone Aquifer and the Westwater Canyon aquifers. There was a company in the late 1980s that filed for paperwork to begin operations with ISL mining. The company was Hydro Resources Incorporated, which was a subsidiary of Uranium Resources Inc., URI. This company filed for licenses to operate their ISL mining operations. They had property in Church Rock and Crown Point. They established a processing center within the Crown Point community and identified location within Church Rock, north of Church Rock community, for the ISL operations to get uranium ore and have that transported into Crown Point. The company filed for a license from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission in the 1990s. There was a license that was granted, which is license number SUA 1508. This allowed the company to proceed with their ISL mining operations. There was also a discharge permit granted by the state of New Mexico in November of 1989, which was renewed in 1996. This discharge permit allowed for the company to also proceed with the ISL mining operation. In addition to that, there was also an aquifer exemption granted by U.S. EPA Region 6 out of Dallas, Texas, which allowed for the company to proceed with ISL mining and using the method of ISL to purposely contaminate and utilize the aquifers within the locations of their projects. Since that time, HRI has since dissolved as a company, and a new company has come in, which is Laramide Resources, with a subsidiary with Newfields. So when we talk about these projects, we either mention Laramide or Newfields as the company now within the area. They purchased the properties in May of 2016, and around that time period as well, right before the HRI sold their properties, they did file for an extension for their discharge permit, but the state of New Mexico terminated that permit because there was no activity, no development happening within their properties that were identified for the project. So to this day, NDOM, along with the communities, we have supporting resolutions from all 31 chapters within the Eastern Agency, along with other organizations and entities, such as the health board, school board organizations. We also have supporting resolutions from NTUA regarding the concern of use of aquifers within the area because of the service of over 10,000 Navajo community, Navajo members within those areas that utilize or were also identified as possible future users of these drinking water sources. NTUA expressed opposition to ISL mining operations in 1997 through a board resolution. But to this day, Newfields and Laramide continues to own these properties. There has been actions recently, as recent as a few months ago, regarding activity in certain locations within Church Rock and Crown Point. And we are concerned over some of the activities that have been happening. We have reached out to the president's office, and we have met with President Nygren on July 14th of this year. And we were able to have a conversation with him and share our information. At the beginning of the term of not only the president, vice president, but also our honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, we did provide copies to all the members of council documents showing or sharing information on some of the history of this project and the impacts within Church Rock and Crown Point. In addition to that, in June 30th of this year, NDOM was able to provide a report to the Eastern Navajo Land Commission. At the beginning of the month of June, there was a newspaper article that was out of Gallup Independent that started talking about the uranium issue as well as the possible transportation option for Theroux. This led to a series of discussions and was also brought up at the Eastern Agency Council, where 3 resolutions were presented regarding that discussion. And I do believe several members of RDC and other council delegates for the 25th Council were in attendance at Baca Pruitt chapter. Within the report, I did also include several resolutions throughout the years that pertain to uranium discussions that we're having, going back to the, of course, the NEP Fundamental Law, the Natural Resource Protection Act, which was covered in the previous presentation. We also have the Radioactive Transportation Act of 2012. We have the CERCLA, Navajo CERCLA. We have the Navajo Nation Energy Policy of 2013, which also made reference to the DNRPA and the ban for on uranium mining activities. We also have the Uranium Remediation Advisory Commission, which was established in 2015. And also there was a resolution from the Napakia Committee in 2017 recommitting the Navajo Nation stance on the ban of uranium, opposing uranium mining. Going forward, and I know this is a lot of information, but I also understand the time, and I do appreciate the delegates, RDC members. It has been a long day. I did call in at 9 o'clock and have been listening in with the reports as well. But we also have provided several recommendations going forward. This includes on page 6, we talk about several points to prevent new mining from Laramide and Newfields. We would ask the Navajo Nation to continue to request that US EPA Region 6 revoke their aquifer exemption, which was granted and is still active at this time. We also would ask the Navajo Nation to make a position requesting that the state of New Mexico not grant any discharge permits for ISL mining within Eastern Navajo Agency. And also to request the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to rescind their license SUA-1508. And of course, enforce the DNRPA. And there was also a temporary access agreement where the company who owned these sites were willing to comply with Navajo jurisdiction, and they were to, there was an agreement made, and we want the Navajo Nation to look at this type of agreement with the new company in response to not only uranium extraction, but emphasizing the need for remediation of pre-contaminated locations in these properties. But also, and this is one that's been inactive now going forward, is coordinating with the executive departments and programs, but also the Navajo Nation Council and pursuing solutions of remediating over 523 contaminated locations across Navajo Nation. This includes all 5 agencies, all 110 chapters, and also directly requesting the federal government to uphold their trust responsibility and having all necessary federal agencies to contribute to a financial plan to support cleanup efforts. We do have several 5-year and 10-year plans in place. Now the issue is advocating on behalf of the Navajo Nation to get not only Department of Defense and Department of Energy, but also the Indian Health Service and other federal agencies to contribute and develop a financial plan to support the cleanup efforts. Also, the Net Remediation Advisory Commission, which is also known as DURAC, I understand that there is an effort to reestablish that commission. We do support that effort, but we also make a request that there are some amendments that do need to be made, and this is through the communities and previous commissioners that were active in that commission. These amendments are needed to stabilize and have the body become more effective in their operations on behalf of the Navajo Nation, not only for the commissioners, but the staff. And we're asking that before any legislation be introduced with any amendments from any Navajo programs or divisions, that we also be allowed to contribute our amendments from the communities and the previous commissioners to strengthen the plan of operation and strengthen the commission overall. We also want to request for support for more health impact studies on several areas of the communities. There has been some communities that have been identified that were never included in previous work being done within the AUM regions across Navajo Nation. So these are some of the recommendations we have going forward. Shanantai, members of the Resource and Development Committee, and we do look forward to continuing to communicate with your leadership, the leadership of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, the leadership of the Navajo Nation President, Vice President. There are several emphasis that we're requesting going forward as well. We want to remind the stance that the Navajo Nation should not be very careful in terms of green energy, specifically nuclear energy, because nuclear energy does feed off uranium, and not opposing any new mining. We want to oppose the development and advancement of nuclear energy on that. We also are requesting that the Navajo Nation take a stance that there needs to be addressing the 1872 Mining Act to readdress that issue. So, and also before any discussions of new mining take place on or near the Navajo Nation, that we clean up all contaminated areas and have the federal government make that a priority rather than granting new licenses or permits. Those are our stance, but we're willing to work with the Navajo Nation on this. And as stated earlier, we do want to have a unified voice. We do want to stand together with our elected officials on this issue, along with our communities. And that's what's driving our work forward. So Shanantai, that's my highlights from my report. Again, there is a written report submitted, and if there's any additional documents or information needed, we're more than willing to coordinate with staff to get that to you.
Mr. Perry, for your report, and thank you for that document that you emailed over to Rodney. So we were able to follow along with your presentation. So with that, members of Resources Development Committee, may I get a motion to accept the report from Eastern Navajo Dene against uranium mining?
Motion, Delegate Nez.
Honorable Nez. And may I get a second?
Okay.
Honorable Simpson. Members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions on the report that was given to us by Mr. Perry? Honorable Simpson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of RDC. Thank you, Mr. Perry, for your presentation. A lot of information you gave to us. Very detailed information you gave to us. Mr. Perry, I know some of the things that you brought up in reference to the priorities that you identified for Navajo Council to address. you know, I'd like to work with you on these, issues, along with, how we can try some legislations up. I guess get some legislation drafted through probably the city council and also through DOJ. So, you know, we'll go ahead and sit down and see how we can work with getting some of these legislation drafted that need to be drafted. So let's just make those comments, Madam Chair.
Hakushi? Thank you, Honorable Simpson, for the comments you made in regards to assisting with any legislation going forward so that the initiatives of uranium here on Navajo going forward can be addressed, I guess, more thoroughly and aggressively from the Navajo Nation. Now, one of the other major governmental entities that I believe we need to get involved in this discussion is Indian Health Services. And that's what was outlined in Mr. Perry's report as well. Any other members of Resources? Honorable Otto?
Yes. Well, Mr. Perry, thank you for your report. And I'm just interested on the technical aspect of how these companies abstract the uranium from a technical point. And I think from Resources and Development Committee, just to go in depth to understand the technical side that these companies follow, whether it's a guideline that's in place by US EPA or Department of Energy, things like that. And this as a overview, and I think that maybe we can get a company to come in to just tell us and give us a direct give us a direct view of that, you know, giving us that technical side. That way we understand. We know that Navajo EPA is a position. We know that Eastern Navajo, the against uranium, has a position. But as the body of the Navajo Nation that addresses this area, just to have a better understanding of the dialogue pertaining to this issue, I think that somewhere, you know, just to have that, not to say that we're going to go and support it, just to get the internal education on it, because you know, things like that. But we need to understand, you know, that this technical side that they follow. Thank you. This is a suggestion.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Otto. So, Mr. Perry, you know, with what Honorable So had recommended is providing some sort of a, I don't know if it's going to be like a demonstration, because in your slide on page 2, it says ISL uses wells and pumping technique to inject chemical solutions into aquifers to destabilize minerals, including uranium ore, and pump that out of the water source to extract the radioactive sludge that needs to be processed to isolate uranium ore. So in order to get the Resources and Development Committee more visual understanding as to what, you know, we're going to be advocating for, maybe at some point in time here, not too far out sooner, to have a demonstration by either yourself or maybe colleagues that you work closely with that will give that same education to constituents to understand how this whole processing works. So if we can go ahead and request that to you and just reach out to Mr. Tahi as we go forward, and when you're able to get that on the RDC agenda would be preferable. Shanaz Ani, if, you know, we'll go ahead and make that request from Resources and Development Committee. And then,
yes.
And then any other members of Resources Development Committee with any questions or comments at this point? But then Nash going once, going twice. And again, Mr. Perry, just the recommendation that was made here by Honorable Simpson is Resources Development Committee is here, to support in terms of any policy changes. I know that you had highlighted several acts here within your presentation. And again, just reach out to Resources and Development Committee when legislation needs to be dropped by RDC for these changes that need to be made. And then going forward, we will be waiting, time when a demonstration can be made to the committee as well in regards to the process of this, injection technique that was talked about. So if I mean, Mr. Perry, and I don't know if you have any closing remarks at this point.
Shenandoah, thank you. I'll go ahead and make a closing statement. I do appreciate the recommendation by honorable delegates. So that is a very important part of this discussion, and we're more than willing to provide not only demonstration but also provide maybe a site tour to give you an idea where these projects are kind of established within Church Rock and Crown Point, and an overview of the property, along with the information regarding the technical processing. We do have experts that we do coordinate with that are very much familiar and can provide a demonstration on this process to the RDC. So we'll go ahead and do that. We'll work with Mr. Tahi to establish a schedule. But in the meantime, again, we do appreciate your support, the leadership of RDC, the work that's being done in addressing the discussion surrounding not only uranium cleanup and contamination of sites, but also the concern over new proposed mining. Shenandoah, we do ask for your continued support, and also will continue to provide information to you to make sure that you're well informed and equipped to represent the Navajo Nation, Navajo people on this issue. So we look forward to this collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. And again, just on a final note, Resources and Development Committee did, upon traveling to DC the early part of June, we did meet with the United States EPA at the DC level, and we did pretty much state that there are still some mines that haven't been funded for cleanup, and that is a high priority on the committee's list and also the Navajo Nation. So hoping going forward that the committee will continue to advocate for funding through Department of the Interior or Indian Health Services or other entities to hopefully come to realization to where we get some more funding for a lot of these mine cleanups. So Mr. Perry, and again, thank you. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and request Mr. Ty to take a roll call vote on this report.
Madam Chairman, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for 5F. Honorable Shauna N. Claw, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green, sir.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Appreciate that. With that, motion carries. And again, Mr. Perry, thank you so much for your presentation and also having the patience to wait this long to do a report to RDC. And have yourself a great evening and weekend. So now we go on to item number 5 on the agenda, letter G, report from the Office of Legislative Counsel on the Oversight Committee Special Budget Meetings Procedure for FY 2024 Program Budget. We do have presenter Ms. April Quinn, who is attorney for Office of Legislative Counsel. So Ms. Quinn, we will go ahead and yield the floor over to you at this time for a 20-minute report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of RDC. I'll try to make this quick because I know it's the last report and you probably have better things to do than listen to your attorney talk about the budget. I don't know if Dana is listening, but I will try to answer your questions as best I can. If Dana's not listening, then, Mariana Khan and I will, respond to you Monday morning when all of this budget oversight gets rolling along. So, I put together a quick PowerPoint presentation. Actually, my coworker at Legislative Council put it together, and I kind of tweaked it, took out some outdated stuff, kind of made it geared towards RDC as well. So I guess we'll just jump into that. And then the documents I've handed out to you are just kind of supporting documents to the PowerPoint. Let's get started with the next slide. This slide right here is just basically showing you the calendar of what's going to happen with respect to the budget process. This is from the BIM. Some important dates to note is that all of the legislations have basically now been dropped, hopefully, fingers crossed, and they are all currently out in the 5-day comment period. As you know, next week, RDC is going to be starting the oversight meeting, the special meeting, to deal with all of your legislations for the departments under your oversight. And then the 14th and 15th are the time when budgets are adjusted, and then things get going with budget and finance meeting on August 16th. Next slide, please. So with respect to the legislations, you're going to see Office of Legislative Counsel put together a template legislation for all of the different departments and divisions. So it will basically be the same format, same findings, all of that, trying to keep things kind of uniform. And then with respect to the exhibits, there will be 5 exhibits labeled A through E. And the important thing to note is that the exhibits are basically just a high-level summary of the particular department or division's budget. You will also be getting the big binders, right, that have the detailed budget included for you to flip through. So the exhibits that are actually attached to the legislation are just the high-level summary of actual budget. Legislation's dropped by August 2nd. We'll be ready for action on Monday. There, of course, is the 5-day comment period. So some legislations didn't make it out the door by August 2nd, and I think what we decided was they'll just be put at the end of the agenda. Is that I was leaving it to Dana to work with legislative services on what we're going to do about that. So I think about half the legislations will be ready by August 7th, and then the remaining will go towards the end of the agenda. So it's just a day behind. So I think we're good there. So nothing to worry about. Next slide, please. So this is just kind of a summary of what these exhibits are. Probably I don't know if you want to take a look at the handout I gave you that, I'm not going to read that slide, there's a sequence on there, but so these are the budget forms. Exhibit A is what you will see filled out by the division or department. It just kind of breaks down all the different funding sources and everything so that will be filled out. Exhibit B will generally, this is in case this committee decides to recommend any changes to the department or the program's general fund budget. And we'll talk about how you make that sort of amendment request. So if you're going to recommend that with respect to the program, that would show up on this Exhibit C form. Exhibit C basically just provides additional details on that change, explaining, what the change is. And then Exhibit D, Exhibit D has to do with any sort of recommended conditions of appropriations or legislative concerns that you may want to provide. And then Exhibit E has to do with unmet needs of the program. And so that will also
be filled out, just depending on the program and what their unmet needs may be. Next slide. So this slide is not really relevant anymore because RDC, via today's consent agenda, has passed legislation 0160-23, which rescinded all previous procedures that this committee was basically bound to follow. So that has been done, so that's nothing to worry about. With respect to the, let me see, next slide is going to go into kind of what the new process will be. We are not calling it a budget hearing anymore. These are going to be just special meetings. All of the standing committee rules of order will apply just like any other RDC special meeting. The only exception is Rule 8, which has to do with the agenda. And so you'll see the agenda on the right side of the slide there. So there's no reports, there's no old business, there's nothing else other than just the budget legislation. So that is the only exception to the standing committee rules of order. The meetings will be posted for 5 days, and so that will be next Monday through Friday. And so just like any other meeting, you can recess at any point during that 5-day period to allow for amendments, and we can get into that a little bit. And then, of course, you'll adjourn at the end of the meeting. The next slide. So I don't know if we want to actually go through the procedure. Let me see. I think the slides are pretty detailed on this. So, like any other legislation, there will be a motion and a second. And then OMB will present a summary budget for each program. Either they will be here in person or virtually. And then the sponsor and the agent will have their 10 minutes to present. And of course, this time can be changed by the committee or at the discretion of the chair. And of course, committee members may ask questions of the agent or OMB through the sponsor directly. And if it's, questions to any of the advisors, like the controller or DPM or I don't know, DOJ or whoever, that would go through the chair. So if you are looking to potentially make an amendment to the budget, the one thing I'll point out is if you want to make an amendment to the body of the legislation itself, the findings, the approval section, that will be treated like any other legislation that you've handled. So that would go through OLC, make that request. Then we would make that change. But if you want to change anything having to do with the exhibits, then the next few slides are going to walk through that. So this is the form that you would fill out if you want to basically move money around, for lack of a better word. So I believe Legislative Services is going to, so we have the form in our, you don't have it, okay. So Legislative Council has the form, and we will make sure that we email all of you a copy of it, and I think we might as well just print out some copies too to have here. So if you are looking to make an amendment, you would need to fill out this form. And basically it says, moving stuff from this business unit to this business unit, and comments also as to why. That's helpful because we have to fill out that Exhibit C, kind of detailing what's going on and why. So you fill out this form, and after that's done, you don't have to give it to Legislative Council. We've basically signed off on this form, so you're good to go. You can present the amendment. It's the thinking behind that. I'm just saying they don't have what I should have. So I'll get to that point a little bit later. Okay, so I guess the next slide is that we also, if you want to add any sort of legislative concerns or conditions of appropriation, so the slide just kind of notes what the difference is between those. Legislative concerns are basically they're advisory, and they're meant to help, measure the performance and accomplishments of the program. And those, advisory in nature and don't create any sort of mandatory condition for the expenditure of appropriated funds. Whereas conditions of appropriations are typically used when a program fails to comply with the legislative concerns. So that's kind of more of the stick. So if you want to include any sort of things like that, we do have another form for you to fill out on the next slide. So this is a separate form that we will also be we'll email and print out. And so we'll have it here on Monday in case you want to do that. And it's treated like any other amendment, you know, motion second, majority to pass. The main thing that I want to point out as far as all of these amendments is, you know, this is going to be different than what the committees have done before. And I should have probably pointed that out. There used to be the hearing format, and there would be kind of like the reports, and then the legislations would be introduced. So this is different. The reason we wanted that done is for uniformity, because committees were doing different things, and so we kind of wanted to streamline it and have everybody kind of on the same page doing the same thing. So what we're thinking is that, okay, the legislation is heard, and basically you propose your amendments. And then what would happen is that the legislation is then tabled once you get all those amendments figured out, so that the exhibits can be updated, so that the program can work with OMB to get all of the exhibits done, and then Legislative Council would handle any legislative concerns or conditions of appropriation. So the committee would table the legislation for whatever amount of time is needed for all of that to get done. And then it would be brought off the table, just like any other legislation that's tabled. Because you are the final oversight, you know, this doesn't move on to another committee, right? It stays with this committee. So it can be tabled, it stays here, and then when it's brought off the table, then you would, you know, reconsider the legislation with all of the amendments that have been, you know, approved by the committee. If at that point you want to make an additional amendment to the legislation, what we are recommending is, assuming the amendment passes, and you should fill out the form, it passes, we are recommending the committee then recess, so that the changes could be then added to the exhibits and included into the legislation. Because remember, you cannot table a legislation twice, because, you know, it's permanently removed from the agenda. So it's table once and then recess and allow them, the program, OMB, whoever, to do what they need to do, and then come back from recess and you know, include it into the legislation. And of course, once the legislation is ready to go, you vote. So that is the new process, and that's a little bit different than how things have been done in the past. You know, this will be different for the programs too, so if they're listening. So let's see if I missed any key points here. One thing I do want to point out is that we are recommending that people not be sworn in, because it's not necessary. We're not saying you can't do it, but we are saying that it's not required by law. It's not necessary. It's just kind of something that's been done just in practice, but it's not necessary. There are other ways to keep NAVO employees accountable, you know, including the ethics and government law, and also the personnel policy has a section in there about conduct of employees, and basically don't lie. I mean, it doesn't say that, but, you know, be respectful, and you know, and it says including with elected officials, and so, you know, there's no requirement that anybody be sworn in for this meeting next week or throughout this budget process. But that's just a recommendation from Legislative Council. The next slide is just, that's key points, that's what it was. We hit on all of those. And so the final slide is just a reminder of the can't table twice. wanna make that clear. So I think that's all I have for now.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Quinn, for that report. Members of RDC, may I get a motion to accept the report? Honorable Simpson, may I get a second? Vice Chair Johnson. Do we have any, questions on the report that was given to us for the special budget meetings procedures? Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, I kept all the divisions, departments, commissions, and offices all updated on this process. I've also instructed them to start dropping off their correct budget binders today. So we have Division of Economic Development already dropping theirs off today as well. So they're well aware that standing committee rules will apply to this special budget meeting. We will need to maintain quorum. They all understand that we will start at 9 o'clock each day, conclude at 5. I did indicate to them that the legislation and that their budget legislation can be tabled once. As Ms. Quinn did point out in the presentation, that we can recess, make any additional corrections to their budget as well. All the legislations have been posted for RDC that we oversee. All committee action can officially all take place starting Monday for two of the divisions, including the Water Rights Commission, which will be done in an executive session. The remaining departments can all be taking action on Tuesday, on August 8th. So we will start on time. I've instructed all the divisions, departments, and commissions and offices to get all their budget in ahead of the budget deadline date that was posted on the FY24 preparation budget calendar, indicating that if they get it in on the 3rd and the 4th, we won't take actions until the 10th and 11th, indicating that we will work on the weekend. I think that deters them to get them all in so we can get it in as soon as possible. So they got them all in starting on January 31st and on August 1st as well. So everything was dropped and went through the 5-day comment period, so we will start on time.
January 31st is July.
July 31st.
Thank you, Mr. Tai, for that. Yeah, so with that, I'd like to go ahead and you have a question?
No question.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay, Article so.
So, talking about a whole new process, and you're saying that we're gonna go straight into meeting mode, hearing, mode. Says budget, hold on. Budget meeting. So, we're gonna treat these as individual legislation. But, so, meaning that we're gonna treat these as regular legislation and move forward with our amendments if amendments will be made. One question is, they will treat each program will bring the legislation or come forth as agents. And their goal is to not move around the budget and get it approved. Basically what they're going to do. It's basically just a regular legislation. But the budget hearings, the other process had the budget hearings that told us where they're, you have the exhibit A, B to E, shortfall and their needs, the unmet needs, and so forth. And they're going to tell us the story within the 10 minutes that's allotted within the time frame, or whatever that time frame is. And you did indicate that it's up to RDC to allowing them time. My fear is that we're not going to give them that time frame to tell the story about where their need is. That's one. Budget hearings is when council told by the actual program where their real needs are. Then the other is you have programs is strictly told, work within your means, and this is all you're getting. Don't ask for any more money. But yet, they're struggling, maybe they need extra manpower, things like that, and this is where they're not subjected to their supervisors, not to, you know, don't talk about that issue over here. But in the hearing setting, it allows them to tell their story about their needs. So, number one, I think that this new process, that we could get adapted to it, but I feel that it's not going to have all of the, for us to hear the need. So if land department came forth, as we had earlier, and they have 10 minutes to present, and this is our budget, this is what DNR has allocated for land department, this is where we're going to put it, you know, into these line items. But yet, that 10 minutes is only going to cover that area. But their unmet needs, they may talk about that briefly. But other things such as the compliance officers, as an example, they probably, I guarantee you, they probably didn't even budget for it. It's not in there. But you know, I think this budget process is going to be a new process that we're going to be overlooking the needs of the program. Then the other is that also, once we start moving around money, be mindful that that's when the executive branch gets their chicken wings, their feathers go up once you start moving monies around from different line items. And that was my only thing that I had concerns on also, is that they're told, you know, this is all you're getting, budget this, and make it work. They make it work, and we try to move monies around, and then we get it through RDC, they finish the legislation, or the standing committee finishes the legislation, goes on to BNF, BNF does their changes. At the end of the day, a line item veto happens when the comprehensive budget is approved. And then the president just says, line item vetoes, go back across to council's budget. Oh, Dana, legislative council, your budget is line item vetoed. So they twist the legislative branch's arm over here and tell them, put the money back where you took it off from, and then you can get your money. You can get your money back. Or the LDA program was one of the programs that were hostage, and that's what I mean. It's really ridiculous how budget the budget hearings happen. And what I'm getting to is that at the end of the day, the executive branch already has their mind set on the budget, where they want their money. So as Resources and Development Committee, how are we going to treat it? Are we just going to go ahead and just support what President, the division directors and management has brought forth? Because like I said, if we start moving money around, they're going to say, hey, leave that money right there. They need this here. They need this here. So those are just some of my thoughts that is really I have concerns on. Are we just going to go and just say, okay, this is where you say you're going to put your money, and just approve it? Because they're the ones that are saying that they got this, they set this certain amount for a program, and the program indicates how and where the monies are going to be used for that particular office. But with council over here, as we start moving around money at the oversight, that's my worry. Because I've seen it happen in the past. Usually the first budget season is really nice, and the second budget season goes through again for the next year. That's when you see the line item vetoes. So, my recommendation is that we just support what is brought forth to the, program. Or programs that bring, as they bring their, proposals over. What's that? Then the other is that at the end of the day too, when we move monies around, just the budget and finance committee, they may pull monies, back to where it was, and because they're not let they've been that just because they undo things again. So those are just some of the thoughts and things that I've seen in past budget hearings that go on, and other than that, I would say that when the program brings their dollars over, is this really where you want these dollars at? Is this what your budget is? Do you support this? And if they say no, it's time to go back and remodify it for where you want it at. And then usually they have a hard time getting the executive, the director's signature, and the I believe it requires the chief of staff signature too. It requires them to go back and remodify that. It's hard for them to get that. So, meaning that they're forced into, this is how you're going to put these monies into these line items up at that. So, and then, is it really a budget that's coming from really based off of the need? Because you're just told this is what you're getting, budgeted, make it work, and they review it. Nope, put money over here, put money back over here. Oh, it isn't that easy. They sign off of what the administration needs are. So, that's all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Otto Stowe, for expressing, that, concern. So I'd like to go ahead and give it back to Ms. Quinn. I think, Honorable Otto Stowe had a question in regards to the 10 minutes being allotted, and, which won't give, adequate time for the department to justify their unmet needs. So I'm not too sure if we, can allow, a longer, stretch of time for, justification to, the presenters. Oh, and I'll go ahead and give it to, Dana after you make a response, April.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Gentleman Stowe, for your question and your concerns. So the procedures, like I mentioned before, do allow, for more than 10 minutes. So if there are additional concerns, I mean, you're definitely, welcome to give them more time to express their concerns. And of course, like any other legislation, there are follow-up questions, beyond the presentation, if you want to, engage with them on their unmet needs, or their, whatever concerns they may have. I'll just say that, we're trying this out, right? It's different than, what's been done before, and we're gonna give it a try, and we're gonna see, because I think, because committees were doing different things, there was confusion. And so I think try to treat it like any other meeting, and, if it ends up, if it doesn't work out, then maybe go back to that, or find something else so that we can make sure that you are adequately hearing from the programs and their concerns, and trying to figure out where these dollars should be.
Okay. Ms. Quinn. Right now, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Dana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Dana Bobroff, with Office of Legislative Counsel. I think that, April did a terrific job of explaining, what we're recommending, and I one thing that I noticed that April forgot to mention, and I don't want to leave them out, is that the Office of Legislative Counsel sat down with the Office of Legislative Services, all the committee advisors, to develop these procedures, and it seems like that everybody was in a pretty good place. So it really was a collaborative effort. One of the items when we were discussing with Office of Legislative Services
was how much time should be recommended for each presentation. And that's truly up to whatever the committee, however much time the committee wants. Many of the committees now work on 10 minutes, so that's why 10 minutes is in the procedures, but also in the procedures are absolutely authority for the committee, the chair, to extend that. A couple of things that I just want to mention to the committee is, one, in the exhibits that are attached to the legislation, there is an exhibit, and I believe it's Exhibit E, which is where Exhibit E is where the programs, the division will list their unmet needs. And so certainly that also can be amended, it can be deleted, it can be left the same. But that goes on. That exhibit is one of the things that the Budget and Finance Committee looks at when they are trying, if there's any extra money, how they end up distributing that. The other thing that is probably going to be spoken about much is the fact that there are no longer carryovers. There was legislation actually sponsored by Otto Sokol at the end of the 24th Council.
They're just harboring the money. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Dana. You didn't hear anything.
There was a lot of background noise, so I wasn't sure. So the legislation during the 24th, into the 24th Council, it prohibits carryovers of general fund dollars and UUSD supplemental funding. So there aren't carryovers. There's been carryovers always. Programs relied on them. So this is going to be a new world for them also. So there is not a carryover exhibit in your legislations in the packets because they're prohibited. And the committee does not have the authority to waive the legislation prohibiting carryovers. So therefore, carryovers will have to be addressed on the council floor through amendments, and if anybody wants to do carryovers, you're going to need a 7/8 vote of council. So I wanted to bring that up. Let's see. One of the things that has really changed, particularly for the delegates that were on the 22nd Council, 22nd and before, is the line item veto authority given to the president. It really changed the balance of power because council can't override line item vetoes. But the one thing that I want to remind the committees of when you're looking at this stuff is that while the president can line item veto some part of the budget legislation, he can't add funds. So if, for example, let's just say you gave 100,000. So let me back up. Let's say the land department comes in with a budget that has $100,000 in it for travel, and the committee makes a determination to leave it at 100,000. Fine, it goes over to the president. The president can only line item veto the 100,000, which will leave the program with zero for that amount, for that line item. The president cannot line item veto the 100,000 and put in a new amount. So all the president can do is line item veto. He cannot put in new amounts. So that's just something for the committee to remember in their strategizing, how they want to do things. Let's see. I think that's all I have to, the other thing I'll have to add, I think Rodney's already, I presume he's already on top of this, but the one thing that I would add is, or recommend is that, if legislations are not ready, haven't passed the 5 days, on Monday, I would recommend you still list them on your agenda as a placeholder, stating, they will be available for action on, August 8th or whatever. That will save you time later on from having to go through the whole process of amending your agenda. And I'm certainly open for more questions. And for all of those committee members who have not been through a budget session, have fun. It can be crazy, but keep your sense of humor. It will all work out in the end. Office of Legislative Counsel, Office of Legislative Services will make sure it works out. So back to you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dana, for that additional clarification. I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Honorable Claude regarding any questions or comments regarding the presentation that was made here.
Thank you, Shada. Thank you to RDC for the good work you did today. I started listening in from reports, and I do have a question regarding the amendments. So just from what we heard about the line item veto, but if the council wants, the committee, if the committee wants to increase, we'll use Dana's example, the 100,000 to 150,000, then that's when we would put in the amendment. But I wanted Dana to explain a little bit more about the conditions of appropriations. Let's say, for example, you're using that 50,000 as a condition of appropriation. Maybe if you can just explain that a little bit more. And then I see everybody has a cheat sheet, but I would like my cheat sheet so that I can review it. And then I know we are going to have binders by today, and my recommendation is that everybody look through that and start your amendment forms if necessary, so that we're not doing that, and maybe it's going to be the same. So, Dana, if you could just explain that a little bit more. Thank you.
Honorable Claude for that. So I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to Dana in regards to expounding on the conditions of appropriation exhibit that was attached. So I'll go ahead and yield the floor back over to you, Dana.
Okay. So there's two things that I'll talk about. Conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns. And they're similar, but they are different. Legislative concerns, I'll start with those. Legislative concerns are statements by the legislature as to what they want to see happen, or what they want the various program to address. And so those, on the amendment form, you'll just basically write you want a legislative for the land department, and the land department is to hold hearings on burials, something like that. That's a legislative concern. A condition of appropriation is much more specific and actually has repercussions. So a condition of appropriation, I'll use the same way. Okay, the condition of appropriation is against the land department. The land department is to hold hearings on burial assistance at each of the agencies by the end of the third quarter and report the findings from those hearings to the Resources and Development Committee. If the Land Department does not accomplish that task by the end of the second quarter, their travel budget, the administration's travel budget, will be depleted by usually 10%. So as far as what the Office of Legislative Counsel needs for conditions of appropriation or for legislative concerns, we really need the program that it's against and what needs to be done and some type of timeline. Office of Legislative Counsel will put it into all the legalese and such. And it will be much easier to understand the first time one comes up. After that, it's going to be a breeze. For you guys, it's always just the first time. And the reason, and I think this is going to work out really well. We are going, because the meetings will be in person, and keep in mind, they haven't been in person for the last, I guess, 3 years. They've all been online. So this is kind of exciting that they're going to be in person. We have amendment forms, which we will have hard copies of, which you can fill out by hand while you're sitting in the meeting. We'll also have electronic versions if you want to fill them out online and email them. That's probably not the best explanation, but I think it's a starter explanation for conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns. And one thing that I would recommend your attorneys, Office of Legislative Counsel, attorneys will be right there with you. So if you're having a challenge figuring out how to articulate what you want done in a condition of appropriation, legislative concern, just Office of Legislative Counsel will be right there to help you with it. So back to you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana, for that. Honorable Claude, did that clarify your conditions of appropriation question?
Yes, it did.
Thank you. Arlene, I'd like to, Honorable Otto So.
Dana, condition of appropriation. We know that there was previously president line item veto condition of appropriation. And that analysis, when council involves a condition of appropriation on a program, you know that the line item veto is particularly to the number, not to the language. And just to give a little insight on what the law says, because this is a whole new budget year, and my colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council, so we have understanding what is pretty much what is codified in the law, what's codified. Honorable Daniel So, the 21st Council, we finally codified the language of what into the code regarding the line item veto authority. So, if he could give us a little history or information pertaining to that line item veto authority, so that my colleagues here understand as they move forward, because you have presidents that have line item veto language, and when you look at the what is codified in the law is the number. So we could, expand on that, Dana. Thank you.
Dana, we yield the floor back over to you.
All right, thank you. And I hope Delegate Stowe warned his colleagues that this subject gets me fired up. So just bear with. Okay, so through initiative, the line item veto was approved by the people back in, I think it was 2012, it might have been 2011. But the line item veto, as approved by the people and now in the code, states that the president has line item veto authority over budget line items. I am of the opinion that that does not extend to conditions of appropriation. And that's exactly what Delegate So was stating. However, in the past, President Russell Begay and then Jonathan Nez used the line item veto at different times in the budget to veto conditions of appropriations in their entirety. Now, unfortunately, the Navajo Nation Council could have pursued some type of restraining order or such against those being implemented through the courts, but neither the 23rd or the 24th Council wished to do that soon enough. But if that happens this year, I believe that we still have, the council still has the opportunity to pursue legal action to prevent those, what we're going to call incorrect line item vetoes from being implemented by the controller's office. But what it's going to take is that the majority of the council will have to be supportive of such a suit, such a lawsuit. It will have to be done by the Office of Legislative Counsel, Department of Justice. It's not something they would do, but it is going to be one of those things because of basically a doctrine along the line of latches. That's a legal doctrine, but what it means is if you knew your right and you didn't take action on it, then you probably can't take action now. You can lose your right to take action. So this is a new council and a new president and the first time in a budget. So if there are incorrect or illegal or unlawful or such line item vetoes, now will be the time to take action. If you don't take it this year, I think you're going to just have to live with it, like the 23rd and 24th councils. So I can talk a long time about this, but it is something, depending on what the president does, that my office may be coming back to you and saying, we're requesting permission to pursue this in the courts. But you don't have to make that decision now. Hopefully that covers it enough for now. I'm sure it'll be a longer discussion at different times. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dana, for your response. Honorable Otto So, did that clarify your question? Any other members of Resources and Development Committee with any questions regarding the budget meeting procedures starting for Monday? Going once, going twice. Okay, with that, thank you, Dana and Ms. Quinn, for your presentation and the update. Rodney, can you please take it for a roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for receiving reports of 5G. Honorable Shawna Henklaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shawna Henklaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Here. Oh, sorry.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto Stowe, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto Stowe votes green. Madam Chair, there's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tahi.
Coffee?
Motion carried. So going on,
Madam Chair, before you adjourn, motion to adjourn, announcement.
Okay, wait, we're still on the agenda. Going on to item 6, old business, we have none. And then we go take it to item number 8, close of meeting announcements. Honorable Simpson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of RDC, guests and staff here. A quick announcement, I know throughout Navajo Nation, we're having problems with the feral horses. So we conducted a feral horse roundup in Nayarit actually on Tuesday and Wednesday. It's very successful horse roundup, but we didn't chasing the horses, we didn't do anything with this. It's called feral horses entrapment.
Yeah.
And basically just put panels up and put water. So with the rain, we really didn't go our way. But with Tuesday not raining, Department of Ag entrap, I guess called entrap, 79 horses. There's no chasing the horse, no stress on the horses, just basically giving water to them and hay, and they actually went into inside the little corral with the panels, basically. So it's very successful. Department of Ag really did a good job, of how they treat the horse and everything like that. Just something very impressive. So I just want to take you to the Department of Ag and to really working with us. But the second or third day, we just didn't see any horses that couldn't go in. We just put our water there and everything like that, so they went their way. So hopefully we'll go back out there. But according to BIA, Department of Ag, we had like 800 horses out there, 4 horses, but we caught 79 of them. So, so I just want to thank you to Mr. Sosi. You really led this project here. So can you give him a couple of minutes? He has a little announcement.
Sure. Mr. Sosi, I yield the floor over to you,
Yes, Natai. Madam Chair, members of the committee, according to Congress, now they have a sensation lead Yamaha, yeah. So, and they want to so he thought that is not that is that. And then with the Eastern Navajo Land Commission, anything that affects the land, we have to be involved. In feral horse, forest loss, water supply, and having complaints from neighboring people about, back on their Indian allotment jurisdiction, all of that. So Delegate Simpson asked for our help, and we're happy to coordinate it. Coordination went really well, and at the end, the Department of Agriculture, BLM, BIA, and the local land board. I want to give credit to the local land board, Johnny Russell. For the next budget season, he gave you some incentive money that could be given to the Department of Ag, or authorizing them for additional compensation for land board or grading committee members that go beyond the call of their duty. This Johnny Russell was out there spending the night at the site, making sure that things are okay. And then he was using his own equipment, his own vehicle, and did it. And he's relatively new. He's only been there like less than 2 years, and he was so dedicated to the effort. So I just wanted to mention that, and I appreciate Delegate Simpson. I think he delivered pizza out there. And so all I could come up with was cold sandwiches. So, they're very appreciative. But I wanted to mention too, with that roundup being respectfully, that we help the Department of Agriculture and maybe buy them another truck trailer package for, we have It's been told to me, 80,000 to 100,000 horses out there that they estimate. And we need to be more efficient with them, and the Wrangler team for the Department of Agriculture needs help. Maybe in the budget either, I already told them that I'll buy from Amazon the water splasher, you know, but, so I'm gonna order that and give that to them, you know, and maybe the council could help us with the truck trailer. That thing costs, I don't know, over $100,000. But the one thing that the group found out was that you put the water up and you make the water noise, splashing the water. The horses hear it. So then they start searching around, and especially if you have horses corralled, it entices them to come over. So that's what I mean. If we put a little solar operated fountain in there and it splashes the water in the trough, the horses will hear it. And out of curiosity, they'll start coming over. Then they go into, that's what the land board over there was doing. And then, you know, he had people splash the water, and then they come out of it. And then sure enough, the horses start coming over, and then they slowly step into the gate. And some of them, you know, reluctantly, but the water is too enticing. They eventually go to the trough where the water's at, then they close the gate. It was interesting to see professional skills of the Wrangler team and what they did, and then BIA, how BLM got with the water, delivering the water. Kaicheo, ADU. And that's why we got regarded as a success. Kokor Kaicheo. And then BLM, you all know we have checkerboarded area. So we have to do it on the Navajo Nation Trust land, you know, and to make sure we don't run into anything. But afterwards, went with land board member Russell. He took me for a drive to where those horses are at. And, you know, the conditions of the horses are very dire. Where the arroyo was at, they were digging, and I took pictures of it too. We'll probably share that with you later on. But, you know, and the water that they come up with, because the water stream goes under the ground too, and that's how you do these hand pump water. But this one is different. They're trying to do, this is a puddle, like a quart size, and then they try to drink that, and, you know, and you have all these horses trying to do that. Painful to see that. Natural patas. So, and I would say, well, you know, where are all these people that say that horses are sacred? Why are they letting these horses die out there like that? And we saw a coat too that his mother died, and it's by itself out there, and you see these harsh conditions of feral horses. So even so I just wanted to make that recommendations for the Wrangler team and Department of Ag. Well, the other one too, Madam Chair, members of the committee, is that we could work with the fairground. The Wrangler team travels the horses a long way from Naeezy to Winter Rock Fair facility to house the horse, catalog it, feed it, and then set it up for horse buying. But it's a long way. So one of the suggestions was that let's work with the Navajo Nation Council and the Agriculture Office. Use the fairground facility nearby. When you're hauling a big load or it's heavy load, you know, and kind of risky doing that. So, and then you cut the transport time, the cost, and everything in half by doing it out there. And so, at a certain point, I think, you know, we wish to talk, and I think Delegate Simpson, you know, wants to help us with that too, and we appreciate that. So, I just want to, as some of the recommendations, they wanted to do that. Then, on a side note, since you gave me the floor, Madam Chair, if I may, we want to invite the RDC to a meeting on Nellie. Eastern Navajo Commission has started a renewed legislation. We have a plan, and we have a proposed legislation at the congressional level, but we want to start briefing the Navajo Nation Council. And one of the leadership meetings will be with the president, the speaker, and all that. And we want to invite RDC, because this is your oversight, you know, COCOA, ADA, and respectfully. And then later on, we wish to set up similar meetings for the council delegates. And we're trying to set that. We want to do that one on September 21, 21st, and 22nd, but rooms at the casinos are being used up. And then Fire Rock is gonna do renovation of their meeting hall. And so, you know, they can only go to the first 2 weeks, that's it. And after that, so we're trying to, but we'll let you know, but we want to invite you to the leadership meeting, because we want to present to you the new NELI legislation. So, and then you'll get an invitation from us. One time I used to sit on RDC, and then we thought we were doing a good thing, but we upset President Ben Shelley. Did the line item vetoed the whole RDC budget. I was hoping they fit. And then about 2 weeks later, we smoked peace pipe with President Shelley, and then he said, okay, I'll resign and I'll sign it. Just give it back to me. So both things happen, but eventually you end up smoking peace pipe with the president again. So, I think that they can't change it when you're not in it. Thank you. Have a good day.
Yeah, thank you again for that, and I just want to applaud, you know, everyone that was involved with the announcement that was made with the feral horse roundup here in Yeezy, this past week. Let's go ahead and yield the floor over to Honorable Claw.
Yes, thank you, Shuttered Madam Chair. I just have announcement as well. So, I did meet with a group yesterday, and they wanted me to share this. They have a One River, One Voice Grassroots Water Summit, and it is occurring next week, August 15 and 16 at Twin Arrows Casino, and it's by invitation only. They do have a website, and then you also have to register online. So I believe, they are trying to educate their communities about water issues, specifically for the Little Colorado River watershed. And in addition to that, I did have a meeting with Navajo Nation Soil and Water Conservation District. They are requesting to do a work session with the RDC. This specific group is also codified in the Navajo Nation, their resolution CS 11-80. And so they did give us, all of the resolutions, and then also the cooperative working agreement, the mutual agreement between the United States Department of Agriculture, the Navajo Nation, and the Little Colorado River Soil and Water Conservation District. So I am gonna give these to Rodney, and Rodney can go ahead and distribute to us. But they did mention that, they were active up until the pandemic, and they're wondering how they fit into the Navajo Nation. They are under RDC as the oversight, so they are requesting to be put on the agenda for a work session. So I know that Mr. Tahi does take care of our schedule, and I did notify them, we're already 2 months out booked, so they are aware, but I will leave this with Mr. Tahi. But that's just gonna be an announcement, just to put that on the radar. And then once you do receive it, we probably have to review this and see. But I did talk to the group, and I told them that we are 2 months into our schedule. So those are my 2 announcements, and thank you to everyone.
Thank you, to Deja Honorable Claw for that announcement. Any other members of RDC? With that, I'd like to make one final announcement, or who? Rodney.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, I did re-email all the divisions, offices, and commission to let them know they need to start dropping off their budget binders. We did receive one. Hopefully we'll get them all before we all leave the building today. But, you guys are all CC'd on those communications I've made to them, so there is no excuse that they did not receive anything if you guys received the same communications they have gotten.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tahi. I'd like to make one final announcement. As we all know that we're oversight over Division of Community Development, and I'm not too sure how many of the members of RDC knows about the IDIQ contracts that was started by prior administration when Dr. Pearl Yellowman was Division Director for DCD, and there were 4 firms that were identified. So 4 firms are divided by 6, so they go work with the 6 council delegates. We have Inaba Incorporated from Farmington. We have Indigenous Design Studio Architect from Albuquerque, working with Eastern. Inaba is working with the Northern, and Johnson, Smith Pond, and Rosamond Associate, which is SR or JSRA, is working with the Western Agency. And then we got Land Corporation that is working with 6 delegates here in Fort Defiance region up to Delegate Parishes region. So I've been bugging them about when is the notice to proceed to go, where's the contract numbers. Officially, as of the 4th of August, the contract numbers were issued. So these 4 firms will now be working with the chapters to initiate the ARPA projects, whether it's the Delegate $8.8 million projects. You got the other bathroom additions, the home assistants, and everything. So officially, they'll be the ones working with the chapter administrators. So just let your chapter leadership know, and the administration staff. So we finally got that going. So I just wanted to put that announcement out. So finally, we got contract numbers, so that will be going forward. Any other announcements? Honorable Vice Chair Johnson?
Yes, good afternoon, Honorable RDC colleagues and my legislative staff, leadership here that's joining us here today. Just want to thank you for being here. This morning I was at the Dale-Com Medical Center grand opening, and that was taking place this morning, and that was already accepted the invitation a month or 2 ago. So that's why I was tardy today. So just wanted to, hopefully I get excused. But yeah, so they're going to be opening up. They're going to take their first patient next Tuesday. So if anybody wants to make an appointment, take your application card, But yeah, it was a really it was a big event. They had all these programs and divisions from all over just set up, and big canopies, and it's pretty much almost like over 20 years. Back in 1970, there was a vision. 75, that was the vision, and we got there, but everything took, years to get all the former delegates and the new delegates. The former delegates and the chapter officials, everybody. It was an honor to be there, and 100% Navajo owned. So that was really proud of 638 Hospital. But yeah, I didn't get to tour the inside of it. There was just a huge line that everybody wanted to go inside. Just wanted to let everybody know that you guys are more than welcome if you guys are going through the area to stop by and take a look at it when it's fully open.
Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Johnson, for that information. And again, we'll be looking to setting up an appointment there at the clinic here. So thank you for attending on behalf of RDC. So with that, Honorable Ned.
Thank you. Save the best for last. Madam Chair, Nandana Seneke. I just want to say, last Friday I wasn't able to attend the meeting, and I felt really bad that we had to cancel our RDC meeting. I was at an appointment. I know Honorable Simpson was at an Alamo as well, and I know we all have mountains to climb, Shanantano Seneke. We're all very busy, but you got to keep in mind we're probably the most busiest committee. We have a lot of programs underneath us, but we need to support each other, Shanantano Seneke. The reason I say this is because today, Vice Chair was a very important function. And also, Kurosha Deja Chinli, they had an emergency and she had to take care of that. Adarsa Sue got married and he probably barely got let go here. And he was late, so, but at least there was 4 of us, and we took care of business today. We're still here, all 6 of us, if we could arrange how we could say, okay, I'm gonna be at a very important function, like 3 days ahead of time, let chair know that you wanna be excused. That way we know there's 4 of us that should be here to get the meeting started. I know we're developing as a good team, a committee, and people really look up to us, RDC. Whether we travel a lot, we were just up in Wyoming and Montana, but, you know, we do things together and let's get things done. We've got a lot next week. Let's be here. I know one of the days we're gonna have steak, and I'd like to request a Sheridan steak for Honorable Vice Chair here. 36 ounce, see if we can get that. So, and God bless each and every one of you. Take care of your families, and we'll see you Monday morning, bright and early and shiny. So, yeah, it is what it is, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Nez. And, so thank you again. So, let's be ready for Monday morning at 9. I believe we've got our first packet here to review and many more to come, so throughout the week. So with that, no other announcements?
Real quick, with our, I was trying to look at the agenda for Monday. Do we have the budget binders for who is number 1, 2, 3, for that day? The reason why I say that is that I think we should have those. If this is that day, I'm okay. So, and then Tuesday, because this is a 2-day weekend, and I think whatever program coming Tuesday is very important because you're going to be glued to this all day. When you get back, you're not going to have much time to view the next day's budget binders again. So especially when you see like transportation budget binders come in, Division of Transportation, they start coming in. And the other is that just as a recommendation, I think I just went through a lot of my stuff a couple of weeks, and I think we have to go through PDF and we have them start giving us jump drives, and that way we can have that. And the issue is that you know, these become your box spring mattress at home. I'm serious, it becomes your box spring mattress. Another thinking that you're gonna come back to it, but eventually you don't. So I end up throwing out a lot of old documents that I had. I had documents of 8 years of many documents. I had a document of public safety, judicial branch. I mean, there's thick binders, and then the comprehensive budgets that came out in the 23rd Council. I did not say, man, this is what RDC used to get in the before the COVID COVID budget. So anyway, thank you.
Mr. Tahi.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, to answer delegates those questions, we did receive one of the budget binders, and they're second on the agenda, which is Division of Economic Development. First up is going to be a report, and they're only provided a report, and that's an Application Water Rights Commission on their comprehensive fund management plan for the water rights claim fund, and that all can be done in executive session. Right after the water rights, as I indicated, is economic development. I'm waiting for Division of Community Development to drop off their budget binder. They're up also on Monday for us to take action. However, we've allocated the full 5 days for this special budget meeting. I just want to stress that myself, Mr. Mose, Leslie, Ms. Quinn, and Ms. Khan will be here to make those amendments. So it's going to be a new process for all of us. give us time to write in all those committee reports, the vote tallies, make sure everything is correct before it's signed, so it's not rushed. I did indicate again, to all the divisions, the offices, and commissions, we need their budget binders today. I've stressed that throughout the entire week. I made sure RDC was CC on all those communications. As you can see, we've only received one. So you're all more than welcome to hit reply all. Where's your budget binders?
Yep.
We've been here since 9 o'clock. But, but right after, community development, we can start taking action on item D, which is legislation 0166, which is, Navajo Gaming Regulatory Office. I did indicate, just to let Ms. Dana Barbrock know that we'll be ready for action is on the agenda as well. Then right after that is Navajo Environmental Protection Agency, followed by Division of Natural Resources. Then last is going to be the Division of Transportation. So we will be utilizing the full 5 days. Lunch will be provided for staff and RDC members. And I did indicate it to all the divisions that the division directors, deputy division directors, chairpersons, and the executive directors will be only allowed into this conference room because we cannot all fit in here. The department managers and everyone will be online, as Zoom will be provided to them. I also did indicate to them to have all their staff ready, because once we start making the amendments, they need to start making the changes on their end, and they'll be emailing it to us, so that way we can start printing it here. We will be linked to that computer printer in the back, so that way we will be able to print everything off in real time as we begin this budget process. Madam Chairman has already seen that my response to Mr. Delegate. So,
Question, Chair. Thank you, Rodney. Mr. Yes?
What we can do is, have all the committees sit on that side and the presenters on this side. That way staff can be on this side. So the need, that cohesion.
Okay, do we have any color scheme for the day? Okay, that's a good recommendation, so we'll be sitting here. So again, so let's just be ready. I did, respond to Rodney's email regarding the budget binders. I did let them know that these are the only ones we received to this point, so hopefully we have everything come. Is there a holiday Monday for Navajo Nation? No. Oh, it's the following, okay. So we should hopefully have it first thing Monday morning. Again, thank you. Any other announcements?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, so, right now, I would like to go ahead and, we have a motion on the floor to adjourn by Honorable Nez, and then second by, Honorable Simpson, so we adjourn, or, like to call for a vote.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is a roll call vote for an adjournment. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto Still, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto Still votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, since I still see Miss Melinda Arvizo Siaco here with OPVP, could you please have all the divisions that haven't submitted their budget binders submitted to Rodney as soon as possible, which is Division of Community Development, NDOT, EPA, DNR, and who else? Gaming. So the rest of, the other two we have already. Thank you, Melinda. And we adjourn at 4:21. Have a great weekend.